Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Welcome to the stream, everybody. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Sorry for the lateness, but I had to take care of some IRL stuff. And now that we got that squared away, we can go ahead and get into it. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. We're going to play some Satisfactory tonight and have some fun. We've got it at the ready right now. We've got a lot of power running over this way. Let's run over here. Look at all that power, man. That's a lot of power. We got our turbo fuel. All set up and ready now. Our turbo fuel doesn't do us any good if we don't have actually use it for something. We can have all this extra power, but if we're not using it for any purpose, then it's not really purposeful, is it? So we're going to get into that. We're going to build up some big old stuff today. We're going to try to get all of our different manufacturing lines back up and running, and then try to push through to the next stage, which is going to be pretty awesome. There goes our big long train right there, bringing that coal in. And of course, we have 2 trains, one behind each other now. I'm going to go ahead and give you a bit of a tour of the base when we get into it. If you missed it from last time, we'll kind of catch up a little bit as well. Also, thanks to MD Story for the 11 months there when I was off stream. I appreciate that. I see you there. Now, don't forget to go in and retweet, everybody. Follow that link right there. Hit that like button. Hit that retweet button. It massively does help the stream. I do appreciate you. And you can earn some KizCats for not only you, but everybody in the channel as well. So very, very cool. So very much looking forward to some Satisfactory here. Just been crushing it, everybody. Absolutely crushing it. It's taken me 10 years, everybody, but I finally worked my way up to 5-mile walk. I've been trying to get to that magic number of 7 to 10K steps per day. Haven't quite reached it every single day, but I did reach that number and exceed that number. Walking 5 miles, everybody, is about 13 to 14,000 steps. And I've really learned what I've been trying to do is work on my gauging, which is, you know, when you're walking a certain distance. Now, I typically am leaning forward a little bit and I'm walking as fast as I possibly can because I'm trying to get wherever I am, get that done, and then get back. I have that tendency to walk like that. Now, when you're walking like that normally, it really does hurt your legs and hurt your thing. So what you need to do is find a better kind of rhythm to get in, more of your natural rhythm to where you can walk longer or walk further without it being painful and whatnot. And sometimes you got to slow down. So that's what I did. I started slowing down. And I would speed up a little bit. I'd slow down a little bit. I'd try to find that in-between stage where I can walk up and down, all over, up hills, down hills, all of that stuff, where it would be much easier. And of course, the more you keep your feet underneath where your actual body is, as opposed to stepping way out and stepping on the back of your heel, if you're stepping more on the bottom of your foot, where there's a pad right there on the back. That's that whole purpose of that little fat pad on the back of your foot, by the way, is to take those impacts, not the corner of that's your bone right there, everybody. You don't want to do that. You want to hit it on that underside. So that's what I've been practicing and been practicing walking. I know you think by 55 you know how to walk properly, but it's more about learning striding, right? Like learning how to stride and walk for a longer distance. And so I've slowed down, but in the long run, I go further, right? So that's what you want. You want to get those steps in. Usually about 7,000 is where the effectiveness kind of teeters off, but most people say between 7 and 10,000 per day. And I can tell you, there's a lot of years that I was not getting that. I would just work, and then I would be exhausted, and then I would, sit around and eat, and then I'd go to sleep, and then get up and do the same thing. But I've been working on it over the last 10 years on my health, just a little bit at a time, and now I could do that. And I was actually as shocked as anybody, everybody. I just decided one day, because I was doing half miles, and I was doing miles and 2 miles, and that was pretty tough to do that. And then I thought, man, I'm going to see how far can I walk? If I really wanted to walk for a long distance, how far can I walk? And I did 4.5 miles. And I went, holy mackerel, I could actually really walk. I could really walk a long ways again. Because to me, everybody, I live with a constant dizziness. So it's dangerous for me to walk. It's dangerous for me to go up and down stairs. It's dangerous for me to do a lot of things because I can fall and I can injure myself. And when you're older, it takes you way longer to recover. And that's really my biggest fear, is to fall and then be, permanently even worse disabilities than I have now, where I can't walk, I can't move, I can't get around. So I have to gauge what I'm doing in between those two things. So I have to, try to be stronger and try to walk further and be healthier. But then also I don't want to get injured. So if I get injured, then it just ruined all of the progress that I just did, right? So you got to find that good balance. And that's what I've been doing. So I've been doing it very slowly over a long period of time. And when you do anything slowly over a long period of time, believe me, it does add up if you're consistent at it over a long period of time. Like when I take a break, I'm walking up and down my hallway just so my blood circulation is good, because sometimes I sit too long. My feet start to turn black. My legs start to turn black just from sitting for 16, 18, 20 hours a day. So that's not good. So you want to get up, you want to move, you want to just walk around, and it doesn't take that long. By 5-10 minutes, 3 times a week, GG's, you win. That's it. Just do that consistently for a long period of time, and bam, you're good. Of course, watch your diet too. I mean, you hear the same thing over and over. I can tell you all the same things you heard 1,000 times. But there is the knowing, and then the whole separate thing, which is the doing. The doing is the tough part. So I've been walking and working on my walking and trying to get my stamina up on walking. And then I've been also, I have a workout regimen that I do. I was doing it Monday, Wednesday, and then Saturday. And now I'm doing it Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And then all the rest of the days I'm walking. And then I take days off, like on Friday and on Monday, where I don't walk. I just, I don't walk. I don't work out on those days. And Sunday or whatever the other day was, I said that I don't do it. I don't work out on those days, because those days you need recovery time. You need recovery time for your muscles to get stronger, because that's what you're doing when you're working out or when you're walking or when you're exercising or whatever. You're telling your body, hey, you need to be stronger, or you're up here or back here or over here or your lower back or whatever it is, everybody. This needs to be stronger. Take some time and make that stronger. So your body's going to know, because that's why you were exercising in the first place. You're telling your body, hey, I need this shoulder to be stronger, because I pulled my shoulder by really badly. Really badly. It took me a year to get it where I could lift it up above my head again. I could only lift it to here. That's a pretty scary thing, to know that your body can be have those kind of issues. I'm sure a lot of people understand. I'm sure a lot of you out there know what I'm talking about. So that's what it is. So it needs recovery time, though. So if you work out every single day, especially when you're starting off, that's not the greatest thing for you. I mean, you can say, oh, I'm going to go in the gym every single day. I'm going to work out, 2, 3, 5, 6 hours a day. And you will have some serious gains if you do that every day, but most people, they won't. The average Joe, you can tell them that all day long. They're not going to want to do that, because they got other things to do in their life, everybody. And again, the thing to make it is to make it into a habit, and then make it into a thing that's not a big deal. Okay, 10 minutes of working out. Okay. let's do it. Oh, go for a walk, 15 minutes? Okay, walk, done. Okay, on to the next thing. That's the way I treat it. I treat it as, okay, something I got to get done today, something else in the checklist. And then I'm not always going, oh, well, I can't go work out because I can't go to the gym because whatever reason, my kids and wife have the car. And I'm like, well, I can't go to the gym. I guess I can't work out today. Sure you can. You can work out in your house. There's a floor there. There's a, you can stand up and down. You can sit on a chair and just stand up. That'll work your legs. You can sit there. You can do push-ups. You can do sit-ups. You could do, curls. You could do yoga. You could do Pilates. There's 1,000 things you could do. But the thing is, you don't want to do it. That's why you're not doing it. That's why I didn't do it, because I didn't want to do it. And that didn't turn out so well. That didn't turn out so well because over the years, I would gain, 5 pounds a year over so many years, say it's 10 pounds a year. 10 pounds a year over 10 years, that's 100 pounds, everybody. Again, that's what I gained. I gained 100 pounds. And it wasn't because I was eating so much food. Now, I was eating sometimes large foods like 4x4, 4 patties from In-N-Out Burger. That definitely added to it way back in the day. But even when I wasn't eating like that and I was just eating stuff, the type of food I was eating was not good food. It was just junk food. It was fast food. It was all that stuff because we didn't know that stuff was bad for you, everybody. We didn't know. They promoted it like, oh, this is the next greatest thing. This is what you should eat. This is the best thing for you. And then years later, they said, oh, wait, no, never mind. That stuff's really bad for you. Oh, thanks. Thanks, decade or two later. Thanks for letting me know, bro. Because that's the way that stuff goes. And again, I never learned about food and how to manage food and never learned how to cook food or any of that stuff. I never learned any of that stuff. I didn't care about it. See, I could have learned it on my own, everybody, but I just don't care about cooking. It's just not my thing. And some people love to cook. It's like their special thing that they love to do. More power to you if that's your thing. It's just not for me. It's not my thing. So I don't like to go and cook and spend all that time, 2-3 hours cooking a meal that you're going to eat in like 3 minutes. Me, I'm a microwave guy. Put it in the microwave, beep, 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 ding, okay, done. All right, now I can go on to the next thing because eating is a to-do list to me. Oh, I got to eat so I don't die today. Okay, check that off, on to the next thing. For some people, it's like a whole experience, right? It's like, oh, I'm going to, prepare the meal and I'm going to have all this stuff and I'm going to make all these special things and, put the little garnishes on it and put the little celery and or the parsley on the side and, that whole thing. And again, if that's your thing, don't let anybody tell you anything about it. You do what you love to do. See, that's the great thing about people. You can have different passions in life and different things, and no one is right or wrong. It's just, what they like to do. It's their individual choice to choose whether they like that thing or not. Right? I don't take away people's choices, and I don't like it when people take away my choices and tell me you should be doing this, and this is what you should be doing, and you should like cooking. That's the thing. I really like cooking, so you have to like cooking. No, you don't have to do a damn thing. You don't have to do a damn thing that you don't want to do, everybody. If you don't like cooking, then find a way to do it without you cooking. Get some pre-done meals, right? Some factor meals. Those are really awesome. They're all really healthy meals that you can get. You get it going. This is not sponsored, though they have sponsored my stream in the past. That's why they're so awesome. Or HelloFresh or something like that. It costs, probably less than if you went to go to McDonald's right now. I'm telling you, it's $24 for one person at McDonald's. You go in there, it's stunning to me, everybody. In 5 years, it went from $5 or $3 or $6 to $25 in 5 years. Imagine another 5 years. It'll be $97 to go get yourself a Big Mac. I don't understand. They don't see that. They don't see what the repercussions of this is in the long run, everybody. If a meal is 4 times the cost today, that means that the price of the amount of earnings has to be 4 times the earnings, which it's not. And so people are going to starve. People are going to have trouble surviving. And then everyone just goes further into debt and further issues. And people default on their loans and their credit cards and stuff like that. It just creates this whole, from that one thing, which is your basic survival, food, water, and shelter. If you make that super expensive, then everything else after it becomes a problem. It's just a snowball effect of everything else. So, I don't know. I think it's a stupid thing to do. I think that these companies should be working together to drive the prices back down again so that the survival stuff, the basic stuff, is there for everyone to be able to survive and have, a reasonable grocery bill, a reasonable ability to have water and food and then shelter, of course. And prices of houses have been astronomical. It can't go on forever because not everybody's a millionaire, everybody. Not everybody's a millionaire and then go buy these, $2, $3, $4, $5 million houses, which used to be, $50,000 or $100,000 or $200,000 just 20 years ago. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. I don't know what's up with these people. Yeah, it's total greed. And again, they know they can crank the prices up, but they don't see the repercussions of it. It's like a wave that starts, everybody. So you start this wave of high prices, and then eventually that wave goes and it crushes all the little people. It's really dumb, and it's a very short-sighted thing. And it's about greed. It's about people putting money in their pocket. They're like, oh, well, we can charge a lot more. Okay, boom. Pandemic. Okay, let's go ahead and charge everybody more. And even if it doesn't cost them more, they can charge more. And if they can charge more, they will charge more. They could charge you $57 for a bottle of water. They'll charge you $57 because they don't care about you. That's the really important part to remember, everybody. These companies, they don't care about you. The people at the top are making profits so they can take that money, put it in their pocket, and buy themselves some more boats and fancy cars and all this other crap that they buy. The great thing is, everybody, just to have solace in the fact that they're going to die too. They're going to die just like the rest of us, everybody, and their billions of dollars will have been for naught because they're all going to die, and all their money, they can't spend it anymore. They're going to be dead. So there you go. So have solace in that, everybody. All of these companies and these people who spend all their time being greedy and horrible people will all die one day too. That's the great thing. See, you always have that in your back pocket. You're like, I don't care how rich you are, or what a big jerk you are, or how terrible you are to other people. Guess what? You're going to die just like the rest of us. Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah, see, what they do is they raise the prices and they pay themselves more. Yeah, the CEOs do. Yeah, all the top people in the company. This has been happening forever, everybody. This is the way companies are. This is the way they run those companies. And because they're not thinking about the average person. People don't very rarely think about other people anymore. They're always thinking of themselves. And that's how they justify, well, hey, I need another luxury yacht. Oh, okay, well, let's raise the prices by 10% on everybody, even though they can't afford what it is now. Yeah, this is where you got to learn about life, everybody. They don't care about you. They really don't. They really don't care about you. And the only power you have is to not buy their products. That's it. That's the power you have. You say, oh, yeah, okay, you're going to raise your prices by 30%. Guess what? I'm not going to buy it. You're going to make games $90 to $100. Not going to buy it. You're going to make console systems twice as much as they were last generation. Not going to buy it. Right? That's how you tell them. You got the money. They want your money. If you don't give them your money, then you have the power. If you give them the money, then they have the power. That's how that works. Again, saving money is making money too, everybody. Save your money, spend it on smart stuff that you need. And don't support companies that are being scumbags like that. The problem is most of them are scumbags, and that's the problem. Most of them are like that. Not all of them, though. There are some people out there, and there are some companies. There's always exceptions to everything. That are decent companies that are out there trying to make games because they love playing games, right? And they want to make a great game. They're out there, speaking of, a lot of them are scrolling by right now. And so on. They want to make a great game. The developers want to make a great game. It's the publishers and all the people, the corporate a-holes, that want to put microtransactions in there. And they want to do all this other stupid stuff. Because guess what? They don't play games. You know what they do? They play spreadsheets. That's what they play. They play the spreadsheet. How can I make myself more money? That's what they're playing. That's their game. That's their IRL game. And they don't realize they're going to die just like the rest of us. Yes, they are. It doesn't matter. You can look at all these billionaires who died because, guess what? That money didn't save them. You can waste away your whole life doing that, being a horrible person, or you can bring a little joy and positivity in the world. That's what I like to do. I like to bring a little love here in the channel, show all you guys some love. Appreciate you coming in, hanging out. Speaking of showing some love, let's say hello to all the awesome people in the channel right now. We got Dragon Wolf in there. What's up, Dragon Wolf? Thanks for coming in, showing that love. Also, thanks for that Twitch Turbo. Showing some love to all streamers here on Twitch. I appreciate that. We got Wish showing some love as well. We got Tellus coming in. What's up? What's up? Big love train there. Rotisserie G coming in. Oh, she's already getting ready with the fun detected thing there. Tab coming in, showing some love. We got Wish with the 1. We got Tab. We got Hair Luna. Let me know everything is working. I love when the train goes by every time. It's very cool. Thanks for those 1s. There's 1,000 Kids Caps for letting me know everything's working. And we crushed the retweets as well. Look at you go. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps for crushing those retweets. Nice job. We got Wombat in there. What's up, Wombat? Ah, somebody's on fire. Ah, everything's fine. Yes, the greedy cranking up the prices. And what the government should be doing is breaking down on them, saying, look, you can't raise the prices. You've now priced out a lot of people out of the ability to get the basic food that they need to survive. It's crazy, everybody. It's crazy insane that in 5 years, it is 4 to 10 times more expensive than it was 5 years ago. That is insane kind of inflation. That is nuts. And again, as someone with 3 daughters and a wife, I can tell you these bills are not getting any smaller. They're only going up and up and up and up and up. And again, the average Joe, and I worry about those bills every single day, everybody. I'm over there working my money magic. I'm a money magician, everybody. I'm telling you, I can stretch $1. I can stretch it for a mile. I was like, okay, we got to put this penny over here and that penny over here and this penny there. Luckily, I took accounting by accident, by the way, in high school. They put me in accounting, and I was in there for half. I wanted to go into airbrushing and silk screening, which is like making T-shirts and stuff like that. This is typically called silk screening on a T-shirt. So I wanted to go into that, but that class was full, and then he said, "Oh, well, we'll put you in accounting. You'd be good in accounting." I was like, "I don't want to be an accountant. That's not what I want to do. I'll be a graphic designer." And so I had to learn T-shirting and airbrushing and all that stuff because that's part of graphic design. So I went in there for like a half a semester, and I actually learned a lot of stuff. I mean, that teacher was awesome. I give him big credit for people who want to be accountant. They were with a great guy, and that guy was an actual accountant. See, the people who do stuff and they teach is much better than just people who teach the stuff, if you know what I mean. Some people teach stuff and they can't do it. That's the thing. I always prefer to be the person who is the person who could do the thing, and then you learn from that person. The person you know was successful at that job or at that thing, right? If they're a successful graphic designer like me, those are the people you want to learn from. The people who are just teachers of graphic design but have never done graphic design or never been in the business or are not trying to at least get into the business, then they don't have any experience. They don't have any background. They haven't seen the real graphic design. But there's what you learn in school. There's like the theory of the thing, and then there is the doing of the thing, which is very, very different because each place has a different way of doing their thing, right? The way you do production and graphic design is different, sometimes vastly different in the way that you do production. You're doing your pre-production, you're bringing it in, you're figuring out what your design is, you're designing it, you're putting it in for approval, you're doing proofs of, or basically printouts, if you don't know what proofs are. Proofs are basically, here, this is what it's going to be. And then they go, oh, wait a minute, we want to change this. We want to make these colors darker or lighter. We want to move this over here, do this, right? So it's basically corrections. And then you take that proof back, you make all those corrections, you print it out again, you go, here again, Mr. Client, what do you think about that? Isn't that awesome? Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Here, let me sign off on that. Okay, print 1,000,000 of those. Okay, we're on it. And then that's it. You go on to the next thing, right? Hey, I got this video game. It's a railroad game right there. I want to put a railroad thing in the front. I want to say Railroad Tycoon at the top. Okay, let's do that. Okay, what about this? Is this good? Okay, we like that. Okay, print 1,000,000 of those. That's what we did, right, back in the day. Now everything is all computerized, and I pioneered all of that, everybody. Nobody even knew what graphic design on a computer was like. It was very antiquated way back in the day, everybody. Very, very antiquated. And of course, I was leading that transition from doing it traditionally, because you did it all by hand, everybody. You'd have like your text, and it'd be on a piece of film, and you'd put your film down, and then you take your photo, and you cut out a little window, and you put your photo on there, and you compose it all with film. And then you take that film, contact that film together, you make final film, you take your final film, you take it to the press then burns it with a UV light onto a plate. It's like a big stamp. and then they stamp that sucker right onto the paper. That's how it works. There you go. Now you know the whole process of graphic design. Somebody designs it, you print it out, you put it on a thing. Now they have it where it goes direct to plate now, by the way. It'll actually image it right on the plate, which is pretty cool. Very, very cool. And basically, that's what a press is. It's a giant stamping machine. It stamps in there. Now, of course, they figured out instead of just black and white stamping, right? Just like the original Gutenberg press, by the way, everybody, where they put all the type in there and then they would press it down and they press it down, which is really cool. They also made it where if you stamp it in cyan and then magenta, yellow, and black, guess what? It looks like it's in color now. Yeah, that's how all this works, everybody. This is what's known as CMYK. And so all of these are broke up into those 4 colors, into 4 separate pieces of film, 4 separate plates, which is like 4 separate stamps, and they stamp it in those different colors. You always finish with black. The reason why you finish with the black color is it's called a covering color. So it'll cover up any of the other edges or do a thing called trapping, where if you have 2 colors that are next to each other, and because the paper moves while it's going through the press, if it separates, it'll cause a line in between. So you want to have a little bit of overlap. And that's why you put the black down first, because the black will cover all of that. And so if it does move, you won't see it as much. So there you go. There you go. And I go on with graphic design for 50 hours, everybody. And I have a bunch of things on getting started in graphic design, getting started in 3D and all that stuff. You can find that on my YouTube channel, everybody. You can just search Kismet BP graphic design, and you can find my tutorials on getting you started on it. And it's not that hard. Once you get the basics down, you learn a bit about colors, you learn about paper, you learn about white space and offsets and things of that nature, primary, secondary, tertiary colors, all of that, how to mix your colors together and how to set layouts and make the layouts feel good, right? You want to, not only do you want to have the technical knowledge, the rules of graphic design, basically, but you also, one of the things that I always did was, how does it feel to you? What is the feeling of it, right? What kind of feel does it get off? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it crazy? Is it wild? Is it boring? Is it whatever, right? And sometimes you make boring graphic design. Why? Because you're doing it for whatever corporate reason you're doing. And then sometimes you do cool graphic design like this, which grabs people's attention, right? People walking in the vault. You got the logo up at the top. You got the guy with the thumbs up. You know what that's about, right? Okay, hey, we're doing a vault game, right? You know what that's about. Right here, what are you doing? Well, you're getting this power armor, looks like, and you're going to wander around the wasteland. Easy. And so on. That's how graphic design works, everybody. It's basically combining symbols. You're combining various different symbols to give off the effect. Look, 7 Days to Die. You know what it's about. 2 seconds looking at it, right? You zombie. This is you. This is the zombies. You're in trouble. Build yourself a cool Kismet kill box and survive. Right? That's what you do in graphic design. You're conveying a message so people understand it right away. And again, if they've never played the game before, what's this all about? Oh, well, it's a campfire. We're in the forest. Okay, a bunch of people working together to do something, maybe to survive. And you want to give them enough of an idea, kind of like a trailer for TV or movies, but not give away the whole thing so that they have stuff to discover when you're in there. But you see, by everything that you're looking at here, it gives you a sense of the game. And there's a graphic designer out there that said, okay, well, what's this game about? What is it? What kind of symbols do we need to represent this particular thing? What kind of thing? The thing that most designers spend the most time on is fonts, everybody. The way these give off a feeling. Like you can see this is more of a sans serif font, a very square font, which feels like airport. Rogue Heroes is a different type of font, right? This is called display font. And this type of font is more action-oriented. It's more like, oh, wow, what's going on? Factorio. Well, look at that. That's an incredibly great game, by the way. I played every single one of these games on stream, by the way. This goes for 5 minutes in real time. That's how many games I've played here on stream, and thousands more. Again, I haven't updated this since all the other games we played. But again, this is what graphic design's about, is conveying a message very easily through graphics and through text. And very, very cool. Just one wafer thin mint. Yeah, a little, what is that? Monty Python. Yeah, they're charging more. They are absolutely charging more. For no reason, too. For no reason. Oh, well. Now, see, the thing is, if they didn't charge more for groceries, they wouldn't have to raise people's pay. See? They're kind of shooting themselves in the foot, if you think about it. Right? And then, of course, you got a whole generation of people who don't want to work either. So now you really got some problems. In my day, you went to work. That's what you did, right? You got up. You went to work because you wanted to eat that day. You got up, you worked, and again, if you find a passion that you love to do, even better. It's terrible working with what I call time clock zombies. Everybody, they come in, they punch. Oh, they punch the time clock. They do the bare minimum at work, punch it out. That's their job, everybody. They're just doing it to just make money. They have a bunch of that's called apathy, everybody. You don't care. You don't care if the company does well. You don't care about your job or how well you do your job or whether you're progressing in your job or whether you got somewhere to go. What do they call that? Went out of my head. Like advancement in your job, promotions in your job. Like you have a path in which you can promote to a higher level and do better work or do higher level work in your job. A lot of people just have a job and they go and they make money and they come home and they do it again. It's a really rough thing to watch people be like that, everybody. I only do stuff I have a passion for. I can't live like that. Now I, like everybody, have to take a job just to survive. There's nothing wrong with that. I used to be a stock boy a long time ago, and I took it just so I could get a job to pay for my car. Because my dad was kind enough to give me $1,000 to put a down payment on a used car, and then he helped me get a loan. And then as out of respect, I paid every payment on time. Never missed a payment. And sometimes I'd have to go, oh man, I need a job. I need to go work here. I need to be a stock boy. So that's what I did. And I was a stock boy at several different computer stores too, everybody, because they recommended me to the other store and this store was closing down. So I went to that other store, because I had to make that car payment. I absolutely did. And so that's what I did. I went and worked it myself. And then I went to college and then I had to pay for that myself. So I was working 40 hours. I was also going to school for 12 units. And so that's a lot, everybody. That's a huge amount of work. And then also a huge amount of, units at the same time. So was doing both of those for a while. And that was a big burden. That was a lot of hard work, everybody. It really was. A lot of hard work, but that's what it takes. This is what it takes. You got to get out there and you got to do what you got to do. And based on that hard work is where I got a real job in graphic design and made a lot of money. I made a crazy amount of money. And then I went to another place. I made even more money. And then I had lots and lots of money. And then I spent all that money like a young, foolish, crazy person. Wasted away all my money I had, everybody, and all that great income that I had whittled away until, and again, I gave away a bunch of money. I was being frivolous with my money. I went in, I was, going to the river and I was renting Sea-Doos for everybody. Because, when you have money, you're trying to have a good time. You're trying to enjoy it. And if I had that money today, everybody, it'd be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, even millions of dollars, had I just taken that money and put it in the bank and let it double up its value every 7 years. Because the biggest way you can make money, if you're young, everybody, here's the biggest way you can make money. It's called compound interest. You take your money, you put it in a Roth IRA, and then guess what? Every 7 years, it's going to double. So say you put $1,000 in there, right? Well, in 7 years, it'll be worth $2,000. And then 7 more years, it'll be worth $4,000. Then 8, 16, 32, 64, $128,000 from $1,000. Yeah. And if I had to do it all over again, that's what I would do. I'd take every penny I ever earned, and I would have stuck it in that Roth IRA and then let it sit for my lifetime. And now, of course, you also got to live. You got to have a good time. Luckily, I did have a good time in my 20s and 30s. So, mostly in my 20s. And I did all of these crazy things. I went to 5-star hotels. I went sea-doing and boating and did all these crazy adventures in my 20s. And a little bit in my 30s. And then really a lot of the other time when I wasn't doing these crazy adventures, though, I was working all the time. I was just working. And then I just kept working. And then I'm still at it. I'm working away at this stream. Trying to make this dream happen right here, everybody. This is Vault Van Life right here. Trying to make that one last dream. I got the one last one, everybody. I got no other dreams. No other, like, hey, in 10 years I'm going to be this, or 5 years I'm going to have that, or houses or cars or any of those other things. I got this one last thing. And that's it. That's all I need, and I'll be good. And I'm going to work on it until the day I die or until it happens. We'll see, whichever one comes first. And the same thing with my health, everybody. I'd like to, live a few years longer. I had basically given up on the fact that I was going to live much longer than my 40s because all of the doctors said, lay down and die. Basically, that's the vibe I was getting. They didn't say that specifically, but that's basically what they're saying. There's nothing we can do. You're going to be suffering for the rest of your life, and it's a constant suffering, everybody. To be sick all the time. It's really difficult. And you question whether you want to go on all the time. Do you want to go on suffering? And there's a lot of people who have it way worse than me, everybody. They have a lot of suffering. They have a lot of suffering going on. They have cancer. They're disabled. They might have hurt their back and now they're paraplegic, or just, they just from the waist down or from the neck down. They got a lot worse than me, everybody, but I can definitely empathize on what it's like to be sick every single day. And you can choose two options. You can lay down and die and say, woe is me. Oh, man, I got it so bad. Oh, look at me. Or you can get up every day and do as much as you can. I chose that second option. That's why I'm still here. Do as much as you can every single day. Just get up. And you don't have to, be climbing mountains and, jumping over buildings in a single bound. Not that kind of every day. You get out of the bed. Win number one. Just get as many wins as you can, right? Get as many wins, just like you do in game, everybody. Get as many wins as you can. You got out of bed. That's a win, because you didn't lay in bed all day. No, you didn't. You got up. You started something going. You get up, maybe go for a little walk. 5 minutes. 5-minute walk. That's it. 3 minutes there, 3 minutes back. That's it. Walk around your house a little bit. Doesn't matter. Then you get to 10 minutes. Then you get to 15 minutes. Me, I've been walking 2.5 miles yesterday. I walked 2.5 miles in the morning, and I walked 2.5 miles in the evening. Now, I didn't just suddenly start doing that, everybody. It's taken me 10 years to get to that point, because I've been doing it very, very slowly because I have medical conditions. Now, if you don't have medical conditions, you really don't have an excuse. You really don't have an excuse. If you're not constantly dealing with medical conditions every day, everybody, you can give yourself an excuse, but I can tell you, I've given myself those excuses before I was ill. And I know what you're slinging. And it's the same thing I would say to myself if I go back and tell myself, you're full of crap. You could absolutely go for a 10-minute walk. You absolutely could. Especially if you're not ill. If you're ill, then it's way harder. It's way harder if, you have trouble walking, if you have trouble with your hips or your back or whatever. But the weird thing is I've found is the fact that, say you go work out at the gym and your legs are really stiff afterwards and they're starting to hurt. Actually, walking helps with that. This way they're not just getting firmed up. They're not cramping up. Just go for a little walk. It actually does help. I know. I've been trying it. It actually does work. And so it's weird because I think it'd be the opposite of how it would work. But that's how it works, because it keeps your muscles warmed up, and so you're not going to be in as much pain. And that is what I've been working on for a very long time, is trying to find that counter to where I can work out, but also counter the pain from it, and then counter that constant dizziness and issue that I have. And it's been working. So if it works, stick with it. That's what, if it doesn't work, try something else until it does work. And when it does work, stick with that. That's what you do. That's how it works. Just find something that works for you and work with that. And I'm the living proof, everybody. Again, I'm as shocked as anybody. I can walk 5 miles. And some people be like, 5 miles, that's nothing. I can walk that all day, every day. Yeah, well, try it when you're dizzy every day. Try it when you only feel like you only get 30 minutes of sleep every day for 10 years or 11 years now. Yeah, try it then. See how easy it is. Try it with your arms and your legs tied together. See how easy that is. There you go. There you go. Hey, Kismet, I'm recording a podcast about Fallout 76 right now. Would it be okay if I ask you a question in chat and record an answer for it? If not, totally cool. Sure, Mr. Hawks. What is your question of Fallout 76? I'll give it a shot. Go for it. I love me some Fallout 76. I haven't got back to it yet. I want to get back to the fishing. Obviously, you can see I love Fallout. I'm in my overseer's office. I got a cool overseer's office. Got a big screen behind me that rolls by with all the games I've played. Why should they play it in 2025? Ooh, that's a good question. Well, the first thing I always say about Fallout 76 is remember, it's not the team who was running it when it came out. The team that's running it now is like the A team. The team that was running it before was like the, you know what I mean? The team that's way down here. They're running it much better. If you like building, if you like doing settlements and things like that, definitely for people who like settlements. And probably the best thing I can say about Fallout 76 has nothing to do with Bethesda or the game itself, is Fallout 76 is the single greatest Fallout community ever. Hands down. Ever. That's ever been. They are incredibly awesome. You go in there, you play some 76, watch this. People come up to you and say, oh, here's some stem packs, here's a weapon, here's a thing to do. The community is what makes that game great. Now, they've also improved the game. The game has a lot of features that Fallout 4 does not have, including the ability to switch all your perks and whatnot from the perk cards, as well as the ability to go in and AoE loot. You can go in and also it highlights mobs when they're down, so you don't have to lose your loot in bushes, which is the problem I have in Fallout 4. It's like all of these nice features that they added in Fallout 76, including improved building, the way building works, the way that multiple pieces can be turned into other pieces. Great examples like when you're doing a wall, you can turn that wall into a door, or you can turn it into a window. From that one piece, you don't have to scroll all the way across, all the way back and forth like you do in Fallout 4. You have the one piece, and then you go up on that one piece, and that one piece can become multiple pieces. Really brilliant idea. Really brilliant. So I'd say the number one reason to play Fallout 76 is for the community. Absolutely. Because Fallout 76 is like Fallout 4 with friends. That's really what it is. Don't think of it as Fallout 5 or anything like that. Just think of it as a multiplayer version of Fallout 4. And it's really fun. I've enjoyed it. I've played, how many hours do I have in Fallout 76? A lot, by the way. A lot. I actually don't think it says on Steam, because I used to use the Bethesda launcher. So it'd be like 1,000 plus whatever I have. So I've played for 2,431 hours roughly in the game. I think it's like that, around 2,000 plus hours. Of Fallout 76, and I enjoyed playing it from day one. And I played it since day one. I played it for a whole long time, and then we got all distracted with other games as we do. But my favorite thing is going in there with my crew and us running around and getting into all sorts of mischief. That's really fun. But I think they should make more things centered around the community, centered around things to do together. Like the Scorched Beast Queen is super fun because when you start the Scorched Beast Queen, everybody comes running. Even random strangers you don't know. They all come running because they want to get that loot from that boss. So they should have done more of those things. The things that encourage people to battle together. And you have a bunch of events 3 times an hour, right? 20 minutes, 40 minutes, and at the top of the hour, you got those things always to do. You've always got those events. So they should be constantly rotating in events. They rotate events in and out. They rotate special events in and out. So you can do a lot of team stuff. They also have fishing in there now. Now, I'm not a big fan of fishing. I'm not a big person into fishing. But I know if it helps your character and progresses your character, like I did thousands of hours of fishing in Throne and Liberty. I did so much fishing in that game because it progresses my character and I can get stuff from it and, progress it overall. But that's why the community is always going to be my answer on Fallout 76. The Fallout community in general is one of the greatest communities of all time, as well as that's what made that game great. Everybody, not the people who made the game. Bethesda didn't make the game great. The people who play the game make it great. And that's the ultimate. That's the ultimate in any game, I think. When you are around people who love to play Fallout and who love to help other people, it really gives you, I think Fallout 76 gives you, the community of Fallout 76, gives you hope for humanity and overall. If you think about it, because when they come out of the vault, everybody, the whole point of Fallout 76, and they got this totally backwards, the whole point of Fallout 76 is that you would come out of Fallout 76 and then fight other players for the resources. And then nobody wanted to do that. Just like 1% of the whole entire community wanted to do that. What they wanted to do was work together and build shelters and help each other and put out free food and free water and help people by giving them stamp packs and all that stuff. That's what actually happened. That's what happened in that game. That's why it failed, because they made a game that no one wanted to play. They didn't want to play it that way. They wanted to play it where they worked together. And they rebuild the wasteland. That's what the whole mission is, right? In Fallout, your job is to rebuild the wasteland or go around kill everybody, because, you could be that person too if you want. Just let the world burn, you know what I mean? You could be that person if you want. But the thing about Fallout is, the greatest thing about it is there's gray choices. Most of the choices you make is from a certain point of view, right? Whether you think the Institute is the good people, or you think that the what are they called? Wow, it went out of my head. Railroad, there's Railroad, Minutemen, there we go. Minutemen are the best people to, take care of the wasteland. Is it the Khans in previous version, right? Do you think the Khans would be a great, overlord of everybody in the world? Or whatever it is, right? You go all the way back to Fallout 1, Shady Sands. Is that the best kind of hope for humanity? You know what I mean? And then, of course, like Megaton, where you go in there and you can do some stuff. I don't want to say what it is. I don't even tell the ends of any games, everybody, even if they've been out for 25 years. I don't like telling the ends of games. I don't like spoiling, because you might one day say, you know what, I'm going to fire up some Fallout 1. I'm going to go see what happens. And it's like it was shocked me so much is the reason why I love that game. Is it's kind of irreverent to all the other games, which are kind of mamby-pamby, games where it's like good versus evil, and the whole plot of the whole thing the second you load the thing up, right? It's very predictable in a lot of games. But in Fallout, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen, and that's what makes it great. It's kind of like Game of Thrones, everybody, the good part of Game of Thrones. You don't know what's going to happen. Any of those people could die at any moment. The same thing in Fallout. When you're going along, you don't know what's going to happen. It depends on your choices. You choose to kill this person, well, it affects this thing over here, and that thing over there, and this thing over there. You don't know what the repercussions are of your actions while you're playing it. And that's what makes it so great, is that it's more of a real life great choice. Because in life, you have a lot of great choices too. Do I do this thing or do I that thing? If this person is being mean to me, do I say, hey, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore? Or do you say, hey, stop doing that? Or, if they can't change it, you say, that's it. You're out of my life. You're out of there. I'm tired of it, right? Because people get tired of that crap. And the same thing in Fallout, everybody. You go in and you decide, okay, is it okay if this lady, I'm going to spoil a little bit of it. Hold on. Fallout 76 anyway. Is it okay if this lady is coming up with this test to find synths? And so she's testing it on regular people, unknown to them. So this is like Vault-Tec does this quite often. That they'll do experiments in the vaults, but they won't tell the people that they're part of the experiment. So they'll just do it without their permission. Which is scary, kind of like AI, where they just went and stole the world's knowledge without their permission. But the genie's out of the bottle, everybody. Cat's out of the bag. You can't put it back in the bag anymore. That's it. It's out now. There's nobody who can stop it. So it's like a snowball rolling downhill, everybody. I mean, woof, it'll become a big thing soon. But I won't be around for it, everybody. I only got a limited time left, and I want to use that limited time to do what I love to do. So that's what I would say. The reason to play is 100% the community. That's why you play. And I enjoy 76. You have to enjoy running around with other people. You got to enjoy going around and building settlements and things like that, which is my favorite part of Fallout 4 and of Fallout 76. It's really the team play. But if you want to just go around and be a jerk and kill people and PvP and do all of that stuff, I'm not into that. I like PvP. I like PvP when I'm in a PvP zone. Not when I'm going and collecting flowers and someone comes up behind me and just kills me because, I'm level 3 and they're level 50. That's called ganking, everybody. That's called being an a-hole. If you didn't know, if you're going around killing low-level players, you're an a-hole. That's what you are, because you're too weak to fight the people who are of your same level. Now, if you are fighting the people of your same level who have the same experience and have the same skill, then you're a PvPer. Those are the true PvPers. The people who will see someone else, same level, about the same thing, you're in the same zone, you're trying to build up your character, you see each other, let's go, boom, and then you're fighting, and whoever has the best skill wins it. And even if you lose, you go, GG, that was a good fight, and then you're out. You don't get all mad because you died, and you don't get all, like banging your keyboard like a little baby, and doing all of that crap. That's just people who have emotional problems. They can't control their emotions. True PvP is when people of equal skill fight each other for whatever prize you're trying to get. Great example, Huttball in Star Wars The Old Republic. Really fantastic game. And it was pretty balanced because, you know, you have people of different classes fighting together, and it's basically like football. You get the football, you run it to the end zone. That's basically it. But in this case, it was like a glowy ball that you got, and you could throw it to somebody else. They could then take it. So you come up with different strategies, different, you know, just like you would in football. You know, you got your linemen, you got your, you know, wide receivers, and so on and so forth. I won't get too deep into football for those who are not into sports. I'm not that into it either, everybody. Just so you know, I don't need to know all the players' names. I don't really play that many sports games. I like baseball. Baseball's my thing. I like watching the World Series, and then I like watching the commercials of the thing for football. Super Bowl. There we go. Of the Super Bowl. I have sleep apnea, everybody. So my ability to recall stuff is not as good as it used to be, and it will never be better. It'll always be like this, where I struggle to get those things out of my head. Even though I know what the Super Bowl is, I've seen it a bazillion times. But I like watching the commercials of the Super Bowl because I'm a graphic designer. So I like to see what they come up with. So, brother, thank you so much. We were the first 76 stream I found. I was the first 76 stream found years ago, and you reignited my love for the game. Well, awesome, Mr. Hawks. Yeah, it is a great game. If you like to play in the way that it is. And I think they did a great job understanding that the community did not want to fight each other when they came out of the vault. They really did want to rebuild the wasteland. And if they had made a game that did that, they would have been way more successful. And if it didn't have so many bugs and kind of rushed and, you know, when it came out. I didn't have any problems, everybody. See, the thing is, you know, I didn't have any issues when I played the game when it first came out. Actually, it was more stable when it came out, for me anyway, than it was for other people. But people on different systems, people on older systems, older graphics cards and things like that, they started having lots of issues. So that just tells you that their quality control was really low. And that they had these other people doing it, probably like the Z team instead of the A team, because the A team is working on Starfield, and the A team is working on Elder Scrolls, and they're working on the big franchises. And Fallout, this was kind of like a Fallout in between the Fallouts, right? They said, oh, well, we'll make a Fallout and we'll have it in between the other Fallouts. And if you think about it, everybody, you know, most people don't consider Fallout 76 a true Fallout. They consider it like a DLC to Fallout 4. And so we haven't had a real Fallout sequel like Fallout 4 to Fallout 5 in forever, in 10 plus years. I can't even, it's 20 years now, right? How many years since 2015? 10 years. No, 10 years. Yeah, 10 years, because that's when I started playing Fallout 4 here on the stream. That's right. All I have to do is, how many years have I been streaming? That's how many years Fallout 4 has been out. So in 10 years, we haven't had like a real Fallout. That's what a lot of people consider it. But if you want to get your Fallout fix, Fallout 76 is your jam, bro. Go get it going on. Go get it going on. And the cool thing that happened, everybody, is the magic of Fallout TV show. That TV show was on point, man. If I tried to do better myself, I don't think I could. They absolutely nailed it. Just the perfect adaptation of Fallout. It took so long, but it was worth the wait because that is awesome. If you've not seen it, everybody, and you're a Fallout fan, or even if you're not a Fallout fan, you don't have to be a Fallout fan to enjoy it, by the way. Go check it out, Fallout TV show. The next season's coming out next year as well. I plan to watch the whole thing again because I watched it on day one. Everybody, when it dropped, I watched the whole thing. I binge watched the whole thing. Watched the whole thing so no one would spoil it for me. So I, watched the whole thing. And then when the next one comes out, I'm going to watch the whole thing again, the first season, and then I'm going to watch the second season so no one can spoil that for me either. So there we go. Yes. Yeah, and they added NPCs. Now, that is actually how they had it set up, that they... because you got to think a lot of that content they came out with, everybody, that stuff takes time to make. They didn't just make it overnight. So they were going to have it where you came out and there's no one else. And so then you start fighting over different locations in the thing and whatnot. And you try to take that over and you're doing PvP or you can do PvE. I think what they should have done, and it would have been the smarter of the two things, is have two modes. You have the full-on adventure mode and you full-on PvP. Because if you half measure both of those, then you pissed off both communities. Both communities are pissed off, which is not good. You have PvEers and your PvPers, right? And if you combine them, which was, it was a try. They gave it a try. So, at least they tried something new. Everybody else just tries to rehash the same stuff over and over again. Like they rehash songs. They just sing the same songs from like the 80s and 90s over again. My daughter was just telling me today, hey, have you ever heard this song? Betty Davis Eyes. Yeah, that was from the 80s and 90s. That was from a long time ago. They're just doing the same song again. And they're like, no way. It's like, yeah, that's what that song is, an old song. I just talked to her about that earlier. And the same thing with IPs. They just do the same thing over and over and over again. Because, they were successful the first time. Same thing with movies and whatnot. So you got to give them credit for having the guts to go for it, everybody. And the same thing with Starfield. I give them credit for going for it. I don't give so much credit when the quest didn't work and I couldn't finish my playthrough. And, when I finished it, I didn't have a lot of achievements because all the quests were broke and whatnot. That sucked. But I enjoyed the shipbuilding. Whoever did the shipbuilding should have did the rest of the game. That is for sure. And they should have had a more modern engine. They should have made Starfield in Unreal. They should have, instead of just redoing or making a version 2 of the engine, they should have just leaped forward, everybody. They should have leaped forward by about 20 years and used the Unreal Engine. That was foolish. That was foolish to do. And if they come out with Elder Scrolls and it's in the same engine again, I think it's a foolish thing. Now, Elder Scrolls is huge, everybody, because of Skyrim and other games along that, Oblivion and whatnot. That's a huge franchise. So that's why they're doing Elder Scrolls, because Elder Scrolls is the thing that makes them the most money, because they can just keep selling Skyrim over and over and over again. But also give them credit for Indiana Jones. Really great game. You should try it out. You can say some crutches and then knock people in the legs so it breaks their legs, and then they need the crutches. You can hand them the crutches afterwards. Which I really fun. That's really fun. So they did a great job on that game, and I give credit where credit's due. And I will tell you if a game sucks, everybody. Star Citizen, I paid for that 20 years ago. We'll see if that ever comes out. They make more money if it doesn't come out than if it does, everybody, because people just keep giving them money over and over and over again. $1 billion. $1 billion have gone to that game. The most expensive game of all time. Crazy amount of things. I think it's $1 billion or 750 million or something crazy. Let's go see. I haven't looked in forever. How much has Star Citizen raised? It has raised 800 million. It might as well be $1 billion. Yeah, 800 million for a video game, everybody. And still hasn't come out. When did it start? Now, I say, make it great. But I don't know. That's a long time to... it's a long time to be in development. That was a massively long time. Let's see. It was... What was it? 2017? Yeah, 2017 that it was released. Let's see. So how many years has that been? That doesn't seem right. I think it was earlier than that. I think that's when they said it was released, but it was earlier than that, because I remember it was like earlier than that. 2012. Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah, it's been a long time, everybody. Again, that's how many years? 13 years? 13 years since the original Kickstarter. And I learned about it just after the Kickstarter, too. And I went and created an organization, what they call it, or a guild over there. And I got all excited. We're going to go play some Star Citizen. Everybody, come on, we're going to get playing. We're going to play it when it comes out. 13 years later, everybody. Still hasn't come out. And they got the, timeline for the timeline. They got the thing for the thing for the thing. I don't know, everybody. It's a tragedy that that development has been so long. I think they're trying to go for the record. I think the longest one is Duke Nukem Forever. Let's look it up. What is the longest video game development of all time? Who's got the record right now? The Guinness World Record for the one of the game that's been the longest in development is 15 years. So I think Star Citizen is trying to take that record, trying to take the record from them. And they're getting close. Couple more years, and they'll have the longest development cycle of any game ever, and they already have the most expensive game of all time as well. They already have that Guinness World Record. Let's look it up, too. Let's see if it's actually in there. What is the most expensive game ever made? Let's see. It's got to be something like that, or Grand Theft Auto or something. Oh, it is. Oh, I called it. Oh, yeah, awesome. The most expensive game ever is Grand Theft Auto 6, with a reported budget of 1.2 billion, 1 to 2 billion, as well. And they'll make that money back, everybody. I can tell you, Grand Theft Auto is one of the greatest franchises of all time. I played the original, the first Grand Theft Auto, top-down scroller. It was so incredibly fun. And I played all of them, too, by the way. I played all of them over the years, including Grand Theft Auto 5, which I finished the main storyline. I didn't do it on stream because it, like, cusses every other 2 seconds, whatnot. You can have mods that take that out, but... you know, it's not quite an appropriate thing for my stream, I think. But you know, mine's a mature stream as well on a lot of games that we play, like Fallout and stuff like that. But you know, it's really, you know, drug dealing and all of that stuff. That's why some people are saying, "Hey, Kismet, go play that, you know, drug game." I forget what the name of it. What's the name of that drug game that took off? It's like a indie game. Schedule 1. Wow. Was in there, everybody. See, look, I can recall something. Yeah, Schedule 1, which looks like a really fun game. Totally my type of game, everybody, where you get the thing and you build up your production and you build up your thing and you're getting stronger and you're making more money and that kind of stuff. I love games that are like that are about the economics of the game, where you're trying to make all this money, but you're a drug dealer. And that I don't like. Very few games do I just say, nah, I'm not playing that. Anything to do with where you're a drug dealer and that's like your main focus or whatever, it's just not my thing. And it's okay if it's your thing. You go play. It's a fantasy, everybody. It's not like you're going to go become a drug dealer, though it kind of shows you how to be one. That's not good either. But you play whatever the hell you want to play. You play what you enjoy. I'm going to play what I enjoy. That's what's great about being a gamer, for sure. You ever played the Undead Legacy or Darkness Fall for 7 days, which is your favorite? Highly recommend both these. I have played one of those. What was it? Undead Legacy, I think it was. I don't think it was Darkness Falls. I don't know either. Now, by the way, you can also suggest that on my Discord. Man, we haven't got out the startup screen yet. Sometimes I get into talking mode, everybody. We've been talking for like an hour. Although, again, thanks everybody for hanging out through the Kids Talk session of this stream. Sometimes I get talking to chat. It's my favorite thing. You guys are my favorite thing. You absolutely are in the stream. More than playing any of all of these games. And I've played tens of thousands of hours across all the 50 years I've been playing. But you guys are always my favorite thing. There's some sort of magic that happens every single time. Every single time I stream, every single time I do this, it's like, this is what I'm supposed to do. And that's a hard thing to find in life, everybody. This is what I should be doing. Bringing a little joy and laughter and fun into people's day. That's what I should be doing. So that's what I am doing. And I'm putting a lot of effort into it. You can't suggest that on the Discord there, Jeff. Go ahead and follow that link, Discord link over there to game suggestions. You can suggest full games or mods or anything else that has to do with games anyway that you might want to see me play here on the stream. And what I do is I play mods only after I play the regular game to see how it plays, right? So, like right now, we're playing 7 Days to Die, and we're playing the default. Why are we playing it with no mods? We're playing with no mods so we can see the changes that have been made to the game. And we can play the game, not just go, oh, well, these changes suck, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, how many hours have you played? None. Right? No, we play it. We're going to play it through like you should play it, like the way they made their changes, and see how it plays. And if we don't like the way it plays, we'll go and give them feedback. Okay, the storms are too long. I don't like the biome progression. I don't like the biome caps. Now, remember, 7 Days to Die is very different than other games. A lot of other games, and I can tell you a lot of these games that are scrolling by are some of those games, where you can't just go in and say, you know what, I don't like this feature. I'm going to turn that off. That's very rare, everybody. So you got to give 7 Days to Die a credit for that. And the Fun Pimps a credit for that you can just go in and say, you know what, I don't like storms. Turn it off. I want the game to be a little easier. It's too hard for me. Okay, hold on. Let me make it 2-hour days instead of 1-hour days. Oh, okay, the zombies are 2 hours. I'm going to turn down. In fact, I don't want any zombies. Set the zombies to 0. Boom, no zombies. Just you wandering around the wasteland, building up stuff or trading or doing whatever you want to do with no zombies. Or whatever. Or you can make you can make it harder if you want to. You can say, you know what, I want the storms all the time. I want it to just be nothing but storming. You can turn that sucker up to 500%, and believe me, it'll be storming every 2 seconds. Whatever you want to do, you have the power and control over it, and that's what Fallout 76 should have been. It should have been where you had the control to make your world however you wanted it to be. And that's what I told them years ago. But sadly, they didn't go that route. They thought better, and they didn't. They made a big mistake in making it PvP and all of that stuff. But they tried it, and then they didn't give up on it. They didn't go the Google route, where Google's like, well, it's not going the way we want it to go. Okay, cancel it. They just give up. Instead of pivoting, instead of, trying to make it a better product or, trying to do something, with it, they just wasted all of that time and effort and said, we'll just throw it away because we've got billions of dollars because we don't care. Bye-bye, throw it away. Yeah, the same thing with like electric cars, everybody. We had the EV1 way back in the day. They took every one of those suckers and they crushed them. Every single one of them, except for a few of them that are in museums. But they took all of them, crushed them all. Why? Because they didn't have to do EVs anymore. Why do it if you don't have to do it? They just make gas cars. They did that. So basically, it just cut back the EVs by about 20 years. And then, people had to will it into existence. And now it's like a thing, right? You got hybrids, you got EVs, you got all that stuff. Because people willed it into existence. The engineers, the people who cared about it, and went out and do it. And it's not just Elon Musk, by the way. It's all the people who busted their butt to make it happen. All the engineers, all the everyday Joes, the people putting the bolts on there, the people putting the wheels on, the people doing the painting, the people making the robots that take over the jobs of the people who were doing the painting, all of those people. Every person who was there, the truck drivers, the guys who were out working the lawn, everybody had a small contribution to making that a reality that we live in today. Again, not just the people who get all the credit at the top. I'm talking about the everyday Joe who goes in, has their little badge, clocks in every day and says, today, we're going to do something. Let's go. Let's make something happen. Those people, those are the people I admire the most. There you go. Tab saying, me and some friends started playing 7 Days to Die. How do we keep from dying often in the early game? Any tips? Yes, food, water. Food, water, Tab. You got to get in there and get that food, water squared away. You got to get your dew collectors going, and you got to get some sort of food. You're collecting it. You're taking it from animals. You're finding like potatoes and corn and whatnot. You can find them in different farms and fields. You get that squared away. Why is that important? Because you need the stamina. So you need that food so your stamina is really high, so when the mobs attack you, you can fight them off. If you don't have stamina, you don't have life. Keep that in mind. And also duct tape, but that's for later. Right in the very beginning, it's all about food and water. All about food and water, finding a decent weapon, finding ammo, or even better, learning how to use your melee weapons. Using your melee weapons is the key, because when mobs come running at you, how are you going to fight them off? You got no bullets, right? You got a really nice gun. You can have a max level gun. You got no bullets for it. It's useless. You want to learn how to fight mobs. Most of the time, mob will run up to you and try to swing at you, right? So what happens when the mob comes up on you and tries to swing, right before they swing, you back up and they miss you. And then you move up and you wipe them out. Try it. Try it next time you're in the game. They'll come running up and just wait for that moment where you think they're about to swing, move back, whoop, they missed you. You get them. Just like in real life, everybody. Someone coming up, they got their dukes up, they're about to give you, boom, the punch or the uppercut, about to come at you like that. Move your head out the way, they miss you, and then boom, you knock them down, and you say, don't do that again. It's called dodging. So you can dodge backwards or just move backwards and anticipate their strike. And there you go. You're good. So learn that anticipation of the striking, get your food and water squared away, get some resources, do those quests early on. The bicycle is incredibly helpful. So try to do as many quests you can early on, but get your food and water squared away. You can find a lot of water in toilets and sinks and things like that, which you can take into the campfire. You're going to need the pot to turn it into water. Then you just find a bunch of food. If you have stuff you can sell stuff to the trader and then buy some food from those little vending machines in the trader. Get that squared away. Questing, get your bicycle. GG, you're good. Learn that kind of backing away technique. Also, let the zombies come to you. Don't you go to the zombies. When you're running into a place, don't just run in the front door and let them all swarm you. You go in the front door, you come back out, and then it pigeonholes them into that doorway. So now only so many of them can get you. And so you can fight them off a lot easier when they're not surrounding you. So if they surround you, which has happened to me multiple times, that's when you know you're about to die. Because you have no exit strategy, because you are a physical object and they're a physical object. So if a zombie's in front of you and you're trying to run, boom, you're going to just get stopped by that zombie because it's a physical object. But if you can jump over the zombies or you can run in between the zombies, then you have a higher chance of surviving as well. Remember that you don't have to kill every zombie as well. Sometimes the best thing to do is to advance in the opposite direction. Get on your motorcycle, get on your bike, get on whatever it is, run away from them. That's how you survive. Again, if it was really there, if you were really there and you saw 100 zombies coming at you and you got 5 bullets, time to get out of there, bro. Don't sit there and try to fight 100 zombies. That's dumb. You got to get out of there. You got to run for it. You got to know when to run and when to not to. So yeah, Grand Theft Auto is going to be the most expensive one. But right now, Star Citizen is the most expensive game ever developed with 800. Oh no, Genshin Impact also with 900 million. Yeah. And they just hit 800 million in Star Citizen. So yeah, Genshin Impact 900 million. So yeah, so Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be the most expensive game of all time. Then it's Genshin Impact, then it's Star Citizen, then it's Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, which is 700 million. And then Cyberpunk, which is 441 million, and then Grand Theft Auto 5 with the Steel for 265 million. See, the problem is not only did it make... See, this is the problem with making the basics so expensive, everybody. I mean, it's sometimes harder to be the smartest person in the room, which seems obvious to everybody else except for the people who are in charge of these things. If you make food, water, and shelter really, really expensive, it makes everything else expensive. It makes wages expensive. It makes everything else. People have to make a higher wage because they have to pay for their food. Thus, it costs the companies more. Thus, the companies have to spend more to make these games. It's just such a basic thing. Make food, water, shelter cheaper, then all the other things will cost less. Because you don't have to pay people 4 times the amount because it doesn't cost them 4 times the amount to survive. Again, everybody, sometimes, I mean, it's obvious to me, but duh. You know what I mean? And I'm sure it's obvious to all of you. Thanks for the tips, Kismet. You're welcome. I mean, it's obvious to you, but yeah, games that are like 800 million and $1 billion, everybody, I would think Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to make that money back. But I seriously doubt that any of these other games that are that expensive are going to make that money back. That just seems like a crazy ton of cash. What game? Oh, it's going to be Minecraft. I already know what it is. Has made the most money. Yep, I'm not the only one searching for it. Yes, Minecraft. Minecraft has made the most money because it's the #1 selling game of all time, even over Tetris, which is #2, by the way. I don't even need to look that up. I already know. Tetris used to be the #1 selling game of all time. So 300 million. So let's just take 300 million. 300 times, let's say it costs $15. Does it say it's on the low end? $4.5 billion. Yeah, I don't even know how much Minecraft costs. How much Minecraft cost right now? Let's go see on Steam over here. Minecraft. Minecraft's a great game. I mean, it was a stroke of genius. Where's this regular Minecraft? Oh, you got to get in the Microsoft store. That's right, I forgot. Where the heck is my Microsoft store? I gotta find it. Hold on. Inquiring minds want to know. Microsoft. Microsoft bought Minecraft. Because Microsoft's got all the money in the world, so they can buy whatever the hell they want. Minecraft. Oh, QuakeCon's coming up. Cool. I'm a big fan of that old school LAN gaming. Everybody, that's what they do for QuakeCon. They bring all the machines in there and they LAN game some Quake. Very cool. Minecraft. There we go. Minecraft. Just a regular version of Minecraft. How much is it? Well, it says I own it, so I can't see how much it costs. How much is it? You can get it on Game Pass too. No matter how I try to find it here, I'm just gonna look at it. How much does the basic Minecraft game cost? Oh, between $6.99 to $29.99. Yeah. Oh, on PC it's $29.99 when it's normal price. Okay, well let's just say, for crazy's sake, for just going nuts, they sold 300 million at 29, which I'm sure they didn't. So 300 times 29.99, $9 billion. So yeah, they made a little bit of money on that. made a couple bucks. You know how it goes. Made a couple bucks on that one. So go make the next great game, everybody. Go for it. All right, now that we had a look, that's not it. What the heck? Try this again. Whoop. There we go. Yes, right there. There we go. Basically, we got it going up. Flappy Bird is the cheapest game that made the most money? Really? Oh, let's go look. Flappy Bird. Wiki. Whoa. It was earning $50,000 a day. Wow. Oh, Nintendo started to try to sue him because it was like Mario. Oh, I didn't know that part. Because he has like the pipes. It does look like pipes that are going up there, but he's not really using it as pipes. He's using it as barriers to go by. Oh, and then he came out with it. He said he was going to come back out with it later. So he did come out with it, 2014. And then another company took it when the other person didn't want it anymore in 2024. Oh, so these other people stole it. Ah, that's scummy. That's scummy. I'm reading the wiki over here, but I have a little Flappy Bird wiki. So yeah, so what he did is he didn't bother to, say, hey, I'm not gonna redo the trademark on it or whatnot. And then these other companies snatched it up and then was really scummy with it and then acted like it was the original and then remade the game and whatnot. And then, see, that's the problem with people, everybody. I'm reading, man, this guy had a rough time, man. He's just trying to make a game, right? He's just trying to make a cool game. He's a programmer. He's learning how to program. He made a real popular game, and then everybody just wants to jump on there and say, "Oh, well, it got popular because he was using bots," or they always have some stupid conspiracy theory. It just can't be luck. It can't be luck that this guy lucked out. Somebody saw it. They really liked it. They then shared it with their friends, and their friends told other people, and so on and so forth. And gamers like us went and told each other. It couldn't just be that. It had to be this big conspiracy of how he did it and whatnot, and people got to blame him for all these things. The dude's just trying to make a game, bro. Ease off. Ease off the poor guy. Yeah. Oh, there's a Fallout Boys, Fallout Bird. Fallout Boys a band, by the way. Just trying to create a game and you have to deal with all the a-holes in the world. Yeah, because everyone's like, oh, it's like this game, it's like that game. Some people are like that. They will rip off other people's intellectual property, and sometimes it has nothing to do with that. Sometimes it's just some kid sitting in his basement programming, on his parents' computer, trying to learn how to be a programmer. So there you go. Yeah, I didn't know the whole backstory of that tab. I had no idea. I never played the game. I've seen what it looks like, and it does have those kind of Mario pipes to it and whatnot. And the guy's just trying to learn how to be a programmer. He probably was just did the thing. And the problem with being a 16 or 18 or 19-year-old, everybody, you don't know all that stuff. You don't know trademarks. You don't know all of that stuff. You're just trying to make a game. You're trying to learn how to play the game. You don't know you're going to get in trouble if you start taking stuff from different games. And that's why you don't take other people's stuff. That's why you don't take their stuff and say it's yours, everybody. That's why you don't do that. That's not good. So I don't know the real story of that, but I can tell you that seems like a rough journey, everybody, just because you wanted to make a video game. That you'd have to endure all of that scrutiny and all of that hatred and people treating you so badly. This is the problem with human beings, everybody. They just they bandwagon. They bandwagon. Someone says, oh, this person is a horrible person, and without even checking whether they are or not, they just bandwagon on there and they start blasting that person for no reason. They don't know anything about the real story of that. That's what I don't like about humans when humans do that. They bandwagon instead of like using this thing and saying, that doesn't sound right. Hold on, let me investigate that for myself. That's called critical thinking, everybody. Not everybody has it. And remember, everybody, if you have gotten a C in class, say high school or college or wherever, if you've got a C, that means that 50% of everyone else was dumber than you. That's right. If you're the one who got a C, everybody else, there's some people below you, and say 50% got higher, 50% got lower. If we're thinking in averages, probably not always going to be that way, but if we're thinking in averages, if you got a C, everybody below you, dumber than you. Everybody above you, smarter than you. So there you go. Just think of that when you're walking around. If you're having trouble being the smartest person in the room, like, hey, probably having an exposed electrical socket that's shooting sparks out, probably not a good thing. Probably want to turn the electricity off on that one. Something simple like that. Like I was trying to explain air pressure to my daughter, everybody. And she's really smart, everybody. She has like a 4.3 GPA and whatnot. She's way smarter than I'll ever be. But I was explaining air pressure, right? Here's a great example. So if you have central air and heating like we do, you turn the air conditioner on, right? So the air comes out of the vents and, you got this air coming in. How does the air get out? And you're like, well, Kismet, how come the air doesn't need to get out? Sure it does. Because if you pump air, it causes air pressure. And that air pressure will blow out your windows, everybody. It's like a bubble that would expand your walls and expand your windows, and your windows would blow out, and you would probably blow out your ears if that air pressure just built up and didn't have anywhere to go. It's got to go somewhere because it's pushing air into the room. So they have what's known as an air return. So the air return, you got your vents coming up with your air, and you have an air return. That air return then keeps the pressure so it doesn't blow out your windows. And so the air goes back into that air return and goes back to the air conditioner, which it cools that air, and it creates a circle of air flowing, right? So it takes the air, pushes the air in at the same time as pulling the air out. And if you open up the door and you leave the door open, which is why I was explaining it to her, if you leave the door open, that air, instead of going back through the air return, what it's going to do is it's going to go out the door. And what happens when air goes out the door, everybody? When air pressure pushes out the door. Well, the air that's on the outside tries to equalize the pressure, which pulls in the hot air from outside. And this is something I've tried to explain to my family forever, everybody. They leave like the front door open. They got the AC blasting at Tool thing. And this is actually something my dad told me many years ago, everybody. That if you have air conditioning running, it's just going to go right out the door because the air pressure is going to try to equalize itself many things. So again, if you run the air, and you know this, if you've driven in a car and you roll down the window, what happens? Well, the air is rushing in, and then the other air is being pushed out because it's trying to equalize the air. If you're in a hot car, right, your car is hot, you go out to your car and it's hot, here's what you do. Open up the door and then close the door. And you're like, well, Kismet, how's that going to help? Well, what you're doing when you're closing the door is you're forcing the air into the car, right, the outside air. And when you're forcing that air, you didn't know this is going to be science day, did you? And you're forcing that air into the car, guess what's happening to the air that's in the car? Well, that air is being forced out because you're forcing the other air into the car. So the hot air that's in your car actually can be forced out. So if you close the door a bunch of times, try it. You try it. Next time your car is really hot, open the door, close it a bunch of times, right, like this, and then see if it's cooler in the car, because it will be. Even easier, though, is to just roll down one window and roll down two windows. Have you ever rolled down your window just a little bit, and then it starts making like a weird noise, like a noise like that, right? And it kind of freaks you out. You know why that is? Because the air is trying to come in, but also trying to go out through the same window. And so it's pushing the air in, and it's having trouble getting the air out because it's got to equalize the air pressure, right? So that air, if you're pushing air in, you got to get air out. So that's why you roll down two windows. And this is something I'd explain to my wife. This is why you roll down two windows. So the air can come in one window and it can go out the other window, or it can come in both windows and go out both windows, depending on how it goes. So you're trying to equalize the air pressure in there. If you've never seen the hydrant fountain, is that what's called, hydrant fountain? It is an amazing thing about air pressure. Hydron fountain. Let me find it for you. Hydron fountain. Let me see if I can find some images of it. And there's a video on it. You can search it out, everybody. Not hydrogen fountain. It's a hydron fountain. This Greek philosopher and engineer came up with hydrons fountain. There we go. I'm gonna send you the wiki right over here. This will blow your mind, everybody. It's pretty amazing, actually. Hydron fountain, or hydrons. That's the guy's name. Not foundation. Stupid autocorrect. Found. Fountain. Oh my God. Fountain. There we go. So basically the deal with hydrogen's fountain is that it uses air pressure. So if you have a cup at the bottom and it has a little bit of water in it, right? And you have a cup at the top, right? What will happen at the top is that will start to push the water down into the one at the bottom. And then what it needs to do is, because you have air at the bottom, it needs to push that air out of the bottom because you have water coming in. It's got to equalize the pressure. And then what it will do is cause the water to be pushed up from the bottom into the top, because there's also air pushing it forward, and it will try to equalize the two, and basically you end up with a fountain of water. That's exactly what it's happening right there. Look. See, the pressure from down here, because this is filling up with water at the bottom, is pushing the water up into this one up here. And I've actually made this for my kids. When they were younger, I went in and figured out how to make it. I used 2 water bottles, and I had one water bottle higher than the other. Really fun experiment, everybody, with your kids. Put a little bit of water in this one, put a lot of water in this one, and then have it drain down into the one down below, and then watch as the water comes up and creates a fountain with no power. It takes no power whatsoever. It's all on air pressure. So that air pressure pushing down, and also gravity pushing down on that water at the top, causing it to go down, and creates a fountain. The one thing I think that would be really cool, though, is to have multiple of those with valves, because he didn't know about valves. And so you could turn certain valves on and off to keep that effect going and going and going. Now, of course, you also have evaporation, where the water would evaporate over time if you had it outside or whatever it is. But if you were trying to do it in space, it wouldn't work because there's no air pressure in space. Yeah, so it'd only work if you were on our planet, or a planet like ours, because of the air pressure. I know, pretty cool, right? You guys learned some things. Go make one of these and tell me how it works out, everybody. It's really fun, great thing to do with your kids, teach them about science and whatnot. One of my favorite things there. Now, again, maybe you guys go out, you take the hydrogen fountain, you figure out how to do perpetual power, and send Kismet, some gifted subs to the chat. Because you'd be the richest person in the world, by the way, if you could figure out how to take that hydrogen fountain and make it into perpetual power. You absolutely would. Because you could basically just sell them suckers and patent the design, and basically be the person who transforms the entire world. Because if you got to have an endless source of power that just runs on air pressure and water, that would be amazing. Now I'd go do it, but I'm too old. I'm too old. I don't have enough time, and probably not smart enough anyway, and don't have the capital. But maybe you are. Maybe you're the one who has the capital that could take that and use multiple of them working together in valves and whatnot. Maybe you got the technical or the expertise to do that. But I've done it in real life. I've made that thing, and it does work. It's pretty crazy that someone thought of that way back along. And again, that was way back in like Alexandria, but that was like a long time ago. You can look that up in there. He was called the hero of Alexandria way back in the 1st century, 1st or 2nd century. He's a mathematician, so pretty amazing. Yes. Pretty incredible that he thought of that, right? That you thought of that long ago, about how air pressure works. That's amazing. Again, there's so many things like that in life, everybody. We can learn all sorts of things. Like, all the basic science stuff. I don't know. Not a lot of people are into science, but like you can run a clock on a potato because of the way that it does electric currents. Yeah, that's like a basic science experiment. You can run a clock with a potato. You absolutely can. Go look it up. I don't make this stuff up, but I didn't think it up. It wasn't me. I didn't think the thing up. Somebody else did, who was way smarter than me. But I find that stuff fascinating, that stuff exists. And if you could take those kind of things like that and make it into something, if you could have your genius moment where you could suddenly use that hydrogen fountain to make a perpetual power, because what could you do? And again, I've thought about these things, everybody. When you're idle, when you're waiting for your kids or whatever you're doing, you're waiting at the doctor. What if you could make that thing go and it's hitting a little spinning thing, right? So that little spinning thing, so you make a hydrogen fountain, it's causing it to go down, and it's then making the thing spin. Now, most of the time, you have the law of losing energy, basically. I forget what it's called. But basically, you can't make more energy than what it takes to put into it, right? But if you had that air pressure and it was doing that and it was hitting a little wheel, it would be generating a little bit of electricity, wouldn't it? Because again, the fountain would be coming down, it'd be hitting the thing, it'd be turning the wheel. The turning the wheel would then generate some power. And then if you did that on a very large scale, imagine doing that with giant, 5-gallon drums or 50-gallon drums or whatnot, where you just have this hydron fountain going the whole time and it's hitting a little spinning thing that's causing it. That's what they do with rivers. When rivers are coming down, that's what they do with dams. When the water's flowing down, it's going through a bunch of hydro plants, and those hydro plants are spinning, causing electricity, which is why we have power plants in dams. This is what dams do, right? They generate power on the natural flow of water and so on. So again, you go out there and you figure out and how to make that into something, you let me know. Throw some gifted subs to peeps in the chat. Have you become the richest person in the world? Or even if you become the second richest person, throw them some gifted subs. I don't need much, everybody. I just try to inspire you to go do fun things. I love all that kind of stuff. I'm a big fan of those kind of science things. Now, I'm not genius enough to figure out all those things. Hopefully my kids will take that over and they'll be the ones who figure it out, or some of you. It's not my passion. Like, science is not my passion. I enjoy it. It's like when I watch like Star Wars or Star Trek, everybody. I enjoy it. I think it's awesome. I like the spectacle of it all, or the when it comes to Star Trek, the cerebral, where they kind of put in real life problems and how the solutions for those problems. But I don't know what happened on scene 37 of episode 15 or whatever. I'm not that into it. I have a limited enjoyment to the point in which I can enjoy other things too. I like a wide variety of things as opposed to just focusing on a single one thing. Like, I could just focus on Fallout and just be playing nothing but Fallout right now, though that I probably could do that. But I do love other games like Satisfactory. So we're going to get to it. We're going to play some Satisfactory here. Now, where do we leave off? All right, let's finally get into this tour now that we're an hour or so in. This is our turbo fuel. So what we've done is we've grabbed all the oil from over there, and we've got it running over here through a train, which is running underneath here. Normally I have it running on top, but we're going to see it right over here. So we got this train, big train running along there. Uh-oh, going for a swim. So we have a big train going along here, and you can see the train's actually not even full. I'm just using the back side of the train. There's more oil we're going to get later when we unlock that stuff. But you can see the train's coming in, and it's going to deliver this oil to the train station, and that's going to go up into the top part up here where it's being stored. It's also being stored in these. These are actual storage containers too. We got a nice hyper tube over here that'll take us up to that top part. Right over here. Boom. Okay, now up here we have brought those raw resources, and we're kind of double storing them. So you store them down there as they're coming in out of the train, but you want to get it out of the train station as quick as possible. The reason why is when the train's in the station, it causes the output and input to stop. So you want to have yourself a nice buffer that can hold that oil while it's going in and out of the train. Very important. And then you can see we've got a bunch of crude oil here, and that crude oil is then being fed down here into some plastic and rubber on that particular one. But these ones over here, you can see that they are being pumped down into these, and then these ones here are producing our fuel, right? Fuel, and then of course the byproduct of polymer resin, which we don't need right now, so I'm just running it into the awesome sink. Great way to get some tickets there as well. And so that fuel is then running into here and actually at a diminished amount, meaning I'm not using up more fuel than I'm actually producing. So I'm using less than maximum. So that keeps the pipes full. It keeps this full in case the power goes off or whatever. Very easy to start back up again. And then we can see that we've diverted it. Instead of it going here into the fuel generators, we have it actually going past the fuel generators, and it's going over here to these refineries. Now these refineries over here are producing the turbo fuel. Turbo fuel then gets merged together, and it gets run out to different sections of our fuel generators over here. And you can see we have different rows. We have the rows that are on this side and the rows that are over there on that side. And then this turbo fuel comes out. You can see it's all filled up there, and it runs here. It's also being packaged up so I can use it because I'm using turbo fuel for my jetpack. And so it's doing all of that. And actually the turbo fuel has filled up where we don't actually need the need to package the turbo fuel anymore. So I could add back more fuel generators to take up that slack, but I'm fine. I prefer to have it where it's running very smoothly than to have it run very close to the top, and then you have this problem of your stuff going on and off all the time. You can sync it to such a way where you can do it 100% efficiency. I feel like the time and effort that it takes to do that is not worth it, because your time is your most valuable asset, everybody. It absolutely is. It absolutely is, for sure. As well. Just thought of something. There we go. Remember, time is the most valuable thing that you spend. Absolutely. It's the thing you spend that you only have a finite amount of. It seems like you got forever, but you don't. Neither do I. Your time spending is vitally important. Make it rain, says Tab. All right, let's do it. 1,000 kiss caps for the chat. There you go. Dropping that love on you right there. We're at 5 retweets right now. We already gave out the retweets, but if you guys want to go over there and show some love, get the 10 retweets, we'll give you 10,000 more. All you got to do is follow that link right there in the chat. Hit that like button, hit that retweet button. I appreciate everybody who does. Keep this stream a-going. All right, and again, you can see we made different factories from different fuel into turbo fuel, and that allows us to expand our power. Now, before we had around 8,000 power or so. I can't remember the exact number, but about 8,000. And you can see now that we're producing 21,750, and we took out our coal power. So this is all from turbo fuel, right? So 21,750. Also, as a backup, I have about 5,000 battery power just in case. Now, I like to have enough battery power that coincides with the capacity that I have. So if I suddenly have to work on my power's not going to go off because I have enough power in your battery backups. But what we really need to do is we need to take this excess power that we have. And you're like, well, Kismet, how much excess power do you have? Well, if I had everything running right now, every single thing in my entire factory running at full capacity, it'd be about 11,000 power it would need. And I have 21,000. So that means I have 10,000 extra power even if I had everything running. So I could make almost everything that I've already made in the game again and still have about enough power for it, right? That's awesome. But right now you can see that my power consumption is super low. Why is my power consumption so low? Why is it like only 47, 48? Let's just call it 5,000. Why is it 5,000? Why do I have 4 times as much free power as I do power or it's 4 times as much total power than the power that I'm using? And that's because what I do in the beginning is I make a bunch of resources and then I take those processes out because they're obsolete. They're obsolete because you have slow pipes, you have slow belts and all that stuff. They'll get obsoleted very quickly. Now, you could just go in and upgrade all your pipes and upgrade your inputs and outputs. It's totally a valid way to play. But what I do is I usually just take it all out because I know I'm going to build it differently when I get to blueprints. Because blueprints allow you to build very quickly. They allow you to build vertically, horizontally, however you want. And it's a much better way to build because it's all in one kind of a modular factory, which is the way that I like to build my factories, in a modular style. And so I also use central bases and I use modular styles. In this particular playthrough, this is a mega playthrough. So we're going to be doing all of the stuff. We're going to try to tap as many nodes as we possibly can. Maybe all of them. We'll see. We'll see if we run out of space. Because there is a hard limit to how many things you can make in the game, everybody. There absolutely is. You hit that hard limit, that's it. It's game over there. Basically what we're going to do is now utilize this power. Now that we've used all the resources that we made in the beginning, then we backlogged those resources, then we tore all of our other stuff down, and then we went and did the most important things first. We did the concrete. We did the plates. We need to get those going because we use a lot of those. Then we used 5 of our dimensional depots to keep pumping it in the dimensional depot. We went and got a bunch more Mercer spheres, and we also put a bunch of our resources that we had backlogged into the dimensional depot. We've gone and we've made some steel factories that allows us to do our steel beams and do our steel pipes. Sometimes we might have to do offline production, where we go ahead and just put like an assembler down and we need to make some modular frames or whatever it is. We just make a few of those because you can make a whole process for something, but if you don't really need that many of that thing, then the time it took you to make that thing is very inefficient. And again, fix it likes efficiency, everybody. Now again, my job, I'm the official Fix It corporate trainer. I'm here to teach you how to be a better builder and how to build amazing factories that use very little power and also use up very little time and are very, very efficient to make. And there's a whole nother department that will laser you from space if you are inefficient. So I'm not part of that department, don't blame me. At least that's my RP for it anyway. Again, that's not really in the game, by the way, everybody. That's my little bit of RP that I play here on the stream. Again, my goal is to show you how to be super efficient in the game, how to build modular, and again, then it's your time to take the baton or take the next leg and you go build something amazing from those techniques and whatnot that you learned. So we're going to go ahead and now let this run. Now, again, the thing is you want to see a nice solid line up here at the top. See how it's not going up and down and up and down? We have no biofuel. We have no coal power. It's all fuel power. I feel like fuel power probably one of the most stable and easiest to build in the game because you can just keep expanding your fuel power to a huge degree, right? Because right over here on the right side of the map, right over here, there's a bunch more fuel power. And we could make a train, and it wouldn't be that hard, and I'm going to, make a train that goes straight across to right here and make a whole bunch of power over here, or I can just take the oil and I can run the oil via the train, multiple trains, running that oil back to my primary base, and we can do this whole thing that we just did again, right? We can do that all over again, and guess what else? There's more oil up here in the corner, and there's more oil up here at the top as well, but we haven't uncovered that yet. You might be like, Kismet, how can you see all of the nodes like that? Well, the reason why I can see all the nodes like that is because I have a radar tower there. These radar towers, which I have massively neglected in a lot of my playthroughs, are among my favorite things now because they'll tell you how many Mercer spheres and summer sloops. They'll tell you where your nodes are, what type of nodes they are. Is it a normal node like that? Is it an impure node? Is it a pure node? We got any pure nodes out here? Yeah, there's a pure node because the coarse node can only go so high. The normal node can only go so high, but a pure node, one, already starts with a lot of resources, meaning it's going to extract more resources by default, and it can go up to the maximum, which is 1,200 per minute, which is as fast as any of the belts can go, which is awesome. That's very awesome. We'll get to that. We'll get to that at some point. But right now, we're kind of playing through a little bit slower than we normally do. I've finished the game many, many times, both in the early access and in the version here. And we're playing the 1.1 version where they added a bunch of stuff for pipes and other things like that. Really enjoying it. I like a lot of the changes. They've done a great job on listening to feedback from the community, add those changes, and then of course adding some of their own changes as well. Which I really like about Satisfactory, and that's why the game is so great today, everybody. They really worked hard on it, and they really came up with some innovative and amazing things that make the game super fun to play and to replay over and over again, which I really appreciate for sure. All right, now, is there anything else we need to do on our turbo fuel? Not really. Not really, we're done. We're good. We got 21,000 power in the early stages of the game. Again, I'm kind of like mid-stage of the game right now. But normally, by the way, when I'm trying to do super efficient playthroughs, I skip a lot of the stuff. Right, so I'll skip over because that's what's most efficient, is to skip over using the level 4 belts and all of that and go to the level 5 belts because they're much larger and they get massively faster. It goes up to 780 instead of 480, right? That's a huge jump from starting from 60, then you go to 120, then you're going to 240, I think it is, or 270. Let's go look right here. 270. And then you have this huge jump. I mean, if you think of the distance between 60 and 120 is double, and 120 and 240 is what it should be if it was double, but it's not. It's actually a little bit more, 270. And then you go from 270 to 480. Now it's going double, but a little bit more, almost. Of the 240 of what it should be, right? So 240 should be double, or should be less than those. No, it's less than double. Because 270 would be more than 480, but 240 would be double, right? So this one kind of doubles to this one. So you're actually going down in the percentage of how much it upgrades you, right? So this is from 1 to 2, it doubles. From 2 to 3, it more than doubles. Then from 3 to 4, it actually doubles less. It's less than double. So the actual distance is, and a great example like in Fallout 76, if you can get, say you start with, you get a perk and it's like 10% more damage on your weapon, right? And so if you get the next level of that perk, it's going to give you 5% more damage. So now you got 15% more damage. Or you can get a different perk, and that different perk is going to give you 10% more. So now you got 10%, 10%, that's 20%. That's more. More, better, less, not as good. All right? So again, that's how I look at things, everybody. How is the progression, and what's the most effective and efficient way of looking through your progression? Now, the next one is going to be 780, which is also not double. But a 780 belt is super efficient. It's absolutely massively efficient. Try to find my calculator here. So if we took 480 times 2, actually, I just do it in game, duh. I can just do it in game. 480 times 2. So it should go to 960 if it's going to double, but you'll see you start getting diminishing returns on the doubling. It doesn't double anymore. So now it's going to go to 780. But 780 is so fast that a lot of times that's going to be the maximum that any of these nodes can output, right? So say you overclock it, you got it at 250%. Well, guess what? The maximum it's going to output is 600. So now you've reached the maximum. It's not going to be able to do 780 because it can't produce 780, right? So now you've hit that maximum and you've doubled your output, meaning that normally you're going to output about 300, but then you overclock it, or you're going to output, 180 or something like that. And then you overclock it, which is 2.5 times. Now it's going to output 600. And so instead of getting the 300, now you're getting the 600 because you're limited by your belts, right? So say you got 270. Is the reason why I'm saying 300, because your belts are limited at 270. And then they're limited at 480. So then you could run it at 480 if you want, but then you don't have high enough of the extractors. So the extractors are only letting you go at 300. You get the idea, everybody. So again, when you hit that 780, you've now gone above the curve at which the maximum speed of the extraction, right? That's why that's so important. That's why that's such a great milestone in the game, is to get that 780 belt. And that's normally why I'm just like, whoop, right to those aluminum belts, everybody. And then you just let it run and you'll have massive aluminum. Reminds me very much of wire and cable. Once you get your wire and cable running, everybody, you're going to have it coming out of your ears, everybody. It'll be everywhere. That'll be absolutely everywhere, especially when we go and we get it going today. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and put back in our primary systems that are going to produce our resources and put them in the dimensional depot. Now you can see I've got the blueprinter here. I've got my hub over here, and I'll show you what stage we're in. Right now we're in tier 6. Now all of this I consider the beginning and the middle of the game. Your end game really starts on phase 7 and 8, and then your true end game is phase 9. Now again, they didn't used to have these phases when I first started playing the game, but they didn't have all this end stuff. But when you get to phase 7, now you've reached those maximums, so now you're really scaling up. You can also scale up your power, which you're going to really need. Phase 8, you're going to be doing a lot bigger stuff. You're going to be doing more extraction. You're going to be extracting faster. You're going to have faster belts and all that stuff. And then when you get into 9, you're going to have the maximum speed of everything. Everything's going to be faster, right? So everything's going to really give you, like the 1200 belts and all of that stuff, which is very close to the end of the game, is those really super fast belts. Some people just play the game to build. They don't even play the game to, like, finish the game, right? They just play it, and they're just building and building and building, and that's all they like to do. They're just building out their factory, and they're building gigantic mega factories and stuff. More power to them, everybody, if that's what they want to do. If they want to go in and just do building, go for it. Me, I like to play a game through, see how it plays, so start to finish, and including finishing the game, because that's what they're working on always. When they're coming out with updates and whatnot, they're working on that progression through the game. And that's why I typically don't play with mods when I'm playing the game through, to see how it plays by the way it was intended by the thing. Now, mods are awesome. So if you do play it a whole bunch of times and you say, I played it out, I want to do something new, boom, add those mods in there and get them going on. They do have a stability problem sometimes. You're going to work in those stability constantly as well. Okay, so we're going to get into some basics. So what have we got done so far? So we have some rods being produced right here. We can turn our rods into screws as well if we need to. Over there, whoa, I just happened to find the hole in the ground right there. Just happened to run into that hole. That's funny. Over there, straight ahead, is our concrete. And again, it's extracting the limestone, putting it into storage. Then it's going in, converting it into concrete, putting that into storage. And then from that storage, it then puts it in the dimensional depot. Same thing here. This whole thing here, it's basically taking the coal and the raw iron. The two at the bottom are the storages. The ones in blue are storages, so for raw coal, raw iron. And then it goes up here, and then these convert it into the iron ingots in those smelters. And then up above, it is making iron rods and iron beams. And so as it does those, it then will put those into storage. And then way at the top, we're making something else, which I kind of forget what it was. What were we making up there? We were making something. It was something. Can't wait to get to the next phase here, too, so I don't have to use my jetpack anymore. I don't use the jetpack when I get to the next phase, and you'll see why, everybody. If you've never seen this game, you'll see why it's awesome. Usually that's when I wait to do all the Mercer spheres and stuff. So we took all this and we combined it to make something else, which I forget. What were we making? Probably something very smart. Oh, yeah, encased industrial beams. All right, there we go. So we are using our steel beams and our concrete to make encased industrial beams. Those encased industrial beams are the belts that we're using right now, that we need those for those particular belts. Now, I don't see too much of our beams going through here. We've got a bunch of beams there that are being fed in the dimensional depot. Why is our... Oh, no, there went some. Yeah, some of them are going in there. And again, we might have too many assemblers for it to work. Oh, this one's working. Yeah, so that one's making encased industrial beams. Now, I'm diverting some of it into storage and some of it also into those beams. And here's what's going to happen when these beams hit maximum. And this is what I call, like, auto-balancing. And it has to do with maxing your resource. So in here, there's like 20 boxes. So this is 20 boxes of steel beams. And when those steel beams fill up over time, and they will, they'll fill up over here. And you see they're going through here, and they're working their way all the way over here. And then they're going to work their way out of this box, out here, and then being fed to the dimensional depot. Now, what I'm going to do over time is produce a bunch of steel beams and run them in the dimensional depot. We're also going to use our steel beams here to make some encased industrial beams right here. And those encased industrial beams are also going in the dimensional depot. And once they fill up with encased industrial beams, which are also going in the dimensional depot and also being stored up here at the top, because I can tell you we can run over here and we can see that they're running in here, which means this last box here probably has a bunch of them, and it does. So what's going to happen is these are going to fill up, backlog all of this, and then I'll have 20 boxes of encased industrial beams. Then what I'll do is just let it run, and automatically, because these are filled up, it'll start to backlog, and the machines can't make any more because it has nowhere to put them. Then it will backlog into the steel beams. Then instead of the steel beams being split between the two processes, it'll actually take those steel beams, because it can't put it in this process anymore because it's full, it'll automatically start to backlog into the boxes. And when those boxes get full, it'll then backlog to all the machines, and then the machines will stop, and it will backlog all of that, and then it will backlog all the way back to the raw resources. That'll backlog, and then it will backlog all the way back to the extraction, and then that will backlog and stop. And so it automatically stops all the parts of the production that I no longer need. That's why I don't just run it endlessly, because it's much more efficient to have it automatically turn itself off when it's done making those items. When I have 20 boxes of encased industrial beams, I can finish the entire game. If I have everything up to aluminum, and I have, say, 10 boxes, 20 boxes even better. If you have 20 boxes of it, everybody, if you get like a server from my awesome peeps over at G-Portal, you can go over there, let it run on the server, get everything up to aluminum sheets, and I'm going to put it here in the chat for you, everybody. They're the best. They are the best right there. And you get yourself a server, and you can just let it run, and then once you have 20 boxes of everything, you can do it with 10. You've seen me do it here on stream, some of you. And that's it. You've won the game. That's it. That's all you need. That's how many boxes of stuff you need. So I don't need 10,000 plates running every minute. I don't need 50,000 rods or screws or whatever running at every single second, because I don't need the power. See, the thing that the reason why people make so many of those big things is because they're trying to produce a lot of power so they can make the thing that helps them make the power. They create a loop. But if you can escape that loop by just making a huge backlog of everything and then using that backlog to build other things, which is what we've been doing. We made a huge backlog of a bunch of resources, which is what helped us build what we have now. And so we're just going to keep it going. Hey, thank you for the biddies. There they go. Little biddies in there. And so that's why we're doing stuff up there. Oh, actually, I should probably grab some of those while I'm at it. Now, I have these going in the dimensional depot, but one of the smart things to do, right now anyway, later on, no big deal, but right now, the smart thing for me to do is to grab a bunch of these, because I'm going to need those. And now what I can do is just slide off the top and fly down this way. Oh, God, I'm going to die. Oh, no. Jetpack. Jetpack. Herp. All right. And we'll take this hyper tube back. My stuff gets so quiet. Did my headphones die? No, it's just quiet. So we'll run this back over here. And we'll... Oh, wow. Okay, I already have a bunch in there. All right, never mind. Never mind. I haven't really been playing for 2 hours. I've been talking to the chat for some of that. And then if I have extra, I can just throw it over here so I can find it later. In this little box here. Now, again, this is doubling back. It's going through there and doubling back here. So this is actually the end of these boxes. This is what's known as overflow, right? You have a bunch of stuff that you don't know where to put it. You throw it in your overflow. You can also run it in your dimensional depot or in your awesome sink. See, we got a bunch of beams in there. And in here. Now, the funny thing is, I could take these extra beams. I think I might. Out of here, since my beams are full, because otherwise it wouldn't end up over here. It would have ended up in my inventory. In my storage boxes. Anything in here? Yeah, right here. So I can take these extra ones here, and I'll show you a great little trick. If I need more encased industrial beams. Now, you don't need that many. I mean, if you're using them for belts, like I am in this particular playthrough, which honestly I've never really done it to this extent. I never really used those belts that much. Why? Because the process of making encased industrial beams is less efficient than the process of doing aluminum. So it's actually smarter to be more efficient by moving ahead and unlocking your aluminum than it is to do what I'm doing now, which is to go in and use the level 4 beams with the encased industrial beams. It is a lot less efficient because the process takes longer. It uses more resources, etc., etc. You get the idea. But what we want to do down here is to go in and say, you know what, let's use up the rest of these these steel beams by putting them in this storage, and that storage is then going to run them out and split them between the top part, which is going to our dimensional depot, and actually the production of the steel beam. So I have a bunch of extra. I should just go ahead and run it in there, and then it's going to produce way more of the steel beams that I need for running belts and stuff, and lifters and all sorts of things. Again, having your dimensional depots at the end is very, very useful. Here we can see we have it here. Now also, way off in the distance, which we can't see from right here, you can see it from over here. Way off in the distance, right here, we all have it also doing plates and running those plates in the dimensional depot. Now we have a bunch of processes that we did remove, including making those encased industrial beams, which is why we put that back. We also put back the ability to make our steel beams, our steel pipes, and our steel beams. But we never got back to doing copper. We never got back to doing wire, cable, copper sheets, things of that nature that need copper to produce. So we're going to eventually run out of those things. If we don't make more, you're going to eventually run out of them. So you definitely want to go in and make more of those. So it just so happens, that I'm in one of the best places in the game. Right over here, everybody. Again, I've started here many, many times. I've played this game, I don't know how many times through now, 50 times or so. This is my favorite spot because there are just a massive amount of pure nodes here. Now, we already used these nodes already in the beginning of the game because the extraction is so fast that you don't need to upgrade it, or don't you need to do overclocking, any of that stuff. Because when you're extracting from this node, it's already faster than your belts that you can run at the beginning of the game. Right, your belts at the beginning of the game is 60, and you can already extract 120. So when you get to your 120 belts, now you're already faster than any of the other nodes that you would typically run, even if you did overclock them most of the time. So again, we can go in here, and again, we took this all out earlier. We used it to build all this other infrastructure, and now we can come back and we can put it back in again. How do I not have portable miners in there? Really? I didn't put them back in there. That's my bad. There's definitely a bunch of those laying around somewhere. Let's go find them. I have a bunch of those. What happens sometimes when you're taking miners in and out, like you're upgrading the miners, it'll give you one of those miner things back. It'll end up in your inventory, and then you drop your stuff from your inventory, and it ends up in some box somewhere. Most likely that's what happened to it. So let's go look for those. I'll also look for some, and then we can also make a bunch as well. Let's go see. Might as well not reinvent the wheel if we don't have to. Oh, I hear my train going. You in here? Doesn't look like it. Actually, looks like we were very efficient with our stuff there. We sure are. All right, awesome. Let's go see if we set it in any other of these boxes. These are my temporary boxes where I just drop random loot in there. So yeah, maybe that was all that we made since the beginning of the game. Cool. So we'll go over here, wherever I put it, back here. We'll make a bunch more. Now here's what I suggest you do at this stage, everybody. Just make an absolute ton of these. Because you can store them in the dimensional depot. And once you store them in the dimensional depot, no matter where you are, you don't have to put down a workbench and make the thing and do all of that. You can just take them out of the dimensional depot while you're crafting, because it'll pull it from the dimensional depot while you're crafting the extractors. And you never have to think about making these things again. Pretty much for the rest of the game, if you make enough of them. So that's what we're going to do. I've been great, Regnus. How you been, man? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Yeah, let's hydrate. Good idea. Let's do it. Get our hydration on. Oh. Earphone dropped out of my ear. Dropped out of my ear. Now, that's a good time to AFK right here, everybody. I think that's what we'll do. We'll take a little break. We're going to let this run. We're going to come back. We're going to have like 100 of these suckers. And we can throw it in the dimensional depot and just let it run in there. Now, I'll just keep like a general, what I call junk dimensional depot, where you just have a box and you throw it in the box, a whole bunch of different things that you want to run in there, because you might not have enough dimensional depots for all of your resources yet. So that's typically what I would do with this. Or I just put it in my inventory and just have it running in the bottom of my inventory the whole time while I'm going. So we're going to take a little break, everybody. Again, thank you for the biddies there, Tellers. Appreciate that. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Let's see. We're going to turn that sound off. There we go. We're going to bring up some words on stream for you guys to do so I can walk around for a little bit. Again, every couple hours or so, I'm supposed to walk around and work on my health. So that's what I'm going to do. And again, everybody, if you missed it earlier, I walked 5 miles twice this week, or last week. It was awesome. Awesome. Really last week into the weekend, if you think about it. All right, let's start this up. You guys can descramble the words at twitch.tv/Kismet. If you are watching me on another platform, you're welcome to jump on over, descramble the words with all the peeps in the chat. Be all you super brains. Go to it, and I'll be back in just a bit. Back, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Let's see if we can get you guys some Kismets here. Let's get it going on. Again, everybody rise up. Let's work together. Hole is the word. Oh, we got a fake letter in there somewhere. Oh, the H might be fake. Oh, I'm betting it's the H because I can't do the H. Leon. Loon. Cool. Oh, you already got cool. Noel. You already got Noel. Ha! I'm thinking of words that I already got. Yeah, H is the bad letter. M is the hidden letter. Do a bunch of moon. There's one. Yeah, do a bunch of M words, everybody. Oh, there's only two. There's only 2 M words. Man. Did we get it? Oh, so close. So close there, everybody. Good job. Good try. That was a hard one. You guys are like level 14. Nice job. Again, put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Giving you guys a bunch of Kismets for doing that super hard one. Look at you guys crushing it. Crushing it big time. Now we're going to go ahead and get back to some Satisfactory, and we went ahead and let this run, and it made a ton of these portable miners. Now we can take those portable miners and we can put them away. These are all done. Put these away down here, and I think it holds about 100, so we'll put 100 of that in there. And then this excess that we have, we'll just put it actually in this one. Over here, and later on we can go ahead and run it in there, but we're just going to let it enter into the dimensional depot here. Now, if you got some that are like 50 or 100 or 200 something, I should really put it at the end. So if you have anything that's like a couple of them, you can put the couple ones in the front, or if you just have one of something, it can then get through it really quickly, and then it'll go back to kind of running that other stuff in the background, just letting that upload in the dimensional depot. Now, we're not going to use 99 of those right now, so it'll definitely backlog a bunch of those in there for later. But good to make a whole bunch of those. And then we're going to make our way back over here to this copper node. Now, of course, iron and copper, all your basic elements start at the very beginning of the game. And again, we can go ahead, put this in here like so, and if we go take a look at it, we can see it's at 240 because it is double the standard of a Mark 1. This is a Mark 2 miner. That Mark 2 miner is going to be double whatever it is. It's going to be 240. But what we're going to do is we're going to go look up our power shards, which we hopefully put in here. We sure did. And we're going to go ahead and just start off by overclocking it and seeing at what level will it run if we run it all the way out of there. Now we'll go ahead and borrow some power. Where do we got some power? Over here. And we'll run that down. We'll start this up. And we can see that it runs at 600. Now we got the problem of, it doesn't matter if it runs at 600 if we don't have a belt to pull it out of there, right? We can't get the actual resource out at its maximum speed. It's pointless, so we're just going to say 480 for now. Down here, we can just type the number in, and now it's going to run it out at the maximum belt speed. But one of the things we need to do before we do all of that is to go ahead and make ourselves a cool little extractor here. So we're going to, our little thing around the extractor. I'm going to use a metal beam right here, and then I'm going to line it up like this till it turns yellow. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Now what that's going to do is perfectly align the foundation to the grid of the extractor, which is different than the world grid. We can just go ahead and do this, and then 1 and 2, and you've got that perfectly aligned if you did your foundation right. That's funny. All right, right there. All right. You can see that it's perfectly on that foundation, which is great. I actually feel like it's a little back. I think I did one too many. Hold on. Let's go count that again. Let's go count it again. Make sure we got it right. Seems like it's a little back because it should be really perfectly centered. Holding down the control key, middle mouse wheel, rotating it in, and you want it to be this way. There we go. Right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's not right. Something weird going on there. Try that again. And make sure it's straight. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. All right. A little too far on that one. There we go. I can always tell because the back of it should be about the same distance as the front of it. And that's how you know it's perfectly centered, right? Not counting the little overhang here. But you can see that the actual machine itself stops before it gets to this part here. And then this part here is lined up to the back. And this is the really the only way that I've seen to make it perfectly aligned to the foundation. A lot of people will use the other thing, which I think is a complete waste of your time. I don't even have it unlocked, which is the barrier. You put the barrier up there, and then you're putting the blocks, and you're doing the whole hokey pokey and turning yourself around to line all that crap up. That was one move, everybody. One move. I invented it. One move, put the foundations down, boom, perfect. You're good. That's it. That's all you have to do. Now, what we're going to do is also take this out of here. We're going to see if this is popping through here. Actually, looks pretty good. We're going to take the extractor and we're going to put it back down again, but now it's going to sit up on top of it because it figures that stuff out. It's sitting on top of the foundations. You're like, well, Kismet, it's not cut out there in the foundation. Well, just say you RP'd in and you cut it out and it's good. Just go with that, everybody. Go with that deal. All right, now we're going to have trouble back here because of the offset. Trying to get this to line up. We'll try to line it up with that one. We'll see what happens as well. So now I put the extractor. It's higher up. I'm going to take out the foundations because I'm going to use a blueprint that we made, which is called the Mega Mini extractors here. Where'd our Mega Mini go? Right in front of my face. I just can't see it. Right there. Duh. Told you. Told you right in front of my face and I couldn't see it. Now you need to have the same size foundation when you go to do this, so that's easier and it snaps to that foundation. As you can see, the extractor is now perfectly inside the thing that we did. Now over here on the side is going through there. I don't like that. No, I don't like that at all. Nope, don't like it. All right, if I don't like it, out it goes. And then we're going to use this foundation here to bring this up a little bit. Like this. And we'll take this one out here in the back. Turn our sound back on. And then again, this is all about putting the extractor in the right position first. All right, that's where we're doing all of this. And so we can line up the blueprint later, but we're just trying to put the extractor so it is lined up with the foundation. Just going to go this way. Very nice. Make sure it's straight. And then the foundations are going to be put in by the blueprint. Again, you want to have this one here so you can align it. Do that again. And we can make sure the arrow is pointing that way. Line that up. We can also hit H to see if it's lined up to the one that we already have. It feels like it needs to go left. Kind of hard to see because of the... Yeah, more. Because of the fact that you only have this little bit of corner. But you can see that that lines up to that corner, which means that lines up to that corner, which means that's going to line straight up. Thing, we can take that out. There we go. Now we don't have that node protruding through the end there. Now me, I like to put some sort of something that looks like a support like this foundation. So tricky. There we go. Put that foundation in the front. We've got our power connector over here. So we'll go ahead and pull this power down. We'll pull it down right to here, and then we'll run it underneath right there. Now, we also need to connect our power up here at the top. We've left this out just for this reason. So we can hit that one at the top and then hit this, which is going to start that up. And once that's connected, we're good. And that will start that up. Now, what we need to do is go ahead and extract these resources and convert this into other stuff. Now, the whole purpose of the copper, except for later, you got some other stuff you do with copper. But mostly what you're going to be doing with this is converting it into copper ignites, right? The whole bulk of it. So if you build any one of the three things that we're going to build at this particular factory, if you go in and put in your constructor, and you're going to build some wire, well, it's going to take copper ignites. If I go ahead and build some cable, well, guess what? Cable comes from wire, so there you go. And then, so all you need is the ignites. And then if we get our copper sheets, here they are, copper sheets, copper ignites. So the only thing I need to do with this copper is make copper ignites. Now, it's extracting at 480. So that we know, and then of course we can look at the input of our smelter. We're going to need to smelt it down first before we put it in the machine. So we take the raw copper ore, we put it in a copper ore. So it's going to be 30 in, 30 out. So whatever the input is whatever the output's going to be, right? So if we have 480 input divided by 30, it's going to be, we need 16 of these, right, to use the whole entire resource. And then when we're running it out, we're going to be doing 30 times 16, which is going to be 480, right? So you can see the input and the outputs equal 1 to 1. So we need a whole lot of these. So we just happen to have a blueprint that we made for our smelters, and we have 10. 10 per thing. I'm just going to put it down here. See if I can get out of here. This out. We can go in here and we can see that we have a bunch of smelters. So this is really easy. So 10 and 10. Now what I can do is 10 and 10 and take the 4 out. But if I do have a bunch extra, or when I crank this up even higher, when I get to level 3 extractors and or just the faster belts, which allow me to take it to 600, I can then have those extra in there, and I can also add more if I need to. But what if we think in long term 600 divided by 30? Well, that's 20 of them. So there you go. So if you put 20 down, eventually when you max it out at 600, then you're going to be using the full capacity. So you want to think forward, not just in the moment. So we'll go ahead and take that out. And we're going to go ahead and set this up here. Now we got a bit of a problem over here. We're going to have some fun though. We're going to have some fun. Take that, tree. All right, we need some explosive ammo over here. Explosive rebar. Now, this is one of my new favorite things. I've just discovered it in this playthrough because I didn't bother to ever mess around with this stuff in other ones because I saved it for now. All this time. Great way to get trees out of your way. There we go. So we got trees out of the way. Now, what's going to happen if we bring it up here is we're going to run into the wall area or run into any of this stuff here, which we don't really want to do. We want to go ahead and bring this way up. So this time what we're going to do is we're going to bring our supports way up over here. And we're going to put a beam support right there in the center. Now, you don't have to do any of this beam support stuff, everybody. This is really cosmetic. We're just going to bring that up to get an idea of where that's at. And then we get out of blueprint mode. We're going to grab this window. Then we're just going to zoop that up a bit. We're trying to get to a level in which it's above wherever it's going to run into something. Most likely this thing. So we'll say right here. We can just kind of run it across here. Yep, perfect. See how it's just hitting the top of that. So that's actually going to act as a support. Or at least look like a support. It won't really be a support, but it'll look like one. So that's what's important. So we'll go ahead and do that, and then what we're going to do is we're going to know that this is the center, so we're going to go forward by 2 plus an extra one, so that we can align our storage here. To that way, to this way. We're going to take all this out and that beam. We don't need all of these anymore. We'll take out all the... Oh, look out. Take out all these windows. And now what we want to do is put our storage here, right? So it's going to come out the front and it's going to run into the storage. So we've got our 21 storages here. Aim it this way. We're going to see that that's an output. The input's on the back. So we want to go ahead and rotate the whole thing around the other way. So we can put the input in on this side, and then we'll just flip back and forth. You'll see. Arrow pointing away, hitting H, lining it up to the edge here. Now when I line it up like this, what it's going to do is actually center it over the top of this, right? So the center pole here should, in theory, line up there, unless I did it wrong. We'll find out here in a second, won't we? And we'll go ahead and get our painted thing, and this should end up perfectly right there. Yeah, very nice. All right, nailed it. Nailed it. So that looks like a support there, and of course it's going up, and you can see that up there. It looks like it's sitting on the top of this. Again, pre-thinking that stuff out is really fun, everybody. Very, very fun. Okay, so now we got some storage. Now, the green typically is an input, so we're going to go ahead and say do something easy like this. With our floor hole, we're going to go ahead and tell it to come out of there and go into there. And then we'll tell it to attach to this on our way down. Nope, not double attach it. Get that out. Bring this down. There we go. And then we can just simply try to line that up. Though the two things are different from each other. If I'm using one as the world grid and one as the regular grid. So I'm going to put it up just a little bit there. And then over here, I'm going to go ahead and see if we can just rise that up a little bit so we're not running into that each time. And it's actually coming down a little bit, so this could go up a little. This is why I have it like this, so I can keep adjusting this without affecting the top part. And I like to kind of eyeball it. I find that a lot of times the alignment thing is not all that great. So you're going to have to get a knack for it. You can also look at the things on the side. The little stripes that are across there, the little breaks in the little sections. Looks like it's on the actual break where normally where you would use that break. But you want to go ahead and adjust it. See, it's right there, so you probably want to adjust it up by 1. See how that does. Yeah, there it is. A little bit up here at the end, but I think we're good. Now, what it's going to do is extract that and run it out here, right? Well, not really, because we have to go in here and make sure we do this little piece right here, or nothing's going to happen. There we go. Now it's coming out of there. All right. Now we got a lot of copper raw ore going in there. And so while I'm working on the next section, which is going to be the smelting and stuff, this can start running out a backlog of that basic copper ore. That's going at 480. So it's good to have a bit of a backlog on each section of your progression, because later on it could be an issue if things go on and off or anything like that. All right, so we're going to go up by 1. Actually, probably shouldn't use that. We should use our wall over here. There we go. We're going to go up by 1, and then we're going to use a regular foundation to push it out a little bit. And again, once you build this for one process, you can use it for all the other processes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Then we're going to go ahead and get our next template that we have, our smelters. So I'm going to grab those. Now again, we want to turn this in such a way where the input of this one is wherever the output is of the other one. So the output of the storage is on the back, right? So the input is on this side. On the back is where the output is, which will be the input of this one. So we'll go ahead and nudge this over, and we'll see if we did it right. Okay, red for output. That's just what I use. Red for output, green for input. All right, awesome. Look how this nicely just matches right up. Run that right up in there. GG's. Now also, we want to go in and see what we can go ahead and attach to the power right here. And we'll want to run this power down into the lower level here, where we have all of our other power. Again, this power up here acts as like a little central connection. And so now the extractor has power and the factory has power, which is awesome. Using the jetpack is also awesome because that just saves you time, especially when you have packaged turbo fuel. Okay, very nice. Okay, we've got that going. Now, what we want to do, though, weird that it didn't finish this out. What is going on with this blueprint? It's not a finished blueprint. Right now, it's set to iron ignis, so we need to go to copper, and we need to copy that. And then we're going to paste this. I can see that our stuff here at the end is not done. There's something really weird about that. I'll have to go check the blueprint. Might have accidentally saved over the blueprint or something when I went to adjust it. Well, let's get all of these processing this first. Ugh. Nose is running. Nose is running. That's the problem with living in this place, everybody, in Tennessee. It's cold, it's hot, it's cold, it's hot. Oh, 1,000 kids caps also for letting me know everything's working. Appreciate that, Bubs. And also Rebel. Appreciate it. All right, so now we got all these working. Now, I don't trust them, everybody, so what I do is I go look and see if each of them are outputting. I go into each and every one. When I go to paste, I bring the window up instead of just pasting it without seeing the window. I've had it too many times where it was like not working right. Now again, this should go all the way here. Oh, because we can't do the exit because it won't let us attach it to that thing. That's why. That's why. So we have to do this last part because this is on the outside of the blueprint, and sometimes it won't let you connect curves into that blueprint. If it was straight, it would let me do it, but since it curves into there, it doesn't let me do it. Also, this should be going into here, and then it merges in the center. So yeah, that's all we need is just that little curve there. Very nice. Okay, now we need 2 of these, so we want to go ahead and get 2 of those going. And again, you can see how modular this is, everybody. If you need 1, you can add 1. You add 2, you want 2, and so on. That's why I build it in that way, because that's super efficient. And I like being efficient. So here we go. And then this time what I'm going to do I'm going to turn my zooping, and I'm just going to zoop it way up because we're going to be building a very large modular building here. All right, same thing here, foundations, and we're going to run that across. And run that across just to widen it out. Makes it a little easier when you're aligning it. And then, again, we're going to do another group of smelters. What do we got? Missing encased industrial beams. We got to wait till some of those encased industrial beams go in there. Funny because I think we're facing this away from us as well. There we go. Nice. Okay. There's those 2. Now, just to make this go a little bit faster, I think you guys got the gist of this. I've done this on several of these now. I'm going to go ahead and just go to the next stage. And I'm probably going to end up needing to get more of those beams and whatnot. But the next stage is going to be storing all of this, right? And you can see that I'm going to need beams, and I'm going to need those encased industrial beams and more steel bars. Now, it just so happens we're right next to that factory, right over here. And those are being backlogged and run into the dimensional depot. But you know what's even easier? I can just run over here and grab some. Since they're right next to where we're at. I can just run over here and say, you know what, I'm going to take a bunch of these steel beams, so when I'm building a whole bunch of stuff here in a minute, I've got them. And then if we go up here and we look, or actually down here, and we go ahead and take a look over here, where do we run our pipes? Let's just follow our pace. Right here. Fail. Ran out of fuel. All right. Whoa, okay. We got some serious pipes over here. Which is great, because this is why we had to come over here and build this in the first place, because we were running low on the pipes themselves. We'll see if we got a backlog here. Sure do. Another one there. Not quite to that one yet. This one. Yes. This one. Yes. So we got basically 5 boxes of pipes now, which is awesome. And again, we'll burn all that up later, but we'll go ahead and utilize it right now for our other modular factory. You see I'm working very vertically as well. Vertical for the win. Oh, and I forgot to get the other things we did. Hold on. Also in this same factory, which is why I paired them all together, is also making our encased industrial beams right here. We'll just grab a bunch of those. Now again, you can upgrade the you can upgrade that so that so it's making it more of those and so on, but that's good enough for now. What we want to do is just keep building out these base resources. And the more base resources we build out, the more of this we got squared away. The more of it, we can just set it and forget it. That's my favorite thing. Let's just go ahead and do this just so we make sure that we have this aligned. So these both are going to input from this side, and they're both going to output on the other side. So I need to make sure that the input of the storage I'm about to do is on the back. And so this needs to go this way. There we go. So again, I've made these where I can reverse them one way or another. You can see the arrow pointing out, so you know that that is the output. And so we're going to make all those ignits, and then we're going to put them into storage. So let's go down here, and let's go ahead and tie this one right over here to the one down below. If we can find ourselves a nice connection somewhere. We might be using up all the connections now. There's one right there. All right, we can chain that down to the one down below. And then we're also going to copy the settings, or we can hit Control-C. And then I get right here in the middle, because that's the easiest. Paste. So the second we run these raw resources in, it's going to be off and running. I would definitely double check it after. Definitely double. Oh, wrong thing. This thing. Copy. Paste. There we go. Definitely double check it all that it is actually coming out. And I usually look at the belt. That's why I like it to be where I can see the belt. Gives you a visual clue whether that is rolling out of there or not. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to work on our input here. You can see that we have one going here. And so we're going to go ahead and use our new things. Now I could run another line from here, but I'm going to go ahead and use the very cool vertical splitter. And this is something they added in 1.1, and it is awesome. Get that to do what we want it to do. And run that. Yeah. Doesn't seem to be lined up. Does not seem to be lined up. It is not lined up. That's why it doesn't seem like it is. And I put the floor down so I could see it a little bit better. We can line that up a little bit better. We're going to turn this to default, and you should be good to go. Okay, now all of those are going to start up. So half of it's going to go into one, half of it's going to go into others, and if it doesn't fill them all up, that's fine. But you got to think, right now, it has a backlog, so it's going to run that 480 in there, and eventually, when we get the faster belts, we'll be able to go to 600, and then it'll do all 20 of these at the same time, which is pretty awesome. So now that we have the backlog over here as well, we need to look and see if it's making it all the way to the end when it's making those ignits. So what we want to see is some ignits showing up right here at the end. If we don't see none, we know we didn't connect that. Or there's some problem between here and there. But what we didn't do, or what I haven't done yet, is to run the output into the input of the storage yet. So we got to go on this side over here. And we have a output there. Huh. Now they're inputting in the back and they're outputting here. Oh, this is reversed. This is reversed. All right, hold on. We got to take that out. We want to do it the other way. What happened? I thought I did it the right way. Maybe I did it wrong. Changed it. It changed it. Yes, it's when I took out that stuff and moved it around. I changed the direction. Not bad. We got this. And there we go. Nice. And so the input of this should be basically the output of this. So we'll go ahead and go like this. And we're going to take the bottom one here. I'm going to run that into there. So we should see the output of this make it over here. But we got to put in those little corners like we did on the other ones. Right over there. And then also on the bottom ones. Oh, that one's already good. And then we want to take this and we can merge it up here too, by the way. You can also do a merger like this. And then say bring it down like this. And run that into the merger. And now both levels are running through there and being merged together and then being put in the storage. Now again, we'll run all the way to the end, the output. And we'll see if we can see it. Oh, I can see it already. You can see it right there in the output. We can also just check the box, which we can see that's in the box. Hey, what's up, Junior Camacho? How you doing tonight? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you. You can see we're getting a nice backlog of copper ignites there. Very nice. Very nice. All right, speaking of copper, let's see if we can put any copper in the dimensional depot. All right, put some in there. Sure, throw it in there. I always like putting random resources in there because if you are somewhere and you're not by one of these nodes, you'll have it in the dimensional depot, and thus you can make those things that you don't have a node for. So good to keep those in there cranking away. Is that full yet? Wow, that is not full in there. How many of those can we hold in there? Dang, it must be at least 150 because I just did 100. Portable miners. Oh, we did 97. Okay. Well, we'll do a couple more. And when it maxes out, we'll go with that. Okay, so now we're just doing nothing but making ignites out of this node, right? So we're just maxing the node out. We're not even looking at how much of each thing that we want to make. We're just saying we're going to do the absolute maximum. This way we don't have to do multiple nodes. We don't have to do all that. It's more efficient to do multiple nodes, but not more efficient with your time. It's more efficient with your power, but your time is your most valuable thing. And thus, if you could just add more power versus going around and adding the node and doing all the thing and doing more factories and whatnot, that takes a lot longer than just overclocking the extractor, which is the best use of overclocking, I think. And then go ahead and just max the whole node. Because the resource value and the time value is so incredibly high that it's worth it to just overclock it straight away. Okay, now we want to refine this into stuff, right? So if we take a constructor here and we just throw it down here somewhere, and we look at wire, we can see that it takes 15 for wire. So that's half of what the smelters are outputting, right? So it's half of that amount. So we can produce a massive amount of wire. Now, wire becomes cable, so we want to keep that in mind as well. And then the other thing that we want to do is we want to go ahead and make copper sheets, which is about 20 per minute. So it's kind of an odd number to kind of have to work with because, you know, it's 30 and then this is 20. But if you think about it, a lot of things in this game are multiples of whatever it is. So if I want to make, say, 30 copper sheets, all I would need is 60 copper ingots, right? And right now we're producing 480. So if we wanted to do 60, we could easily take 60 out of there, and then we know we need 3 of these constructors, right? So how much of each thing do I need? Well, it's based on your need, right? Based on what are you using it for? Are you just running it in a dimensional depot, or is it going to make an absolute ton of that thing? What is going to be the item that's going to be the easiest to make and that's going to make the most, and which is going to be the item that uses the most resources but produces a lot less of that item. Now, copper sheets is one of those things that falls in the second category, where it uses 20 but it only produces 10. When it comes to wire, when you're producing wire, it's doing 15, but producing double that amount at 30. So you're obviously going to have a lot more wire for the same amount of raw copper ingots than you are going to have copper sheets. So you want to bring your copper sheets up if you're trying to create an equal amount of both wire and copper sheets. I always bring my copper sheets up because you use a lot of those. You use it for, running things and running your what do you call it, pipes and stuff. So you definitely want to have a lot of copper sheets. Now, wire, you need some of that also, but you'll end up with so much wire. But you have a massive sums of wire, especially when you make a bunch of wire and you take that wire and you turn it into cable, and then that cable will have a crazy ton of added too. Now, you need it also for processes down the road, but for right now, its purpose is to go into the dimensional depot. That's really what its purpose is. I need the wire, the cable, and the copper sheets to go in the dimensional depot. And again, we have 480 to work with. So what I would do is take that 480, I would divide it in half. Okay, so now we have half. So half of it, 240, is going to go toward copper sheets, right? And 240 is going to go to wire. And you're like, well, Kismet, I thought you were going to make more copper sheets than wire. You're making the same amount. Well, I'm also going to take that wire and I'm going to convert it into cable. So that means that actually I'm using 1/4 for the wire in the long run, if you think about it, and then 1/4 for the cable because it has to go on to become the cable, right? So I'm basically going to produce 1/4 wire, 1/4 cable, and 2/4 of the copper sheets. So basically this is at 2 times the amount of these other two here, right? So keep that in mind. So 240 is what we're going to work with. So 240 divided by 15. So that's 16 of these constructors that we want to use up half of the amount. So let's go ahead and get that going on. So we'll go over here and we will put in our foundation. We'll zoom that out a bit. Again, I try to make it 5 wide to match up to the size of this. Sometimes I click too much. Right over here. All right. Nope, turn the sound back on. And then, okay, so now we've got it extracting. We've got those copper things going in there, and they're kind of making their way, this way actually. And they're making their way over to this side, which is important to know which side is outputting. Yeah, right there. And then the red, again, is going to be output, which is going to chain to the thing that's above it. In this case, constructors. So we're going to go ahead and say, okay, we want some constructors. Now I have 10 constructors here. And again, if we look at the math, look at the math we just did, it's going to be 16. So if I had 8 constructors, it'd be much easier because I could do 8 constructors and 8 constructors, right? And that'd be 16. But we know later on that we're going to get a lot more of that particular resource when we're able to use the faster belts. So when that happens, we're going to have 300 divided by 15, and that is going to be the magic number 20. Yeah, I think so far ahead, everybody. I think very far ahead. I already have this done in here. Not only this, but the whole entire base, everybody. I'm that far ahead. But if you can't think that far ahead, that's okay. You can always come back and modify it and whatnot later on. Now, even further down the road, this is going to double again because it's a pure node. So everything that we're doing is actually going to be double the amount later on. So we'll actually use 40 of these later on. But we don't need to do that right now because I use a lot of power and it's not really necessary for what we're at this particular stage. So we're just going to accommodate, say, that goal, right? That goal of getting the 600. Okay, and so this is going in here and going out on that side. Now we can see that this is an input here, and then over here we can see the arrow is pointing toward us, and we want to actually turn it the other way so that the inputs are on the side that is the output of the storage. So we'll take our constructors once again, but this time we'll rotate it. We'll hit H so we can align it to our foundations, so we know this is all lined up to each other. Looks good. And we also know that we're going to need 2 of these. Again, you see I leave this gap in between. This allows me to go in that thing. It's also called a logistics level. We can go in, you can see the lights, whether the lights are running or any of that stuff. And since we know we need 2 of these, we're just going to go ahead and do it right now. Again, constructors. Aim it at this, find the arrow, turn the arrow so it's facing away from us, and then we can align it in there. And again, I like to put these in on the side. Also, they work great as a landing, so when you're up here working and whatnot, they'll be a great landing to use. And then usually I take them out later because they're unnecessary in the long run, but I don't like to have extra pieces if I don't need it. It's not serving a purpose. I take it out. Okay, so both of those are going to be where the output or the end result is going to be right here. See, the red is the output. So the output of this, of course, is going to be wire. And again, we'll take that out. There we go. And the output of that is going to be wire. But we need to go around the other side. And we can see we have our inputs here. Very easy to do. And we'll grab one of the ones here at the top. A little bit of this to help us. And we can go ahead, run this straight up into that first one. Now, we actually have double inputs because they're input on both sides. So they input this way, and then the final product is combined in the center, and then it's run down the center, which you can also do it the other way, where you have your inputs, and then your final is output on the side. It doesn't matter in the end because either you're going to run double inputs or double outputs. So sometimes I build it this way, sometimes I build it the other way, just for example. But what we need to do here is we need to split this, right? So we need to go here and split this so that it can end up in this one over here as well. So we're going to go ahead and bring this down just a bit and see if we can just kind of run that straight across over there. And now it's going to run that into the other side. There we go. Copper going into that side as well. Very nice. Now we also have these 2 up here. So we want to split it again. This. You can really get into multi-splits. Again, this is new in 1.1 where you can actually do your splitters. Like so, and then this here. And then guess what we can do? That's right, we can go up here and we can split it again so that it is running out this way. I just build these temporarily. So now we want to run this up into this other one. We're just going to eyeball it, see how it looks. And a little bit downward, but I think that'll work. Now, of course, it's going to diminish, right? So you got 50%, 50% going that way, or in this case, 50% this way, and then 50% up. And then that other 50% is being split and then split again. So you're going to have that diminishing returns, but this is what's known as a manifold. So what you're trying to do is spin it up into speed. And this is enough to run all of these. Well, at least run 16 of them. And so we have a big backlog as well. So we can just let that run and do a massive amount of these. Now, we don't really need that many because it's just going to put it in a dimensional depot most of the time. But we do want it to backlog the wire so that if it does fill the dimensional depot, it will backlog the wire 20 boxes deep, and then we never have to think about wire again. That is for sure, unless we're using it for a different process. But let's get in here and let's connect some of these. power things together. And again, I forget which one it was. I think it's this one probably here in the back corner. We're going to go ahead and take this one, and we're going to connect it down to the one underneath. Oh, this is storage. We were going up. I went down one too far. There we go. And connect that here. Now, we also want another connection, which probably use one of these back ones. There's one. And then we want to connect this all the way down to the next factory down, which is going to be the orange one. The blue ones are storage. Orange is a factory or production. Good to kind of color code those two so you know what's up with what's up, and then bring that down to there. And then now that power has been passed up into this upper area. And we can see those going through. Very nice. And then in here, we need to tell it what to do, right? Right now it's set to rods, but we want it to go to wire. We'll go ahead and copy that. And again, I open up each and every one just to make sure that it is actually pasting in there. Just like this. Good stuff. I also have it where it goes out, and I could chain it to the next one. The next one, if I'm working horizontally, I can just chain it from one factory to another to another. That's also very, very useful. So you can do it both vertically and horizontally in your modular builds. All right, those are all running, looking good. Go to the next level. Up here. Get all these running. Sometimes I'll do the all one side and then I'll do the other side. Sometimes I'll alternate back and forth. Just to kind of put a little variety into it most of the time. Change it up a bit. Okay, now what we want to see is out of all of these, because it's going to stop because it's not running to the storage right now, is that we see that each one of these is making a little bit of wire. And we can see the wire coming out of the machine. That means all of those machines are working properly, right? They all have that wire. They're all running out that wire. So that's good. Now, next one. Kind of finished filling in. Okay, let's see if I did this right. This is the output on this side. Yes, I did. All right, see, this is an input, so we want to merge these two together and then run it over there. Had a great idea. What if we did this and then we added a merger here? We can run this like that, up to that merger. Very nice. And we could run this down. Again, using the new vertical splitters and mergers to coordinate both of those together. See, now they're both running in there together. Very nice. And now we're making a crazy ton of wire, which is very cool. Now our wire, at this point, we want to make sure that eventually we have our wire going into our dimensional depots. Now if I put a dimensional depot here, it's going to be in the way of the thing I put down on top. So I'm just going to make sure that it is ending up at the inbox, which it is, which is great. I might even take a little bit. And then just let that backlog while I'm doing the next step of the process. Now, as it comes out, we want to take one half of it and run it into the storage, which eventually is going to end up going in the dimensional depot, and we want the other half to end up in the next step of the storage, right? So we could go in and we can rearrange how we have this to just go into the input of the next one. So again, these are inputs here and outputs. So what we're going to do on the next one is actually turn this one. We're not going to swap the direction so it's the other way. So we use the output of the thing to go into there. No, we're going to use the input on this side so that we have one going into the storages and one going into the next part of the process. Right, so again, instead of putting it all into the boxes, we're going to take one into the box and one up here, and that allows us to do that quarter, 1/4 and 1/4 amount. Right, very important to know that. Otherwise, you'll be using all of your wire in there, which you can totally do, and just wait until the cable backlogs and you have too much cable, and then it will backlog all the way to wire and then make wire for you. But I like to keep the processes separate. That's my jam. And then, of course, when we go in to do our constructors over here, we don't necessarily need to worry about which way we at. This is the input here. We don't necessarily need to worry about the amount, right? Because whatever the amount of the wire that we're outputting, it would be half of whatever that is. So if we go in here and we say, hey, we want to make some cable, it's 60 per minute, right? So say we're producing 240 of our wire right now. And we would know that by basically taking the number and halving it, right? So 480, and we're running half of that. Half of that would be 240, right? So basically we have 240 coming in, and this requires, over here, this requires 60 per minute, right? So basically 60, how many of these do we need to do that wire? So we'll go ahead and say 240 divided by, actually be 120 because we're going to do half of it, divided by 60, so that would be 2 of these. And you're like, well, Kismet, why are you going to use so many? Well, when we go to 600, we're going to divide it in half, which is going to be 300. 300, we're going to take that and divide it by half, which would be 150. And then 150 divided by 60 is going to be almost 3 of them. Now, in the long run, we're actually going to end up where we are doing even more wire because we're going to be extracting at 1200. But you really don't need that many of your cables being produced, everybody. 3 of them is more than enough. But in this case, it's going to be 30, so it's just going to be a couple of them. So actually, it's 280, 140 divided by the input of 60. So it's going to be about 3 of them. 3 of them is more than enough cable. Believe me, especially if you're letting it run, you're going to end up with just a massive amount. So I really want more wire than I do cable for most of the things that I'm doing, because it'll just backlog all that stuff like crazy. So that's fine. That'll all work out. I really want more copper sheets than any of all of this at this stage. So let's go back down here and let's kind of rework what we're doing here. So we don't need this merger anymore. We can go ahead, maybe bring this down just a little bit just to kind of match that up nicer. Yeah, let's say there. Good enough. Now this one is actually going to end up going to the next level. We're going to work this around that one. Run this up to the next level. And next level again, because we passed the storage there. And then what we want to do is we want to split this. Now here's a great little trick. You just put your lifter up really high. And then we can pull all these out just so it's not clipping through there. And then you can use these vertical splitters again. So again, you can do vertical splitter. And we'll say right there. And then this one goes into there. And this one goes in here. And this is what's so cool about the vertical splitters. And you can just take the top part off. And there you go. Which I really like, everybody. I like those vertical splitters. I think that's a brilliant change to the game. Love it, love it. Okay, so let's go ahead, say cable. Then we're going to copy. And we'll just do one side, and then we'll do the other. Paste. We got to add some power. Okay. And then again, we'll find some power back here in the corner. Somewhere, let's say this one. Run down a couple levels until we're down here. And we'll see if we can connect that in right there. Okay, now the one at the top has power. Again, we're chaining the power through all of the levels so that power ends up here, and away we go. Oh, there goes that cable. All right, cable back online, running all the way to the end there. That one looks good, looks good. And again, you should be able just to look down the line like this. Just look down the line and see whether they're all working. And that's why I leave that little gap. Just visually able to know that every single one of those are working, and I don't have to go in and out of them. If I see one of them and there's nothing on that belt, that means that one's not working. Plus also if it's not going up and down and moving, that's another great example. But that's why I like to leave a little bit of that gap. It really does help a lot. Okay, and then those are being produced, and that's really as much as I need. I only need one level of those cables. That's, again, and only need 20 boxes of them. So that's going to be just fine. Let's keep going. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and put a thing up here. Actually, this is going to be storage level. Grab one of these storage level ones. There we go. Just make it easier for us to remember. That way. Okay, so again, this one's coming in from this side, going out of that side. So we'll want to go into the storage from that side. We don't have to. We can do it this way. We can run it all the way around if we wanted to. But I like to put the inputs on the side of the outputs so they're easy to chain. Don't need to use as much belts or resources to make them work. Just like that. And storages don't need any power, so you can go right to it with these storages. Okay, I'm going to go right here. Run it up, stay right there, and run it right there. So there we go, already off and running. Go up just a little bit. Up just a tiny bit. Kind of square it off a little bit. All right, there we go. Now our cables are going through there. Look at the last box in the chain. See if those cables are showing. We're good. All right, very nice. Now we have something else we want to make, copper sheets. Now right now, all of the ignits are running into the wire. Now why is it doing that? Well, the reason why it's doing that is because it has nowhere else to go right now, right? So we want to go down to this level right here. Where these copper ignits are being run. And so we'll go around the back side, which is where it's being output right now, and we can see that we're outputting the full amount to this whole process of wire and then wire onto cable. But we want to use a half of this to do the rest of the stuff that we want to do, right? So we want to kind of run that as well. Except we're kind of blocking the outputs here and whatnot, so we want to kind of rearrange how we have our stuff here. So we're going to rearrange this a little bit just so we can utilize a bit more of this, and we'll go ahead and run that up there like this. And now we have that full amount going up there. So you can use this as a splitter. Also what you can do is just go down here and you can split here. So the reason why I want to split down here is because half of it is going to go up to here, right? It's going to be running this way. And then half of it is going to be running the rest of this. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this out for right now. I'm going to rework all of this just so we can get it to be half and half. There we go. So half of this is going to go to this process. So we're just going to go like this. And we're going to say, okay, half of this is going to run up and run into this one. just like we did before, using our vertical splitters. Point right. Very hard to visualize sometimes the height of these. And they have the little markers on the side, but the markers are not always right. And that does throw me off sometimes, but that is good. Okay, very nice. Now, same thing here. We'll go ahead and do a splitter on this line. Now this line is going to go right over there, and we'll just do it like that for now. And then it's going up, it's going into here. But what we need to do is we need to split it again, right? So we need to split this again going up. So what we can do is kind of fine-tune this to where this top part actually is going up higher. Stand on the edge. There we go. So this top part is actually going to the top part first. All right, so it's coming from the bottom straight to the top part here. And in there, not quite high enough. I like to have my belts in just such a way. See how that is. Again, I'm looking at the side. It's sitting right on the thing where it should be lined up, but it's not. So when I go to do it again, I want to make sure that I'm not putting it in the same exact spot again. Actually, I should probably make this easier on myself. Just put one of these out here, just so I can see where I'm aiming here. So again, we will go up above that line. It's on the side of the thing here. Weirdly is not going in there. Wait, that's an output. Oh, it's down there. Too high, too high. That's an output. This is storage. My bad. That's where we're trying to go. All right, try this again. Oh, too high. Too low. Either too low or too high. That's good enough. And that's because of the way I have the vertical splitter. The vertical splitter is making it offset, so it's either too high or too low. It's okay. It'll work. And then down here, we want to do another vertical splitter so that we can split this out and run it into this one here. Again, this is all way too close and hard to see what the heck I'm doing. There we go. Let's go ahead and just... what do we want to do here? Something like that or something like this? Do something like that. Okay, and then we want to take this out and we want to turn it so it's going straight toward the splitter. The split we want to do, and then I think we could have gone a little higher there. Like that. There we go. So now we made one long one from here all the way to the top, and then we split it here to go that way. And then also it's going this way at the same time. So we're putting a splitter in the center. And then up here, we're going to do the same thing. And you're like, well, Kismet, how's that different from last time? Well, you'll see here in just a moment. We're getting there. And then this side over here, we need to split so we can run it over to this. And here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and bring this down. About where that splitter is. Call it there. And that one will run in there. So now we're running that into both sides. So now you can see both that side and this side are getting fed. Half of the Ignits, but still all of the Ignits right now. Again, we have no other place where it's running. But we want to kind of set it up so we know that 50% of it's going here and 50% is going to use for wire. 50% of that, really it's 25% of the total, but 50% of the stuff that we split is going to go here and here for wire and for cable. Now the other 50% of the raw ore is going to be on this other side, and that's what we're working toward right now. So we can go in here and grab this side, and we're going to run this way up here. Okay. Stop putting wire, very nice. And then up some more. I'll put it that way. And we're just going to pull that way up like that. Okay, so 50% of our total copper ingots are coming up here, right? And 50% is going to wire into cable. So this 50% is what's going to end up in my copper sheets, right? So we go ahead and put down some of that, which we will do here. Let's grab an orange one this level. There we go. This is going to be a production level above here. Now this storage is not going to go into the next level, right? So I don't need to worry about the inputs and outputs of this right now. Really all I need to worry about is the one that I ran up in the back here. That's why I ran it so high, so I could see where it's at. And then I'm going to run that input in for my other thing, which is 240 divided by 20, which is 12. Right? So I probably just add double, because later on we're going to add more. We're just going to increase the inputs, which is basically going to allow all the rest of these to run even more so than they're running now. Again, when we do that scale up, once we have the faster belts as well. Or we may not change it at all, wait till we have the really fast belts and then just upgrade it then. Again, if you have so much of it that you don't really need to touch it, everybody, then you just let it run even if it is running slower. That's the most important thing. But we need 12 constructors to make it happen. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to put 10 here. And again, we want to make sure that the input is on the back. So we're going to rotate that arrow. We're going to hit H. And then we're going to put those down. We're also going to split it between the two separate levels. So we're going to bring that up again. We're going to put this here. You guys are getting the gist of this now. You're getting it going on, building some epic modular bases. And then we're going to go ahead and throw some more constructors. We put the arrow toward us so we know where the arrow is, and we rotate it once and then twice, and we know the arrow is facing away. We can also hit H and then just go look for where the white arrow is. It's over there. Not to be confused with all these other tons of arrows in your face. You're looking for the white arrow. And there we go. Okay. Now we have our factory. Now we want to go ahead and finish this off with our copper sheets by coming up here and putting in a storage level. This is just a great way of reminding myself what kind of level I'm putting in now. And then right here. Right there. And you're like, well, Kismet, how can you build so much so fast when your dimensional depot is so slow? That's because I have the stuff mostly in my inventory. And I also have like the concrete and the plates, which is the thing that's using the most. Right now I'm using 338 concrete and 176 plates, which is a lot. It was a lot. But also every one of these resources are running into the dimensional depot right now. So that's why I did those first. So that when I'm building all of this stuff, I have the base resources, not just resources in order that you learn them in the game, but in resources in order in which you're using them. Much more important, everybody. Much more important to do it in case of the use case, as opposed to just making every single process when you don't really need to, and it just takes more of your time. So, a very, very efficient way to play. Now, you can do that if you want. It's your game. You do whatever you want. But for me, I want to put this here. Now, is that where that input is? It sure is, because the output is right over here. We can just go ahead and take this output right here. We can line it up right over here. Kind of feel like that's right. And then we can just go ahead and preempt, run that into the storage when we get all the rest of this ready to rock. Now, this one is running in this way, and what we need is we need our copper sheets. There we go. And we're going to go to the center, which is going to make this easier. There we go. And which one we do? We didn't copy it. All right, copper sheets, copy, copy. And then paste. And again, you can paste it without looking. I always pull it up because missing those when sometimes it doesn't work for whatever reason. There's something in the way or whatever. That sucks. So I just like to make sure because then I don't have to think about it. Thinking about it is the worst part, where you have to sit there and think, oh, wow, my copper sheets, are they working, and so on and so forth. I just go in and I get it done. I get it done, so I know that that is working, and it will just keep running. Okay, more power. Only a couple more steps on this one. Go ahead and take our power, and we'll run it to the lower level. And remember the factory level here. And I leave a couple of these free just so I can chain them down below. And then this one is going to chain down to the production level. Because again, the storage level doesn't have any power. It doesn't need any power. And there we go. So now that top level has power. So we're all good. And we have our 2 layers of our stuff here, copper sheets. So we got to do some more here. And we're going to copy. Which I already had copied, but whatever. And this one will go back and forth. You do whatever you feel is more efficient. I just do it for variety. I mean, you can do the same thing over and over. That's, again, very, very efficient. For me, I just enjoy the variety of it. Okay, looks good. Now we got that level good. Let's just double check this level here, at least just to see. Ooh. The first few of these are copper sheets and copper sheets. Okay, now we just need the input. And that's going to make them copper sheets, and it's going to throw it in those storages right over there. Okay. So we've got this here. We got to go down another level. We're looking for our storage level. Here's our storage level. Here's our output. We can see we've got some cable there. Okay, let's just run it up there. No, because that cable does not become what we need, right? What we need is this one right here. And we need to take this one and run it to where we want it to go. So I'm going to go ahead and take it here. And I'm going to run it to the top one down here. And in fact, we'll just do something like that. Make it easier for us to just jump down and see what we're doing. Well, we'll try to jump down anyway. All right. Again, we'll bring this up. And we want to kind of run it. Actually, we want to go down even further. Run it about there. This back, take this out. Take this one out. There we go. Now we can just see it a bit better. And then we'll come up. And again, because we're doing vertical splitting, sometimes it doesn't perfectly line up to the thing. In this case, it did nicely because we started at the very bottom and then we brought it up. Okay, so that's running in there. But what we want to do is run it to that one too, right? Up here because we have the 2 layers of things. So actually what we want to do is do this. Take this out, put one here, and then we'll go ahead and line it up with this one. Don't worry about that one down below. We'll take care of it. Again, using our new vertical splitters, we can go ahead and just line it up and go like this, and we can split it nicely like that. Again, vertical splitters for the win, everybody. Very nice. Now, half of it's going to go here, half it's going to go there. It's going to produce a bunch of stuff. In this case, copper sheets. And when we get to the top here, we should be able to look in this box right here and see some copper sheets coming through. Don't see them yet. Let's see what happens. Again, we have run this up over to here. There they go. All right, copper sheets coming through. Very nice. And then over here, we should see them outside. Yes. And then right here, copper sheets filling up. Now we have 2 layers of copper sheets being produced. So we want to make sure that we are merging those together. Again, using that new 1.1 Epic update, we can say, you know what? I want to have a merger here. Yeah. And then we can go ahead and take this. Take that merger, run it down to this one. Go down. There we go. Run it down to this one. Run it out of there. I'd put it in normal mode, default mode. Like that. And now those are merging together up there. And then they're both running along the same line and ending up into this box, which means we're producing way more. Oh, I don't have any more. Oh, jetpack. I'm glad I didn't jump off the side. Turbo fuel, or packaged turbo fuel in this case. I'm going to start my turbo fuel back up automatically, and it'll just replace that for me. Now, over here, we should have a bunch of copper sheets backlogging. Here we go. Yes, now they're really getting cooking. We're going to go ahead and let that run. Now, that is a done copper factory because it's actually producing multiple of whatever I need for copper. Now, later on, you can produce other things that you need for the later processes. But you can see this is one of the tallest ones we've done so far. And we needed to backlog a lot of the other resources so that we could make a very big vertical one here. So that's why I did all of those first, so we could do this, and then we can up our power so we can then have more power to add more stuff. You get the idea. Now, there's just one more thing that we need to do right here at the top. So we need to look at where the output is. It's right over here, and we're going to go ahead and put a dimensional depot right here. We can't do it. Why? Because we don't have enough Mercer spheres. But I just happen to know where there's some Mercer spheres or dimensional depots that we could decommission now, because now we have it all over there, and I don't need to have it over here by where my base is anymore. Because that's the great thing about the dimensional depot is it eliminates the need to play like this, where you have a bunch of storage boxes with a bunch of stuff in the storage boxes. Now you can still do it. You can say I'm doing it. But we can go ahead and take these copper sheets here. We can say, you know what, don't need a dimensional depot for that anymore. We'll take that out. Over here, we don't have our cable running from the bottom. We have it from the top, but we can take this out. And then over here, our wire. Take all that out. Now, this is usually for my use, whether it's in the thing over here, the hub, or if I'm using it for building or whatever. But ultimately, the goal is to eliminate these boxes altogether. The greatest way to improve something, everybody, is not just to improve or iterate on that thing. It's to eliminate the need for that particular process. If you can eliminate the need for that thing, you've made it improved massively. So if we can eliminate the need for these boxes to be by the hub all the time, eventually, by the way, the hub will become obsolete, and all of these boxes that are by the hub will be obsolete. But once you get the dimensional depot going, you can just have all this stuff running in there. So we're going to take it out of here, and then we're going to use those same ones to go ahead and apply it over here on our thing. Look at it building. Very cool. It's really fun when you build vertically. Now, you notice I'm not being super fancy. I'm not embellishing it and spending 500 hours building out one little base. That's not very efficient and will most likely get you zapped from space from Fixit. So just so you know, Fixit is, of course, the overlord corporation that sent us here in the first place. And again, I'm your official Fixit corporate trainer, and I'm here to help you not get lasered from space. So I don't like to be inefficient. Square boxes are efficient, and they are a great way of progressing through the game. They are also the reason why we have square buildings in real life. I like to play games like if I was really there, what would I do? I would make square boxes. Why? Because that's more square footage. I can fit more stuff in it. It costs less cost and resources to build the thing. Round buildings, things like that with embellishments and stuff, it costs more money, more resources, and more time. And all of those things equal more money. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. All right, and so we'll go ahead and keep on running this stuff up here. And we took out the dimensional depots, so we have 3 Mercer spheres that we can work with. And we're going to go right up here, and now you can see, because we have them on us and all that other resources, you can just run it right there. Okay, and now we just want to very simply take our stuff here and run that in there. And now it is perpetual, everybody. Since as long as we have power, we will make an endless amount of copper sheets. And it will just continuously run those copper sheets in there. Every time I use up the copper sheets, it'll just run them in there again. Now, of course, it's going to be running them pretty slowly right now because it's doing 15 per minute. But we'll get that up later on. Now, the next thing we want to do is find our other storage level right down here. We want to see where the output is, which is on the other side. We'll get it. We'll get it. Get under there. There we go. And then we're going to take the output over here, which is our wire. We're going to run it way up here. And see if we can get past all of this. Ooh, okay. A little bit in the way there. Not run those in there. Not run those in there. Yeah, we got a little bit of a problem here with our wire. And we're going to have another problem later on as well. What we're going to do is turn this like this, just so we can snake that by. Get that up to the top. Don't like it. It touches. Don't like it. I'm a bit of a stickler when it comes to stuff that's touching the side of my stuff and it's clipping through there. I'm not a big fan of clipping. They took out the mostly out the clipping barriers and stuff to try to, you know, when you're calculating clipping, because most people are like me. They don't like clipping. They don't want it to clip, so they'll just make it so it doesn't clip. As opposed to, you know, trying to limit the player to where, oh, well, this barely touches the edge of that thing. Oh, you can't do that. Well, they took that out. It's called soft clipping now. When it's yellow like that, that means that you're getting close to another object or you're clipping through another object, and it just lets you do it. If you want to, you can clip through a whole bunch of stuff. If you totally want to. Ah, look at that. We actually needed some cable in the Dimensional Depot. Very nice. Run that in there. We've been using a bunch up. Okay, so that's going in the Dimensional Depot. Now we need some wire in there. Hello, what's up, Brunheen? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you. Our wire is on the other side, or our cable. No, that was the cable. This is the wire. It's something like that. Okay, how can we do this without interfering with what we've already got? Let's take a look. Totally not what I wanted to do. Thank you very much. There we go. That's going to touch that. I'm not going to like it. Don't like any of this. I think we're going to rework this. We're going to rework how we have this. So we're going to run this way. So it's out of the way of all these other belts on the other side. And then we're just going to run it straight up. Refuel our jetpack. Up we go. Uppity, 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 up. There we go. And I like to put it up on the top so I can see if it's working or not. And I can just see that all of them are working. Now let's say something like that. We'll put this one over here. It doesn't really matter where we put these, just as long as they're doing their job. All right, good enough. We should see some wire going in there. We got copper sheets there. We got that. And now those three resources are back up and running, and they will run 24/7 and constantly put those in the Dimensional Depot, which is cool. Do we need more wire in there? Sure did. We need more wire. See, again, we got that problem solved. Now, that's it. That's all I need to do. Done. GG's. Eventually, it's going to fill up the Dimensional Depot. Then it's going to start to backlog. It's going to go back in the boxes. It's going to fill that 21 boxes deep. It's going to do the same thing with the copper sheets, and it's going to do the same thing with the wire. Back and backlog, 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 backlog over time. Because I can tell you, I'm most likely not going to spin that stuff faster than it's going to make it. Because I have it on maximum speed right now. Maximum extraction, maximum conversion. Go as fast as you possibly can. And run that stuff in the Dimensional Depot. And most importantly, backlog a storage amount of it, because when I come back later and I'm building even bigger stuff, I'll have boxes and boxes and boxes of it that I can just grab, or I can run in the Dimensional Depot, whatever I need to do. And as I upgrade the Dimensional Depot, it'll automatically run that next level. So say I double up the amount I can put in the Dimensional Depot, well, it's just going to run the rest of it in there when I get to that point, which is pretty awesome. I highly recommend upgrading at least the first upgrades in the Dimensional Depot. Okay, so we got those squared away. Very awesome. Let's wander back down this way again. That's a bunch of GG right there. Okay, and we can go over here and we can just look at the resources that we have and say, what other resource do we need now? Now, if you notice this whole entire time, have I needed any screws? Not really. I haven't really needed any screws. I mean, I used some of the screws. I pulled all the screws out of there, and I went over here, and I said, you know what? Let's take the no, those are rods. Let's take the screws over here somewhere. I know I threw them in one of these. Right here. And make some rotors out of it, right? So I made a bunch of screws so I could make a bunch of rotors and then also iron rods. So probably the next thing that I need to think about is screws, because again, we want to make rotors eventually. And then over here, we'll want to make our modular frames. But our modular frames need reinforced iron plates, which comes from, actually the whole entire process here comes from the raw ore. So you want to make a bunch of rods, you want to make a bunch of plates, and then take those rods and plates and turn them into iron plates and in the end. And then we take reinforced iron plates and rods and we convert them into modular frames. Now, I don't really need to make that many of these right now because, again, it's really for my use so I can build stuff. Now, later on, when you need a certain amount of modular frames and rods and, you know, rotors and whatever it is, then it makes a difference. But if you're just setting it up so it's running it into the Dimensional Depot, which I highly recommend, then it's not as big of a deal, right? So it's not that big of a deal. We've already got the rods. We've already got the ability to take some of those rods and convert them into screws. We already got our plates going. But we can also make an entirely separate process so it's not affecting our rods and our screws. So we could have separate production for screws for our rotors over here, right? Separate production for rods, screws, and making rotors, which is what the first one is I did over there first, everybody. This one over here, well, really it's like the third one. But this one here that's doing the rods. Now I needed rods more than I needed screws. So I made a bunch of rods, and now I can modularly add on to it, right? So I'm gonna add on the screws. And then I could even add on, if I wanted to, the ability to do rotors, right there. Now, when it comes to encased industrial beams, they go very, very slow. So keep that in mind, right? These are 5 per minute. If I 2.5 times it, normally they are just a couple of them per minute, and it will go, it feels like molasses when you're in this stage, everybody, when you're running these modular frames. The trick to it is just let it run and run and run as much as you possibly can. And you can scale it up, but of course it'll cost you a lot more power and whatnot. So I will use a dedicated node just for reinforced iron plates. You want to have an absolute dedicated node to it, a pure node even better. And then if you have those reinforced iron plates, you can couple those reinforced iron plates, because you're going to be making rods too, with modular frames. And then you can top it off with the modular frames. You can top the other one off with rotors. And then the only other one you really need to do is stators, because then stators and rotors become motors, right? So you need a bunch of steel pipe and wire. And it just so happens that across the way, we're making steel pipes, and also next to that, we're also making wire. So again, we can cross-connect the different factories and the outputs of those different factories to produce that end result of what we want to do. So we can also do stators with there, and then cap it on top with some motors, right? So again, and then of course we use our modular frames over here, and those modular frames will eventually become our, way down here, oh, it's not in here. It's not in here, our heavy modular frames, which is in the manufacturer as well. So we'll let that run and do its thing over there. And we'll go on to the next step of the process, which is now to say, okay, we have plenty of power. We have enough to scale up our factory. And look at this, everybody. We're using maybe 4,500, maybe 5,000. We just added a bunch of stuff. You saw all the stuff we added. All that stuff, I'm barely using any of the power. I have 21,000 power, and I'm only using fuel power. We're only using 5,000, because that is efficiency first. So let's get to it. Let's get to it over here, and we're going to try to add some screws to the top of this. Now, if you don't want to do all the little mathy math in here, you can totally do this without any math, everybody. You just keep adding stuff to other stuff and other stuff to other stuff, and if you just wait long enough, guess what? It's going to eventually make that thing. It'll eventually make it and end up. Where are we outputting? Right over here. So we've got our dimensional depot here, which is kind of in the way. of what we're doing. We'll take this out here in a second, but we're trying to get to this box underneath here so we can see it, but I'm sure it's backlogged. See? Look at this. Let's go back here. 21 boxes deep right here. 21 boxes deep of iron rods right now. Pretty awesome. So we want to take this off the top of here so that we can go ahead and extend this outward as well. And we'll take a wall here. That's not the wall we need. Let's do this one. And we'll just do that. It's only there to help us bring this up so we can stack another process up on top. Now, we got to go down and remember what we're doing down here at the bottom. Again, this is another pure node that we're using right here. And we'll go down here and we'll say, okay, how much are we producing? 600. Don't need to do it. Right now, I actually only need 480 because, and I can take the last one out if I wanted to, but I'm just going to leave it in there because I know I'm going to come back later and upgrade it and I'll have all three and so on and so forth. But I only need to run it at 480 because that's the maximum speed I can run it right now, but I'm going to tune it in such a way that it's going to end up for 600 for when we upgrade that later. And if we did upgrade it to 600, we would have to upgrade all the belts too. So ultimately, we'll be replacing this factory. But again, we're just trying to get it so it's making it for us right now. You don't have to replace the factory. You can just not upgrade it. But that works too. Okay, you can see we're bringing all the raw ore in here, the iron ore, converting that into iron ingots. Those ingots are massively backlogged in there. And then we're producing the rods. So we go to the rods here and we say, okay, if you say you bring in 480, how much is the output? So if we have 15 coming in, 15 is going out. So it's a 1-to-1 ratio. So basically 480 coming in, 480 going out, right? That's basically the thing, because you got your smelting, which is 1-to-1. You've got your rods, which is 1-to-1. So that means we're basically producing 480 rods here, which is a lot, everybody. That's a lot, especially at this stage. So 480 rods, and then what we want to do is we want to create screws. So we'll go up here to the top. And we'll just go ahead and look at where the output of this is over here. And then we'll go ahead and put in some more constructors, because we're going to use that for making screws. Now, screws is one of those things that you rarely ever have enough of. So we want to make sure this input... Oh, we forgot to add our sides here to help us line up a little bit. And you can see I'm just using the same blueprint over and over again that I made earlier and just modifying it, right? It's called retooling your factory or your blueprints for whatever you need to do. And that's really the true genius of this game, or true genius if you can figure it out, how to make it where that thing is reusable over and over. Oh, I was off by one there. Off by one. Just make it so you can reuse it over and over. Great thing about blueprints, you can take the whole thing back out again real easy. If you make a mistake, and then make sure it's lined up. It is, okay. And then you can go ahead and put it in again. Again, hit H so we know it's lined up. There we go. Very nice. Now, how much of this do I want to use? Do I want to have it coming out of here and using up all the rods to make the screws? Not necessarily, because if I'm going to build other things, like we'll go up here and just throw an assembler down for a moment. Right over here. If I'm going to build other things up here, say I'm going to do, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do reinforced iron plates. Those will be in another thing. Modular frames. Well, if I'm doing modular frames, I want to take the reinforced iron plates I'm going to do elsewhere and then take the iron rods and do those. But I can also, because iron plates are also made from rods, I can just do the rods over there and do this whole process there. But then we do modular frames, and then we have the reinforced iron plates. We're running the reinforced iron plates, and we leave some of the rods left over so we can then make the modular frames. Same thing with our other stuff here. When we go to make, say, stators, we're going to need steel pipe and wire. Well, that's going to be on that other factory over there because we already have the wire, and then nearby we have steel pipes. We can run those over. Also here in the rotors, we can go ahead and say, okay, we got iron rods and we got screws. And that's really the ultimate of this particular stack here. Its ultimate goal at the very top of it is going to be rotors. And then we'll take and we'll make stators over the other place. We'll combine those two stators together, and then the top of that one will be motors, or we can run over here either way. Again, all of these interacting with each other and working together to make each step of the process and backlog each step of the process, so we'll have a backlog of all those resources. So in this case, we want to make a lot of screws, right? So we're at 100 per minute. But it doesn't matter how much the input is, everybody. It's going to matter how fast your belt is. So how fast is my fastest belt? It's 480. So I'm already capped just by the speed of the belt. This is why I usually skip this belt stage. Because I can't run in more than 480 screws, and each one of these takes 100. So that means I can only do 4 of these maximum, plus a little extra, right? So plus a little extra, 80 extra, which is almost a 5th one. But I will do 5 of them anyway, and that's why I have my assemblers at doing 5. So we go look at the blueprints, we can see that our assemblers are right here, 5 assemblers together, right? So we have enough to do that 480 belt. And that will then, of course, if we scale it up, we'll be making more, and then we'll be able to scale it up some more. You get the idea. But our assemblers are already ready to go, but we want to make our screws first. So again, we want to decide, are we going to do all of it as screws, or are we going to save some, like I said, right over here? Are we going to save some for our rotors, so we have some extra rods for our rotors? So right here, you need 500 screws to do those 5. And how many rods do you need? Well, 20 times 5. So you need 100 rods, right? Now, again, if I bring it down, let's say we take, 480 here, and we minus 100 in there. I just did it on screen so you guys can get the general idea. That means 380 of it is now going to go to making the next step of the process, right? So making the screws. So 380 going in is going to make how many screws, right? That's the real question you want to ask yourself. How many screws is 380? And we're going to try to shoot for 480, right? So we go to screws, we say, okay, 10 in equals 40 screws. So it makes 4 times the amount from this, right? So if we take that 380 and we divide it by 40, that's 9.5 of these that we need, right? And then that 9.5 is going to be a crazy lot of these, right? I think that's right. Think of this 10, 40. So it's going to make 95 per minute, right? No, we need 10. So now it's 380. It's 380 divided by 10, because that's going to be the input. 38 of these. There we go. 38 of these is going to make, times 40, 1,524 screws. But I don't have the belts to make that happen. Now, I can split them into separate groups, where I have one going at 480 and then the other one going at 480, which is what you want to do in your screws. It's a bit more advanced because you're not merging those things together in the center. So the fact that I have the inputs separate and then the merging in the center is going to be a limiting factor in this particular thing, right? And that's when you want to, if you're going to split your outputs, then you want to make sure that your outputs are on separate lines and not combined, right? This is why you sometimes do it one way and you sometimes do it the other way. The screws is a great example of that. So if I did want to do, say, 2 lines of screws, which would be 480, right? Times 2 would be 960, and I could do that many because I have enough resources to do both the screw or the iron rods and the screws separately. So I want to have 2 separate lines of how I'm doing my screws, and then I can run them wherever I want. So instead of doing this, which I'll show you what we've done here, see this, the output is merging. So the most of this that I could possibly output, if I set it to screws, right here, is the maximum speed of the belt, which is 480. So this needs to be flipped the other way, right? So this needs to be flipped so that the output is outputting this way, and these lines here are merging, and I have 2 separate 480 lines, which will allow me to then go into 2 separate lines on the top part, and I can go ahead and run those into multiple of those assemblers, which means I can produce more of these on the output, right? So basically that's would be 480, 480 would be 960 on that output. And that's what we want to do. Again, if you're limited by your belt speeds, then you want to split your outputs into separate lines. So that's what we're going to do. And again, we can reverse engineer it as well. We can say, okay, if we want to produce 960, we should be writing these numbers down. Let me go over here, writing these numbers down so I don't have to do them multiple times. Right over here, we're doing screws. What is that? White. There we go. Screws. Actually, we'll do it over here in extraction. There we go. Over here, screws. Okay, so we're going to do 2 lines of 480. So we have 480 over here. 480. This thing is all over the place today. There we go. 480 times 2. Actually, we'll just do 480 here. Input 1, input 2. So 480, 480. And then we can say add this one plus that one. Why is that percentage? Why is that whole thing percentage? That was some crap I have to fix in this thing. There we go. All right, 960. Okay, so again, I'm writing it over here on a spreadsheet. My normal Overseers 2 spreadsheet. Okay, so screws, our input is going to be 480. And actually, should probably back this up. And then basic input is 15 on those screws. So again, we're going to produce 960. Now we know what we're going to produce. Oh wait, our input's not going to be that. Our input is going to be input's going to be 10. Let me make sure I got that right. 10. Yes. Okay. So we're going to take a portion of this and cut it down to 380. That's what we're doing. 380. So we have our main input, main screw input is 480. And then we're going to minus 100 for rods for our rotors. Right? Because we need 100 rods for those 5 things of rotors. We go in and look at the assembler. So what we're doing is we're working at the end and working our way backwards, everybody. That works so much better. It's like anything that you do, if you want to accomplish something, what is your end goal? Whatever your end goal is, and then you just figure out all the steps between where you are now and where you want to be, right? You want to lose weight? What are the steps between now and there? If you want to be better at your job, what do I need to learn so I can be this job? What are all the steps I need to take? What are the education I'm going to need? What are the places I want to work at? All the things. Maybe I work at this place, then I work at this place, and that gets me to here. And then when you get here, extend that on again, right? What's my next big goal? Okay, work my way back from that goal. What are all the steps between here and there? It works so incredibly effectively in graphic design. That's the way we do it. How are you going to output it? What is the final product? Right? You don't start with just starting to design stuff. That would be very bad. It would cost a fortune. And you'd have to rework it over and over again. You're just like, hey, I'm making a magazine. Okay. Or I'm making a t-shirt. You want to put it on a t-shirt? Okay, now we know what our limitations are. We know that this is the t-shirt. Okay, what do we need to do? Okay, well, we're going to need some inks. We're going to need somebody to print that t-shirt. Or are we going to do it in-house? Is someone else going to do it? What are we going to do? And then you walk back a step. Okay, who's doing the design? Are we doing the design? You doing the design? Okay, what kind of colors? What's your logo? What do you want on the shirt? What's the theme? Okay, now we've got all of that. Okay, now this part back here is the designing of the thing, right? So again, then you design, and then you just work your way backwards, figure out all the steps, and then you work your way forward, which is what we're doing right now. That's what we're doing here. It's one of the most effective ways to do anything. Incredibly effective. So here on the motors, we want to make motors, right? That's kind of eventually our thing here. But right now in this particular factory, we're trying to make stators. So again, we're going to have 5 of these. So 5 assemblers. And those 5 need 20 rods. And they need 100 screws. And again, you always want to look by your limiting factor. Your limiting factor is the screws, not the rods. The rods, you can make a crazy ton of those. You'll be fine. But the screws are going to be your limiting factor. So we would need 500 screws, and we would need 100 rods. So if we just take the 100 rods out of the rest of the process to start with, then we're going to end up with that 380 number that I was talking about, right? So we have 480 rods being produced. We take the 100 out, so we have that toward the end. So when we do the rotors, we'll have that 100 rods. And then the rest of it, the 380, is what we have to work with our screws, right? So 380 screws right there. Main screw input is going to be 380. There we go. And to basically be able to do enough screws in here, when we run it into the assemblers, we're going to need 2 separate lines, right? So 2 of them that will go into 2, and then we'll have a third one, which will basically be like basically the 5th one, but it's really the 3rd one in a row. That'll just do the overflow. Anything else that we have left over, it'll be fine. But we need to make 500 screws. That's our thing. How many screws can we make, right? How many screws can we make? And that's what we're working on. So again, we'll put our constructor up here. I just put it up here. It's like a little stuffed play yard, so you can see what I'm doing. So screws. So again, it's going to 10 iron rods. It's going to make 40 screws. Now this is where it's really going to blow your mind. Get ready. So we have 380 rods, right? So we bring in 380 rods. Because remember, it's the rods that we're calculating from, not from the base resource, not from the extraction, though the extraction, it just happens to be 480. But in this case, we're starting at the rod level, right? So we have 480 rods per minute being produced. And if we take 380, which is 10 per, right? So we divide it by 10, that's going to give us 38, right? So 38 constructors that we could do. But this is where it blows your mind. 38 times 40, which is the output, is 1,520. That's a crazy amount of screws we could produce, everybody. And how many screws do we need? 500. So if we did want to scale it up and say, wow, okay, we're making way too many screws, right? That's way too many screws for what we want to do. We can say, well, wait a minute, maybe we want to make 10 assemblers, right? So 10 assemblers, would we just double all the numbers, right? First thing I would start with is your rods. So if we do 10 assemblers at each one is going to need, right over here, each one is going to need 20 rods. So if we do 5, that's going to be 100. And if we do 10, that's going to be double. That'll be 200. So we need 200 rods now, right? So that brings that original number down now to 280, right? So instead of being 380, it's 280 because we're bringing it down by 200. This is what I'm trying to show you, everybody, how to figure out all these numbers. And it's really, really useful once you understand the concept. All right, and then we're going to go 240. Now, I'm going to actually have it start to do the calculations for me because that's awesome. So 240 times all of this. Let me go ahead and do the output. I'm just going to make a spreadsheet that does this for me. So the input is there. The output is going to be 30. And over here, output 30. And this is going to be rod input. And remember, we're going to divide the rod number by 10. And the reason why we're going to divide it by 10 is because, again, right here, it needs 10 to go in, right? So, which is really going to be easy because if it's 240, you can just take the 0 off the end, everybody. Whenever you have a 10 and another number, say you have 50,000, and you have divided by 10, just take the last number off. It's, 5,000. There you go. Easy. Just the zeros cancel each other out. The 1 is the 1 times 5,000 is 5,000. You get the idea. But really easy to do when it's by tens. Now, the United States doesn't like to do things by tens. The United States typically likes to do things by 12s, which makes life so much harder. But it's really easy. You just say, oh, well, I want to take 240 and divide it by 10. The two zeros cancel each other out. So now you have 24 left over. Right? You can just do that math in your head. Really super easy. But I'm doing it on the spreadsheet just for fun. Okay, then we're going to go ahead and take the 24, and we're going to times that times the output of screws, which is 40. And that's going to output 960 screws, which is the magic number that we're looking for the next part of the process, right? When I mentioned that 980 or 960. These numbers are all magically, some genius over there at Satisfactory went in and figured out all these numbers, which I greatly appreciate, because you'll see these what I call the Kismet rule of 8, that kind of infinity thing where you've got your numbers just perfect, how they work out in each step of the process, and at the end of the process, they end up having that magic number. Now, it just so happens that if we go in and we look at 960, right here, 960 divided by 2 is 480, which is the speed of our belts right now. That's why it has that magic number, everybody, so you can have that magic number and basically produce more of the rotors that we want to produce later, right? All of these. So now we're going to be outputting at 960. So that's going to be just a little bit less than 10. Well, we won't have quite enough for 10. But it will allow us to run two separate lines, run those two separate lines into two of them, and then whatever's left over is going to merge and then go to that last one at the end, right? Because it's going to use up some of them on the first one, it's going to use some of them up on the second one, and then we'll have some left over, which will be not faster than the belt, because now you've used up 100 here and 100 there and 100 there, and you've whittled it down to the what's ever left over, and then that whatever left over can go into the last one, which is how you work around your belt speed limitations, is by splitting your belts and by working it into the machines first, and then it cascades and goes down in value. So it's coming through at 480. It will then half itself, say, to 240, have itself down to 120, and if you merge those two 120s at the end, guess what? It's just 240, right? It's not even close to the maximum spell. It's half the speed of your belt. And that's what we're figuring out in all of this math here. And sorry if you're not really into math, but I think it's pretty awesome the way that those numbers magically add up. Now, we got one more issue that we need, is we need some rods for the rotors, right? So if we go ahead and put a bunch of these in here, say 5 of these to do rotors, well, guess what we need again? 100 more rods. So that's going to bring the amount of screws that we're producing down as well, right? So now we need 300, right? So we go in and say, okay, well, never mind. We need 300 now. And that leaves us with 140 screws, or 140 rods left over to make screws. And now our output has gone down to 560. And again, if we go over here and look at the math, right over here. Now, just so you know, everybody, you don't have to do any of this if you're playing this game. You don't have to do any of the math if you don't want to. You can just go make stuff, and then if it doesn't look like it's making enough, make more. It's as simple as that. But I find it very fun to find what I call the magic numbers, right? There's a magic number in every process in the entire game. There's always a magic number, and there's magic sets of numbers at this level, at this level, at this level, and at the end game. All of these magic numbers match up. You know, you have 10,000 coming in, this goes into 4 and 5, and this is divided by 3 and divided by 2, and it becomes this other magic number. Those are the numbers we're always searching for to balance out everything that we're running. But what I'm doing is these ones right here. These ones right here is the calculation that we're doing. Our basic input of screws is 10. Our rod input right now is 140, and basically it's divided by 10 because we are, the input is 10. So we take the once we process them, then it'll basically be 14 times this input, right? So 14 times 40, which is the output, that gives us 560. And now we're using 300 rods down here. well, diverted rods. Actually, I can do it over here. Diverted rods for rotors. That's much better way of doing it, like this. And we're going to say 300. Now, this actually should be way up here at the top. And we're going to take this and move this around a little bit. Let's move it down here just a bit. And we'll take all this part out. There we go. Diverted rods should be up at the top. So we can put this here. Total input is 480. Actually, we move these over. Even better. Right here. You'll see why here in a second. Total input is 480. And then now what we're doing is we're making calculations that do the whole process. So 480 minus the 300 diverted rods we need for the in. Now you can see that it actually went to 180. I did that math wrong. See, I did that math wrong. It just fixed my math. It's actually 180, which is 1840. It's actually 720. And that's a great way to double check your math, is to go in and build a spreadsheet, let it do the math for you. Because I totally did that math wrong. And if I do it wrong, I'll just say I did it wrong. I don't have an ego, everybody. I don't have to be right every single time. If you spend so much of your life, everybody, people spend way too much time being right. They're fighting with their spouse. They're fighting with their parents. They're fighting with their friends. They're fighting with whoever. I've got to be right. It's me. I'm right. You're wrong. I have to tell you how wrong you are all the time. Oh, don't waste your life, everybody. Don't waste your life trying to be right all the time. It's okay if you're wrong. It's okay if they're wrong. You know what's not okay? Wasting so much of your time and effort trying to be right. It doesn't matter if you're right if you're an a-hole. It doesn't matter. You automatically lose if you're an a-hole. If you act like a jerk, you've already lost. You've lost the argument already. You've lost your ability to, one, control yourself. That's an important part of that. But it doesn't matter if you're right if you act like a jerk. Keep that in mind. You instantly lose. Man, if there's one thing I could tell you guys, if you're still young, don't spend all your time trying to be right. There we go. That's way too much time and effort wasted. And if people don't understand you, they don't understand what you're talking about. Like, I can explain the air conditioning, air pressure thing to my wife and family till the end of time. My daughter understands until the end of time, but you know, they're not going to get it. They don't understand how it works. So all I got to do is say, keep the doors closed. It costs us money to leave the doors open when you're air conditioning. You're air conditioning the neighborhood. You're pulling the hot air from outside into the house because the cold air is rushing out of the house. And that's called, it's balancing the pressure. Everybody's air pressure, the way air pressure works. It's tough being the smartest person in the room. And I'm not all that smart. That's what's really scary, everybody. It's not like I'm Mensa smart up in here. If you know what Mensa is, that's like the super most smartest people in the world kind of thing. I'm not that smart like that, but I understand basic things. I can understand basic air pressure. I'm not a scientist, but, you know, I did study air pressure in school, and I like to know how things work. That's the thing. I like to know how things work because it benefits me because I don't have to spend as much money on it. Like, you basically should understand how your car works. So when people are feeding you a bunch of BS when you're over at the car shop, and you're like, no, that's not how that works. No, that shouldn't cost that much. No. I can go down the road. They'll fix it for half that price. See, if you know about it, then you have the knowledge. You have the ability to say, no, and that doesn't have anything to do with what you're trying to tell me to fix, right? Oh, I got to fix this over here because this thing is busted. No, that thing has nothing to do with that other thing, right? Oh man, we got to change your oil because your brakes are low. No, that has nothing to do with the brakes. See, the more knowledge you have, everybody, the more you can catch people on their BS as well. So there. All right, so we figured that out. I made a little math problem there, but that's okay because the later it gets, the better my math gets. The worser it gets. I love making up my own words. All right, then 18 times 40 is 720. All right, so 720 here in our assemblers. We're going to put 720 screws in there. Right over here. Now, we can go ahead and do some math here, too. So 720 divided by 100 each one right here is going to tell us that we're going to use 7 of them. right? So instead of just 5, we're going to use 7. Now, 720, we take that number and we take this and we divide that in half because we're going to do 2 belts. It's going to be 360 per belt, right? So we can take 360 and we can run it into one. We can run 360 in the other, and it doesn't really matter, everybody. You don't have to split all the stuff now where the assemblers are. You just run it into one, and that one's going to use 3 or 4 in that one. And then you run it in the other one's going to use 3 and 4 in the other one. And then eventually when we scale this up again, guess what? It's going to fill the whole thing up. Again, when you think of the long run math, this is all going to work out. In the long run math. In the short run math, where we're only producing 480 and not 600, it's not going to reach its maximum potential of that extraction. Again, not reach that magic number that we want, which eventually would be 960, because 960 would be half to 480 belts. But here's the other thing, is that by the time we get all of this really cooking, we're going to have the faster belts, the 480 belts, or the 780 belts as well, and we won't have to worry about it, or whatever the next level belts are, 700 something. We're going to use those belts, and then this will all be irrelevant. And that's why usually I skip over this part and go right to the aluminum, everybody. Aluminum, not that hard, though it is, other than reinforced iron plates. When you're doing reinforced iron plates, when you hit that moment in the game, that really steps up the difficulty level, because you have to use multiple inputs and you have to figure out different stages. I call it the rule of 8, because you use 8 constructors to make it work perfectly at 100% efficient. You're putting some of them into plates, some of them into rods, and some of them at the end, those rods then become the screws. And then you're putting your plates and your screws together to make those reinforced iron plates, which you'll see me do here in a bit. I'm going to be doing that on another node. But you'll see all that stuff work itself out. So what's the ultimate? Why am I doing all of this math, everybody? I'm doing all of this so I know how many of the machines to make. That's the whole end result of all of this. How many little modular factories do I need to do what I'm doing here, right? How many screws do I need to make? How many assemblers do I need to make? Well, with 7, because we're doing 5 assemblers each, right? We'll need 2 things of assemblers. So we know we need 2 of those, right? So 2 assemblers. Now, if we're going to make, again, we're going to have an input of 180 screws, and we are going to, each one needs 10 screws each. Well, we actually already have the number right here, the raw input, because this number divided by this number is how many of these we need, which is 18, right? So we need 18 constructors to do our job. And it just so happens that we made them in groups of 10, so we can just do 20, and then we'll have plenty, and then it'll be fine. And then when we scale it up, it'll do that extra, right? It'll do that more. And this is the true genius of this game, is if you can think in the next stage. So we need 18 of those. And that's really what you need. We need 18 total, but since we're doing 10 each, we really only need 2 of those as well. So we need 2 blueprinted factories of 10 constructors, 2 sets of those, and then 2 sets of assemblers, and then we're done. That's it. Then run all the lines, do all the things, get it going. GG's, all done. And that's what we needed to know, and that's why I was showing you all of that stuff to make it a bit easier when you go to calculate it later on down the road. How to calculate it. The how-to is always the more fun, I think, than the why, than the why always, or most of the time. Whys are good too, but you already know the why. You're trying to make a certain resource. The how, I think, is vitally important a lot of times. Sometimes the why and the how doesn't matter. Like when your phone is not working, you don't care why it's not working, and you don't care how come it's not working, how it works and everything in there. You know what you want it to do? You want to do the thing like get to your photos, and you want to take a look at your photos, or you want to send your photos. You don't care how it works. You don't want to know how it works. Most of the time, I know how it works, and I still don't care. I just want it to do what I want it to do, right? That's it. That's all it should do. Just do what it's supposed to do. You don't have to screw with it. Move on to it, right? So you don't care about the hows and whys. You just care about how to get it done, how to get to the thing that you want to do. And I can tell you technology is becoming to the point where it actually takes more time to fix the technology. You're spending more time fixing it than you are actually using it for something productive. And that means that your value of your time is you're spending all of this time fixing it, and you're getting this much value out of it. I'm becoming very cynical when it comes to technology, everybody. Again, value versus the time you're investing. This is what you want, by time you're investing and value you're getting out of it. You want big value, less time invested, right? That's what I'm doing here with these factories. Less time invested, more value. That's what you want. Okay, so let's back up just a moment here. Back down to this other level. Right over here where we are, again, outputting a lot of screws right now. 480 screws being run out of there. And so we're going to go up here to the top. This one here is our constructors that we have going. Now, again, if we're going to run these constructors in 2 separate lines, we're going to need to take the constructors and flip them the other way. So the outputs have their own separate lines that we can use to run into the actual constructors. But if we look at the math of how we're doing it, over here we're doing 2 screws, and we are setting those screws so it's basically 2 groups of screws, right? 2 groups of factories. So this factory is going to produce 360, and this factory is going to produce 360. See how I did that? See how I made it where it's less than the output belt? So I don't need to flip all the things, everybody. I don't need to flip it. I've already got it. I don't have to build another blueprint. I can use the blueprint I already have. Again, I hope this is dazzling you. I am showing you all of my gamer secrets right here. I hope you am dazzled. I should see some GGs in the chat, everybody. That's pre-thinking that stuff out. I hope I'm dazzling you with that, because that's pretty awesome. It dazzled me when I figured it out. Nobody told me how to do that. Nobody told me how to do all that kind of cool stuff. All right, and then this is going to go up, and it's going to go right into that. There we go. All righty. Very nice. Now, again, to control the output of this output here, I think there's a limiter. Oh, actually, we want to put it down here before it goes into the storage. Before it goes into there. We want to do this the other way. We want to flip this the other way, because we want to control what's going into the box and what's going into the factory. Yeah, right here. So we want to control this 480 output, so we're not just running half of it into the factory at the top. Well, let's take this one back out. Alrighty, nice, nice. We want to flip the input around the other side. Again, it's good to figure out those logistics of how you're running your various stuff. Again, we're doing screws right now. Let's see. This is... Where's my arrow? That's an input. So we want the input to be in the back, and the output to be right here in the front. Very nice. Like that. And we want 2 of those. Oh, my headphones. I was like, why is the sound not working? My headphones died. Headphones died, and I didn't even notice. I'm that way, everybody. I can play games completely in silence. I can work completely in silence. Some people, they need noise to constantly keep them awake or doing what they're doing. Me, I prefer. I find a lot of times music is distracting for me, anyway. When you're running or walking, music is great. But when you're trying to concentrate on stuff and you're really focusing on it, I find it to be distracting. But sometimes, you know what you do is when you're really trying to push and you're trying to get things done and that kind of thing, you throw on some tunes, then it's good. But I'll most likely turn it off at some point. I'll throw some tunes on, listen to some tunes while I'm working, get to a point where I'm kind of tired of listening to music, and then I'll just turn it off, and I'll get back to focusing on what I do. But great way to keep yourself inspired, though. Keep yourself going. Okay, so we want to go ahead and we want to basically cut this down. So this is taking 300 and we end up with 180 left over, right? That's what we need. We need to take basically 300 out of here and say, you know what, this 300 is going to be for the end result. So what we really need to do is take out 180. So how do we do that? Well, we take this and we divide it by 2. 300 divided by, let's just do this over here. So we're going to say 2 here. We're going to say 3 here. Actually, I have a calculator that does this, by the way, right here. If you want to do in thirds and halves, you can even say divide by. You can just go ahead and change it to 2. I'll zoom in here for all you people on mobile. So you can just say, oh, I want to divide it by 3, and then I want to divide it by 2, and then I want to divide it by 3, because a splitter is either a half or a third, right? And then you can see what all the numbers are, right? So it starts at 50, 25, and then 8.3. But if you can find some easy magic numbers, 7.5, 7.5 again, and so on, though this should be divided by 2 again. Oh, this is not grabbing the right number. Oh yeah, that one's messed up. I must have copy pasted. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, very, very important to fix that. Okay, so now this one's dividing it by 2 and dividing it by 3 and so on. You get the idea. So this takes 300, divides it by 100. Because it's 300, it's 100, 100, and 100, you know, like that, 3 of them. And then it's going to divide that 100 into half, which is 50, and then half of 50. But maybe it's better to divide it in half because we need 25. And there we go. What if we needed 12.5 and we have 150? Well, guess what? We divide it in thirds, then we would divide it in half, and then we would divide it in half again, right? That's how you do load balancing, everybody. Really cool. That's basically a little easy load balancer for you. So you can figure out how many you got to cut in thirds, how many in half. There's also other load balancers that will feed stuff back in and split it and basically do exactly what that's doing there. Thirds and halves and thirds and halves. You get the idea. All right, I'll zoom back out again. So that works really, really well, as you can see. I'm just going to do the rest of these just in case some of these other ones somehow got messed up. What the heck? Yeah, it's probably when I copied it from the other spreadsheet. Some of these numbers are way too many decibels. Get a little wider. Wow, look at these numbers. Look at these numbers getting real wide. I usually only do it to a couple decimals here, but wow, look at that one. Wowzers. Oh, I scrolled up. Right over here. That's a big, big number. Yeah, and they're all aligned to the right. But this number right here, let's copy it and just paste the value. Values only. That is a very big number. Yeah, look at that. Very, very big number. All right, very cool. But that's what this does. Again, it takes halves and thirds and whatnot and splits them, and you can just set what you want it to be up here at the top. And again, just to double check all of these, because again, I copied it from the other spreadsheet. This should be going here. Oh, that's what it's doing. I see what it's doing. No, that actually is wrong. Hold on, we got to back that up. We got to fix that. So what it should do is take this number and then this number. And then this one takes that one and that one. Now it should know how to do that automatically. No, it's not. Oh, that's because I originally did this in numbers. That's right. That's right. Okay, well, now we just got to check them all. Yeah, see how this one is in the wrong position? This one should be here. I can usually tell right away because the number is not diminishing. And we take that out. This is because of Google Spreadsheet sucks. Google Spreadsheet sucks. All right, so one of those was incorrect. And if you have one of them, you have it incorrect in the first row, well, guess what? All the rest of the rows are going to be incorrect. Yeah, see, that one's wrong. Paste the formulas. Then it's going to take this number and divide that in half. This one and divide it in half, half. See, now it's doing it correct. Because what it's doing is it's doing the same thing in the second row. Yeah, this got messed up when I copy pasted it. Then you take this row and you paste it into this row. And then you take this row and you paste it in this, because it's automatically going to adjust for the offset into that row. You take this row, paste it in this one. Then you take this row and you take it and put it into this one. The way you can do this easier, everybody, is just do it in halves, right? So 300 half of 150, 175, and whatnot. And you can just kind of double check that these are all halving. You can see this starts at 480 and ends up at 15. So glad I saw that. All right, and then this, again, what it's doing, by the way, everybody, when I offset the column, it's keeping, that is taking the column at the top and then keeping the column at the left. Now, when I move down, it should take the one here and then also keep taking the one at the top. What it does, if you just pull it down like that, it works better in numbers, Apple numbers, by the way, and in Excel than it does in Google Spreadsheet. It should automatically detect that you are taking this and this, and if you move down a column, it should then keep those two like that. And the way it does that is if you take the whole column in here and copy it and then paste it to the next one. And you can see it fixed a bunch of those numbers. So a bunch of those numbers are much better now. And that's because now it's doing this number divided by that number. And if we go down here, it's this number here divided by the number at the top. And that's how you fix that. That's how you fix that in Google Spreadsheet. And then there's another one by third. So there you go. All right. If you're using that, I fixed it up for you. It's all good. Now it'll do the proper numbers. So again, this is what you're looking for, is magic numbers that are whole numbers, by the way. Whole numbers are awesome. Like right here, this is 480 at the bottom. Then it's going 240, 120, 60, 30, 15, and then you're getting to decimals, 7.5, and then 2.5 at the end. But maybe you need 7.5. Or you're taking 7.5 from this and 7.5 from this, and guess what? Now you got 15, just like that, because you're merging it together. You know what uses a number 15? The fuel generators. So if you got 7.5 of fuel coming from this one, 7.5 fuel coming from this one, you combine those together and bam, you can run a fuel generator. There you go. Again, works really, really good when Google Spreadsheet doesn't screw it up. But yeah, originally I did that on numbers, and on numbers you can just do it the normal way and you don't have to do the whole copy pasting across the columns crap. So there you go. There you go. There you go. I like when you ask Siri or Alexa, and the number is most often 666. Yeah. Especially when you do thirds. Thirds is often 666. So if I go in and I divide this, watch this. It doesn't say 666 right now, but watch as I go in thirds, and bam, one of these is going to end up 666 right here, 0.6667, right there. And then if I do it again, it has more of a probability of doing 666. Look right there. 666, 666, 666, there's 66. But I bet you if I put another decimal, it'd be 666. 666 there, 666 here, 666 here. Also a lot of 333s too. 333, 333, 333. This is the law of repeating numbers, everybody, is that you'll have common patterns across given numbers as well. Especially when you're doing like inches and things like that. You'll end up having a lot of 0.625s and a lot of 0.625s, 125s, what is it, 3.75, or 0.375, because it's in a multiples of 12. So you get a lot of those numbers in there as well, because those little tiny little lines on a ruler, 0.125, 0.25, 0.375. And by the way, it's just 0.125 added to the previous number. So 0.125 plus 0.125 is 0.25. There you go. And all the way up to 8.75, and you take 8.75 and you add 0.125 to it, it equals 1. There you go. Pretty easy. I set up for your Alexa. Hey, Alexa, order a pizza, pepperoni. There you go. I hooked you up, Unforgiven. You're having pepperoni tonight, bro. I should have said Hawaiian just to troll. I didn't think of it till just now. Darn it. I should have said Hawaiian with anchovies on it. There you go. I am like I'm not only am I the default size of a human male, everybody, but I'm also seemingly the default voice for Surrey. And I did not work on that when I was at Apple, by the way. Don't blame me. Because whenever I say Surrey, everybody's phone lights up. I'm the default voice. So what if they came in my stream and took my voice and used it for voice training or something? I don't know. But this has been since the beginning of Surrey, by the way, when it first came out. I know it's a foreshadowing. Maybe it's a fate thing. Maybe it is. All right, and we fixed our spreadsheet. You get the general idea of that. We got a lot of stuff to build, so we're going to start building it here. But first, we're going to take a break, because now's a good time to take a little break before we get deep into it and have some fun. We're going to let you guys have some fun with some words on stream. So here we go. I'm going to take a break, and I shall be back in just a bit. Oh, I got to turn my headphones on, too. Oh, hi, I'm back, everybody. I said you guys did a really great job. Those were some big words on there. Well, see, now I know when I say put a 1 in the chat, Cedar already put a 1 in the chat. I was already muted. Thank you for that. I must have accidentally bumped it with my elbow. It's very touchy. Thanks for letting me know. And again, that's why we have that command in there. Thank you, Dragon Wolf, for that command. And thank you for everybody for letting me know. Sometimes I pressed it. I should have been on. But I said, good job on those big words, and I gave you a bunch of kiss caps for it. And I said, let's get back to some Satisfactory. That's all you missed. All right, let's go ahead and get to it, everybody. We're going to go ahead and figure out this combo. We start with 480. And we want to figure out some combo of the numbers that we can go ahead and turn it into 180 and 300, right? So we want to make sure that we figure out how to do those numbers. And it just so happens, everybody, that if you divide something, and I'm going to take it over here so you guys can see. That's why we were fixing this thing. If you divide 480 in half, it gives you 160. And of course, you can take 1/2 of 60 if we go ahead and, or sorry, if you divide it by 3. Sorry, divide by 3, 480 divided by 3. And then we can take this and we can divide it by 2. And that gives us 80, right? What's the number that we need? We need the number over here, 180. Okay, so we need 180 for this to end up being 180. So what happens if we cut this in half? That's going to be 240. And what if we take this and we cut it into thirds? Right, that's going to be 80. You can also do this by what is a half of 180, right? So we'll take 180 down here and we'll just have it do the calculation for us. 180 divided by 2, which is going to be 90, right? So if we get 90, we can take 2 90s and we can make it into 180 as well. So if we divide it by 3 and then we divide it by 2, that's going to give us, 162, yes. That'll give us 80. If we divide it by 3, it's going to give us an odd number, 53 point whatever, which would be 103. So that number's not right. If we take 2 and we divide 2 in half and then 2 in half again, it gives us 120, it gives us 60, it gives us 30, right? So again, we want to try to find a way, and we can just divide this in half and half and half and then get down to the 30s and then just take a bunch of 30s and merge your 30s together as well. But you can see that in no combination does it actually end up being 180. So if we do 3, it's going to be 160. If we do 2 and then do 3, again, this is where you have to merge your numbers back together again. I actually think the better one is to go in thirds and then in halves. And the reason why you go thirds and in halves is that you can work the number down by the third one into, or by the second one, into thirds eventually, right? So 2, and then thirds, and then this is halves, and so on, and this is thirds. Again, working your way down to the lower number. Working your way down to a number in which you can do those combos. So 3, and then this is 2. So 80, 40, and then this is 2. Again, I like to set it back to its default. So this is 160 to 80 to 40 to 120. And again, we're looking for 180. Right? So again, half of 180 is 90. So we're looking for anything that can add up to these numbers. So if we take this number, 80, and we divide it by 3, it's going to give us 26. So we divide it by 2, it's going to give us 40. We take this number, we divide it by 3. Oh boy, 3. It's going to give us 13. So again, we got to find that magic number. And this is one of the things I love about this game is you're trying to find those magic numbers that add up to what you want it to be. There we go. 3s. And this is a 3. It's 2, 2. So again, what can we do a bunch of 40s and make the 40s into 180, right? So we take 180 and we divide it by 40. That's 45. So actually it'd be 180. 180 divided, it wouldn't be 45. It'd be 4.5. There we go. So that'd be 4.5. So that's not an even number. What you're doing is you're looking for an even number to split all of those numbers over here. Let me widen this out here. So this is pushed over that way. There we go. So you're looking for an even number to make that work. And it doesn't always come out to an easy number because of the way that you're splitting it. So we can go 3s, 2s, and then 3s again. You can see it starts going, when it starts going decimal, that's when you're having trouble. We can take 2 80s, and that would equal 160. We could take 160 divided by 3, which would give us 53 again. But we take 2, and we divide it by 80. 240, then it becomes 80. Then we can divide 80 in half. That's 40. And then we divide 40 in half. That's 20. Now, again, what is multiples of 80? What can we take and add in there? So if we do 40 into 80, that's not going to work. And we can do this, everybody. We can do even easier. We can do this number divided by this number. There we go. So you can see that, or actually it'd be the other way around. This number, because you got to do the bigger number minus the smallest number. There we go. Now that is 9. So 9 of these would go into 180. So I could cut it down to 20s, and I could take 9 20s, and I can add them all back up together again. Highly recommend that you don't do that, by the way. You don't do that. What you want to do is get to a point. I'm going to take all this stuff out. You want to get to a point where you can cut the number down pretty close, right? So 160 is pretty close. Right here, and then we're going to say 2, and we're going to say 2, 2, and 2. So we got 160. So if we can take it, we cut it into thirds. Here's 160, and then all the rest of the numbers don't matter, everybody. It just matters this 160 here, right? Then we take the 160, and we want to add 20 back to it again, right? So if we take 160 and we divide it down into half, it'd be 80. Divided down to half again, it'd be 40. And then there's 20. And if you take the 20 and you add it to the 160, that would be 180, right? Again, this is trying to make all your math work. It can be very confusing very, very quickly in there as well. Very, very confusing. But again, 160, if you do it by thirds, again, you're getting decimals. So you're trying to avoid going into decimals. Decimals is just going to make it way harder for you. But here, if you take 3 and you divide it by 480, it doesn't go into decimals. So you can start with a very quick cut down to 160, and then you're going to need that 20 to add it back in. So we're going to need to divide it by 2, divided by 2 again, and then get down to 20, and then add it back in. So what does that look like in game? It's going to be tough. So we're going to take the output of this, and we're going to go ahead and do some, it's called load balancing, by the way. And we're going to bring this up, and we're going to have some fun over here with this. Okay, we need a splitter, so we're going to split this, but we need some room to split it over here. So we're going to split that into thirds, right? So we've got the amount that we want to keep that we're going to use for our stuff later. So we're going to go ahead and merge 2 of these. I'm just going to put it at an angle here. Merge 2 of these together. So this is 160, and this is 160, and this is going to be 160, right? So now we've got 160, right? So now we have basically 160, 160 add to back together again, right? And 160 times 2 is 320. So 320 on this side and 160 on that side. Now, you really don't want to do that because one of these we need to cut in half and half and half again, right? So we don't want to merge it yet. What we want to do is we want to cut this one or that one down. It doesn't matter whichever one we choose. This one, again, just wants to be 160. I'm going to take this out and put this over here. The nice straight thing there. Put it right there. Okay, so again, that's 160 there. Then this one here, we're not going to worry about. That's 160 out that way. Then we want to split this again, right? We don't want to split it in thirds, though. We want to split it in halves. So it might be easier to split this one over here because it's off out of the way. So we might just do this one. Like so. There's this thing in my way. Again, I turned the sound off so I don't have to try to talk over the machinery. Then we're going to go and we're going to split this in half again. So now this is 160, and now this is 80, and then this is 80, right? Again, now we have these other outputs. Now 80 cut in half again. We'll take this splitter over this way. Take this pull out first. 80 cut in half like that is going to be 40. And then 40 cut in half again. Now, again, it's got to be cut in half. So this part's got to go back out. So this now is 20 and 20 if we run it out. And we could combine, we could merge like this. That is not a merger. There we go. We merge that into there, this into here, and that'd be 160 plus 20. And there we go. And then, of course, all the rest of this, all the rest of the output, right, of this, this one here, that one there, this one here, all of those would need to be merged back together again. And then those would be what we would use for our production of our screws. But that's kind of not the greatest way to do that because it's just going to be super awkward when I'm trying to run it up to the screws. All right, so what we want to do is we want to end up where a lot of our excess is going this way so we can merge it back together. So again, we're going to go 160 here, 160 down the center like this. And we'll take all this out over here. Like this. Okay, now we're going to go ahead. Again, this 160 here is eventually going to merge and over here. We'll do it this way. Eventually, that's going to merge over there as 160. So 160 going to go there. Here, this one is going to split, right? We're going to split this a whole bunch of times. So again, the first thing we're going to do with the 160 is take this 160 and take it, and we're going to merge it over here, right? But no, let's be 80 if we're doing it because it's 80 and 80. You don't want to merge that yet. So this is going to go this way, and then this is actually going to merge across here. That's where it really gets confusing when you're doing load balancers. So again, 80 is going to go that way. 160 is going to come from this way. So now that's merging back together, 80 and 160. Again, we're trying to get to 20 and 160. So this went 160. This is 80. 80 out of there is going to be 40. And 40. 40 is not what we need. We need the next one down, which is going to be 20. I'll run this out a little further. So this one is going to be 20 here. Right? So now we actually have a sense of how far down. Again, I'm making it a little wide just so we can see it. How far down that we need that merger to be 20 here and 160 there. Right? So 160, 20, right? Because we've split it. So this is split 160, 80, 40, and then this would be, so 160, this splits it to 80 and 80. This splits it to, I'm going to run this out this way. So 80 and 80, then this is 80 split into 40 and 40, and then this one splitting 20 and 20. Now, over on this side, we want to merge all of these excess lines back together again so we can get this math to work out, right? So we're going to take a merger, and we're going to merge what's back there like this. Again, this is 160 plus the 80 back to here. This is 40 being merged back in again. Over here, this is the 20 that we took out. And we're going to merge the 20 back again. And there it is. So this side over here, again, is 160 plus 20 as 180. On this side, this is the 300 that we need for the rods later on. So this is going to go up and end up in the top section where we're going to use those rods. And then this is going to end up going up into the factories, which we're going to split in half. Basically, taking 180 and splitting that in half into 90. So 90 and 90 as we go. And that's basically all there is to it. See, that's not that hard, everybody. Again, just splitting things in halves and then merging whole numbers back together. You can do it with decimals too, and sometimes those decimals will work out. I think it's much easier to make yourself a load balancer or make yourself something that makes the math work out right. And that works much better, I feel, in the long run. Now, also something cool we can do is we can just run this way up like this. We can go ahead and put something to say right there. Turn our sound back on. And then same thing up here. And then we just kind of stand here and just say splitter. And we can split that. Yep, we can split this one into there. That's where those need to go. And then again here. I'm going to say there. Into there. Take that top part out because we don't need that top part. That's going to split a portion of those screws up there. Now it should be splitting it there. Oh, I did it on the other side. My bad, my bad. I did that on the wrong side. That's right, we're going to go up past all of this. My bad. How can I tell? Because the silver side is pointing this way, and the little kind of almost like an arrow pointing that way, and the lines over here mean inputs. I was going to do it that way, though I still could, but I actually feel like this way might be better. Take all that out, grab a merger, aim the green, that way. There we go. Again, line those up on default, and default, and then this way up like we did before. Now we're getting somewhere. All right, and there's our rods coming in. Again, you can see they're all piling through this left side where this other side's not doing anything. Now, right now, 100% of those are going in there. That's because we're not using the other side yet, right? So 100% of that is going to run in there, and it will be fine as it runs in there over time as well. Now, the second we add that top part, it's going to have less of the rods to use. So that's why we want to think about that before we get too far. And make sure that we've figured out those numbers ahead of time so we know how many of these things to build. Okay, so now we're going to take our iron rods up here and we're going to turn them into screws, and we'll copy that, and we'll just go across here and paste all of this into screws. You guys got the idea now. We're going to keep on rocking. Let's go. And this into screws. All right, we got them all set up as screws. Now we need some power. Did I not run the power? I don't think I've run this power yet. Let's first just run the power up into that one. Wow, both of those start up. And then take another connection here, and we will run that down to here. Very nice. All right, now I should start taking those and start making some screws. Yeah, there it goes. GG's. We'll copy this just in case, and then we just need to go up here. Go up here and tell this to be screws as well. Okay. Outputting a lot of screws. Now it's going to take a bit for this to get up to speed and whatnot. Also, we need to kind of split the inputs. So the inputs are going over here. So we need to get those rocking. So this input here and that input there needs to split. So let's go ahead and put it in a nice little splitter here. It's coming from this direction. And we'll put that in there. We'll put this into there. We'll put this. And we'll split it into there nicely. And then same thing up here. Now we got the full production going. Both sides running now. Looking good. All right, make some serious amount of screws. Now I want to see screws in every single one of these eventually. Backlogging, but I'm going to let it to have a minute while it's doing all of that. While it's running them screws through there. While we're bringing up the next level. We're trying to ring up the next level. Got that wall when I needed that wall in there. It just dawned on me. Oh, it's on the other side. Did I take that wall out? I had it on the other side. Don't need to have it on both sides. It's just there for reference so I can put down the thing, and we're going to be putting down a storage level. Okay, and where's the output of these? The output's on that side, so we'll want the inputs on this side. And we'll take our storages. Again, we'll look at where our inputs and outputs are. The arrow pointed toward us means the input or an output. Yeah, this is an input. Arrow pointing away from us means the input is on this side. Alright, same thing we did before. Super easy. We just go ahead and run this all the way down. And we can go ahead run that in. Swap this to a merger. And merge that right there. The vertical mergers are awesome, just like vertical splitters. Very, very cool. All right, all of our screws are being made. Now, right now, again, it's making it a maximum amount. It's making it at 480, so it's going to backlog a crazy ton of screws in here while we're making the next step of the process. Now we have our rods, we have our screws. We're ready to rock and roll. On to the next thing. So let's go ahead and find an orange one here. There. Just to tell us that we're on a production level. Like this. And we need our two assemblers. Again, we are... This is an output. Input. This side should be red. It is. Okay. It's going to come out of there, out of the boxes, and into here. Now, the thing about assemblers is that we're going to have two outputs. So, hopefully, our other input is on the back, which I don't think it is. I think it's over on this side. But we do what we got to do. So we're going to do this. Nudge this over. And we're good. Let's just go ahead and do the next one. While we're at it. And assemblers. Like so. Oops. Got to do the thing again. This is just so I can see that it's aligned with the foundations because it doesn't always like snap in well. So I always like to go and look at it first before I put the whole thing down. Okay, same thing here, more power. Let's go find where our power plugs are. Right here, and we'll run this down. Oh wait, that's right, we got our power here. Yeah, we could just do this. There we go. With that power line, skip the storage, and tap into this power. Again, this power is all chaining upward, so if I cut the power at the end, this whole thing would turn off. And that's how I like my power to be. Okay, over here, what are we making? Not compacted coal. We're going to make some good stuff over here. We're going to make some rotors. So we're going to copy that. And we're going to pasta a whole bunch of this. Right there, looking good. All right, that level good. So those are all doing what they should be doing. Okay, now we got rotors. Now remember, it's always so backlogging every single one of these resources into the box so that we can use those resources in the dimensional depots either way. It doesn't just use up all of the resources. There are some of these that I'm going to make that's going to use up all the resources, like when I go to do reinforced iron plates. The rods and the screws and the plates and all that stuff, it's all going to get used up for one single item, the reinforced iron plates. Because you have to make a lot of them, and it takes a very long time to make them if you're making them 2 at a time. Yeah, so you really want to scale that particular process up. Rotors, not as much, and other things, not as much. But things that take a really long time, you know, reinforced plates, modular frames, rotors is the one you don't need that many of. You're going to all of a sudden have to create a ton of those. You need a bunch of them, but you don't need that many. All right, and then so the input is on this side. And these are actually on the side. Get out of here. There we go. They're right over here because it's a double input. Right here. So we'll go down. We'll go ahead and put another one here. And we'll do this. Okay. So now we have all of our screws coming out of this bottom part here, right? So this is running through here, and our screws should end up right here, which they are. So now what we want to do is we want to take this and run it around to the side here, where we can run these inputs in, into the sides of both of these, right? So one of the cool things, I guess, what if we could, you know what would be cool is if you could merge it in the center and it went both ways. So if you merge it in the center and it splits it in the center and it goes up and down at the same time, that would be a cool splitter, because here's what you could do. You could just do this, and then when you're putting the splitter in, you can tell it what type of splitter, the vertical splitter it is. Not like it's going to split it sideways, but that it's basically going in from this side and then it's splitting it up and down like this. In 2 separate directions, right? So it's splitting it upwards and splitting it downwards. That would be a cool splitter. I don't know if there's any other modes that I could use for the splitter, but I don't think so. So what we want to do is just go ahead and bring it down here, and we're going to split it in this bottom part. We'll split it there, and then this one will come in from this side, we'll say. Okay. Then we're going to bring this around the corner. Let's bring it up a little bit. Not enough. We should do it like this. Bring this over first, and then you can just go around the corner like that. You can get that 90 degree. Okay, so that's going to go in there and run like that. Then we're going to take it, we're going to split it straight up. And then that one is going to go into this one. This line would, wish it would snap better on the one up above. That would be awesome, but no. Just go up there. Again, I could eyeball it, but this old redoing it over and over again. All right, we got the screws in there. Now we need the rods. Over here. All right, rods. We need you to go way up there. Okay, now we want this one to do the same thing as we did over here, where we have it lined up. We can just use this other one as a alignment. That's going to end up right in there. Now we need the rods to go into this one, and it just so happens that if we run over this way in the corner, there's them rods. How convenient. That's why we did it on that side, so that we could work it out up here. And then we can try to run it and see if it makes it. I seriously doubt it. Very rarely does that ever work. But we can go ahead. Yeah, we do something like this. Run it here. Well, actually, we can do it like, we can do it up above it too, but nah, I think it'll be fine. And so basically we're just kind of patching this in like that. And then now we have our rods and our screws. And if we go in here and we take a little looky-looky, we should start to hear some action going on in here. Ah, there we go. Now it's making some rotors. Look at them all go. Very cool. That one's getting going, and I look to see if it has both resources, which it does. Now I can put some of the resources I have in there and start it up quicker, but we'll let it do its thing. Now while we're doing all of this stuff, yeah. We've got, again, to go to both levels, right? So we've got it here in the bottom level and then up here in the upper level, so we should see all of these running as well. Oh, yeah. Again, you can see the numbers diminishing based on the input. And some of these are not going to run at 100%, and that's okay. That's okay. We really only need 7 of them, so we'll get 3 out of one, 3 out of the other, and 1 more out of whatever else. So in the long run, it'll all work out, everybody. It'll basically auto-balance itself based on how much input that you do. And it'll take care of business. All right, now we got rotors. Now above the rotors, right down here, by the way, you also might notice that I'm not putting the screws in the dimensional depot in this particular one. And the reason why is I'm using all of the screws for the production. Now, if there's extra screws, then we can take the extra screws and we can run those in the dimensional depot, which is a real smart idea, because instead of backlogging screws, which you typically don't need to do, the screws, you're just going to have so much of them, everybody, if you backlog them. And very rarely do I need, hey, I need to go get 10 stacks of screws. Very rarely. Rods, sure. Plates, absolutely. Concrete all the time. But not screws. Screws typically are not something I go and I grab a bunch of, especially if I'm already doing the process that requires screws, which is basically rotors and our other thing, reinforced iron plates. All right, more storage. Let's go. Now again, where's the output of this one? It's off on the other side. Output's on this side. All right, awesome. Awesome. I mean, we need to put the input of the boxes over there. Again, I slide it this way. The input is on the far side right now, so we want to put the arrow toward us. There we go. That's that white arrow right there. And then we can see that this one is the output. Nudge that. There's a gap there, yep. Nudge that into position. Looks good. Where's it? Right there. Okay, so we take this. Always does it one more than when I'm trying to press. When I'm jetpacking. Can't wait till later when I don't have to use the jetpack anymore. Jetpack's okay in the beginning of the game. I find it very annoying. We're going to do a merger. Bring that merger down. And those sweet, sweet vertical mergers. Oh, it's too close. You can also do this. This is the old way that I would typically do it, where I'd go ahead and do a merger up here. I'll show you the old-fashioned way. And then run this into here. Actually, it lines up much better doing it this way. And then this one into there. And this is the output, which would end up there. I curve off the default. Oop, no. Change to straight. There we go. That's not all enough. It's hard to judge sometimes the distance. I mean, it should be like that, but apparently not. Still not. What the heck is going on over here? Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm just... From the angle I'm looking at it, it looked like it was lined straight, but it's not. There we go. What is going on? Optical illusion there. All right, so this is going to merge from underneath. Right, so much easier because it just literally lines right up to the other input, because the way I did the output of the other one, you can just run it in like that. So you run it in, goes up, merges with this one. They're both merging together, and then it's working its way up into the storage. Now, oh, there goes one. Now this one here at the top is going to be probably taking a bit longer to get up to speed over time. Again, these do 4 per minute, so it takes a really long time for those to come out of there. But now we got them all going up, and we're making rotors here at the top. Then we'll go look at the end of our box. We're going to have 21 boxes full of rotors at some point. We just let that run. It's going to be awesome. Awesome. And at this point, I don't necessarily need rods in there. We probably need the motors more than rods. So we're going to go ahead and just put this in the center. I find this is actually better, putting it in between two of those and putting it on top of there. as I've learned from the other ones that we've done. Just put those rotors right in the dimensional depot. No, don't want to come out of there. There's something going on with this over here. Definitely something funky about that. Alright, let's do it again. Coming out of there. See if we see the rotor over here. Yes, there we go. And then that is there. I mean, I just did the same exact thing. Alright, so now we have a consistent running of rotors. So we could go ahead and make another factory that's just doing screws and just doing things, especially if you're doing smaller nodes, right? Like coarse nodes or normal nodes. You can just have those doing rods and just have them doing screws separately if you want to run them in the thing. But again, now we're going to have basically an infinite amount of rotors, and down here, this is going to just keep backlogging those rotors. So whenever we need rotors, we'll have a backlog. That's what we're trying to do, create a backlog of each and every one of these things. And then we'll have the resources to keep building when we need to. It's just a matter of letting it run now. I mean, I could just literally, if this was on the server, I could let this run for a week, and all these boxes would be full. All the production would go off, by the way. All the production that's producing an item other than power gets consumed. But all these other items would eventually stop because the dimensional depot would get full, then all the boxes would get full, then all of the machines that are making that would get full, all of the smelters would get full, all of the boxes of all the raw resources would get full, and that would back all the way to the extractor, and then the extractor would get full, and all of those would automatically turn off, which is awesome, I think. Look at this one. That's quite the tower going over there. I like it. I like it when it's doing all of that for us automatically. Now again, if I needed to do screws or if I needed to do rods, I could get more Mercer-spheres and then take some of this and run it in there. And what you can do is just reduce your production, right? Just reduce your overall production. And so it fills up the dimensional depot. When it's done with the dimensional depot, it starts to backlog, and then your production goes up to full percentage. And then it comes back down again whenever you need it in the dimensional depot, and it comes up and it goes down, it goes up, goes on that particular item. And we might need to go look for some Mercer-spheres. Let's look on our map, and let's go see where it says we can find some. We can find 8 over there. We can find 11 there. Over here, 26. Holy mackerel. There's 26 of them in that zone. That's a good zone to go looking. There's only 15 here. So in this zone right here, there's 26 Mercer-spheres. Right there. So we're going to go ahead and, I don't know, can we highlight one of these? Sometimes you got to put one of these things down. Like right there. And right-click a whole bunch. And then you highlight the stamp so you can find your way there. Okay, way off in the middle of the distance somewhere, way over that way. Oh, there it is. We can just see it in between there. You can see the beam coming up right there, and also you can see it on the radar. So way over there is a bunch of Mercer-spheres. Now, what do I need the Mercer-spheres for? For the rods and for the screws. But you don't have to do those at this point because I have so many backlog. It's no big deal. I mean, I have boxes and boxes of it. But we're trying to automate the process. So we need to think about what we want to do before we leave. One of those things is definitely clear our inventory. And it just so happens that right down here, we've got the ability to have it do all the sorting for us. Right over here. So we can just go ahead and take all this inventory. What do we not want to put in there? We want to take these and put these back in here. We can put those in there. All this stuff right here that we don't really need to manage, I guess I could just put those in there for a minute. So I'm just going to take those back out. Same thing with this. Now all this other stuff I don't really need to carry around with me because it's automatically going in the dimensional depot, most of it anyway. So I can just go like this and say store all, and over here if I have any left, which I don't, it's automatically going to run that out, run through all of these sorters, and then it's going to sort it, and if it's an overflow, it'll run the overflow out. But you can see these are basically smart splitters. I call them sorters because it's going to take this and it's going to run it left. If it's any undefined one, then it's going to go to the middle, and if it's too many of the steel pipes, it's going to run it in the overflow, and then it will just get rid of it. Right, I'll run it in the awesome sink. Or, in this case, I have it running into this over here, and it ends up in these extra boxes for now instead of the awesome sink. But I could just as easily run all that stuff in the awesome sink and say, it's fine. It's fine. But in this case, some of the stuff I want to do, look at this cool curved dealio I'm doing there. I like that curved one, very nice. Okay, so we got that done. Now we can also go over here and say, where's my rotors? Where are my rotors? Right here. See them right here? We got a bunch of rotors in there. Well, we were making some rotors over here, right? Or taking some rotors and making motors here. And eventually we're going to replace this motor making offline production like this. We're going to replace all of this over on the other side. Now over here, we're also making a bunch of stuff. We're making stators, which we no longer need to make either. So we're going to take those out. Very nice. And we no longer really need that offline production because now we can go ahead and get that running. Now you can see this automatically runs up to the dimensional depot, which we don't need it to do anymore. Yeah, time to hydrate. We'll get it going here in a bit. And we also don't need this lifter anymore. So again, we're eliminating the need for this box that I'm just kind of holding a bunch of resources in. It'd be much smarter for me to actually use it for the rotors. Now, I already took the one from the rods and basically took that and made that into the rotor one. But we could just as easily grab the one from the rotors and turn it into rods or turn it into screws. I highly recommend rods first. You definitely want to do that. Now this is going up and it's, oh, look out. Put this back in here. Whoa, how did I get all this stuff on me? From tearing all that stuff down, no doubt. All right, so this is going and smelting, and this right here should be our ignits, and then from our ignits, it's going up here, it's being processed here into this, and here is our rods. There's our screws. Where's our rods being run out of? That's weird. Blowing my mind right now. Back here. Yes. It's coming out of the production itself. Not the storage. Awesome. Yeah, see, so this is not, it's not going into the storage right there yet. It's just taking the raw production of the rods, running them up, merging them on both sides, and then running it here. So we're not backlogging any of the rods now. So even though we probably have a crazy ton of them in here, I'm sure we have a massive amount. Yeah, we sure do. We still wanted to feed some of it up here so we can backlog the storage. So if it does fill up at the top with some of that, we can run it up there. Now, I would probably take it from the higher side, the side that's the 300 side, and not from this side over here, because this side is very much balanced to be 180, and that goes to there. So I definitely pull it from here. So what we can do is we can cut this in half again along this edge. Or we already have a splitter here and we can cut it into a third. Now, it does mess up your numbers a little bit. But remember, this is really, over the long run, it's really temporary. Because what it's going to do is eventually fill up these with the... is that a merger? That's a merger. Hold on, we don't need that. We need a splitter. What it's going to eventually do... Put the splitter in there. There we go. Is it's going to fill up this box, and then we don't need to worry about it anymore because it'll then go 100%. And it's a great way to do this, is to fill up the box. again, go in there, take some of it, fill up all those boxes. It already did. Sorry, all those boxes are already filled. So now it's going to backlog down the thing and backlog down here, and it's not going to send any rods this way. So 100% of it is going to go into the production that we already figured out the numbers. Now, not a lot of people do it this way, everybody. This is a really fantastic way of doing it because it kind of auto takes care of itself. You don't have to take care of it. You don't have to take all of your resources and dump it into the next thing or whatever. It's going to automatically backlog resources for you. And when it's done backlogging those resources, it's then going to not bother to put any more resources in there. And you can use the full capacity of those resources to make the next resource in line, which would be our screws and then eventually our rotors. Again, I feel like this is an incredibly awesome game secret that you can figure out, or you can learn it right here. Even better. Okay, now the other thing we want to do is we want to take these rods over here, and let's see if we can find a way to clear the bulk of this out of the way. See where we're going with all of this. Yep, we need to offset that. So we need to go down, down, down to where the output of the storage is, right here. And we're just going to offset this out like this. And we're going to take all these extra rods that are sitting here. We're not really doing much, by the way. They're just backlogged there, so I can use them if I need them. Just keep running that up as far as we can. A little too high. And then we're going to run that into its own dimensional depot, too. Because, again, I need rods more than I need screws, so... Right here. We just stack that dimensional depot up there. And we'll take a guess right there. Ooh, that was a good guess. And now, I'm backlogging the rods also. So back to stockpiling the rods. And you can see I actually need some rods in there because I used a bunch of rods up from the dimensional depot. So now we got both of those going. Now, we also want to go in and get our screws backlogging. Again, we're just trying to get every resource backlogging in the dimensional depot. And again, we're playing a lot slower. Now, it could be way at the end of the game. I could have already finished it by now, by the way. Even with just the amount of power I have now, I could have finished the whole entire game. Absolutely. I could have already finished it. But again, what we're trying to do is show you how to be super efficient at the game. So it takes less time and all those things. Now, the first thing I would do, everybody, again, put these in here. I would go ahead and put that in there, and then anything in here that you actually you might want to save that you're going to put back in your inventory. This way you can just say store all. Then I would take the fuel back, and I would take the things back because we have a bunch of those in the dimensional depot. It's already full, and we have a huge backlog of those as well. Especially my new favorite, explosive rebar. That's awesome. And again, if we need those, we know where they are. They're in there, they're backlogged, they're saved. So we no longer need all this kind of mess that we had here from all these different resources. We now have rotors running. Rotors and all of that stuff. But we do need some... don't need to scan. We do need to get over here where we can look for some more Mercer spheres. So let's go. Oh, and I'm running out of time, too. All right, we got to get over here. If we can find one more Mercer sphere, we'll be styling and profiling. Oh, we don't have our entrance over here, and we don't have our split here anymore because we switched this out, didn't we? Yes, we want to go ahead and work on our hypertube first. So we're going to move a hypertube back here. Then we're going to attach this hypertube junction. And we're going to bring this junction, the right junction, over to there. And then we're going to take this out. And we're going to make a junction that goes like this. In case we want to get into this junction. Put it here. I'm going to give yourself a little bit of room so you can see where that's going to end up. Back in there. And then this junction's just going to go straight to that junction. I don't like it going through the power pole. I don't like it. And we're going to find wherever we had that attached right here. And we're going to... we got to go either under or over right there. Let's say right is going to go that way. And let's go in and see if we have it unlocked. Transport. We do. Okay. This one is going to go down. Come up into there. And see if we can run it under the train. Like that. Very cool. All right, now we got to get in the hypertube because we want to go places. Let's go. Now by default, it's going to go to the right, everybody. Just to... it typically, or in this case, goes left. It typically goes a default direction when you're going through. I think it's actually left, not right. Sorry, left. So in this case, we're going to try this thing and go underneath just for fun. Whee! But just know that you can stop at any point by holding down S, and then you go back the other direction. Now, we can't see which way it's going when we're going this way, which is not good. But it's going to go the way that we want it to go, so awesome. Yeah, it's actually on the left is the default side. Now I remember. So we actually want to go on the right. See, if we wanted to stop right there. So keep that in mind. So I have the default side set to the default way that I go most often. Which in this case is way off over here in the distance. I don't go to these all that often. I don't need to. So you want to set the side that is the least, the right side to the one that you go to the least. Is what I'm trying to say. All right, way out here we go. Now again, we might as well use our hypertube since we have it already set up. Here we go. We are cooking. Wish it showed how far away it was. That would be great. Now here we go, coming up to our plate factory out here, and we want to actually go out. And we can use this momentum, by the way. Check it out. With the jetpack. Use that momentum. The great thing about the jetpack is it doesn't slow you down. When you're using something later, which I'm not going to tell you what it is yet until we get there, the jetpack will give you this momentum that you can just keep using even if you don't have a hypertube already there. Say, look, Fred got here before us. All right, here's our radar tower, and our radar tower says that this whole area over here has a lot of Mercer spheres. So we're going to go ahead and remove the stamp now. We don't need that. And we're going to use our little scanner thingy, wherever that's at. I think it's in here. Scanner. Object scanner. You see I keep it in my inventory, because if I don't need it, I just put it away. All right, we'll just keep these on us for now. No Mercer spheres can be found where we are. Okay, I say we go try this way. I think I would have tried this way already, but... Another question mark. Oh, no, this is the one. This is the one, not this one. Oh, my bad. Never mind. Put that away. My bad. That's the wrong one. Go follow our hypertube here. I think our hypertube stops over here. Yeah, this is our SAM ore going there. Fred, you should have told me. Should have told me, buddy. It's okay. Collect me some resources as I go by. Boom. The boom. Slide jump. Slide jump. Building that momentum by slide jumping. Oh, yeah. We definitely have been over here. Got our Mercer sphere out. All right. Where is one? Kind of this way. Ooh. Little sluggy guy up there. Let's do it. past. Ooh, down in there maybe. Missed. This is why this is cool. Had I known this thing actually blew this thing up, I'd be using these earlier. And every other playthrough I do from now on, I'm making these first. Also great against spiders. Great against stuff like this. Frankly, just overall super fun. Makes me want to go through the whole entire game and blow up every single one of those suckers. A few of them still alive down there. I'd see you. Whoa! Nikki. Sneaky little suckers. You can hear the Mercer Sphere too. Anybody else? Get our loot. That was a lot of spiders. Or not the Mercer Sphere, the slug, I mean. Okay, now that we got the slug, where the heck is the Mercer Sphere? Oh, it's underneath where we are. That's a bummer. Not above, because when I go up, you can see the little bar going down. That tells you that it is down underneath there. Some sort of way to get under there. Yeah, right here. Right underneath me, right there. So somewhere, there's a cave entrance. Let's go give it a quick look. Go around, blow up all this stuff. Down here. Always kind of wait till I land, just in case there's something nearby, especially spiders. Hello. Speaking of. Really? No ammo. Wow, no rifle ammo in there? All my rifle ammo. What's the other ammo I was making? Making some other type of ammo too, I can't remember. Yeah, usually I have a massive amount of rifle ammo. Alright. Here's what we got. Again, so that's why I always want to be a little timid. Oh yeah, right in there. I want to be a little timid when you're jumping down. Wait for him to come to you. Bacon. Whoa, you little sneaky bastard. Sneaky bastard. Got me out of nowhere. Up there. There are a lot of these spiders up here. Apparently we got to kill everyone. There's definitely in that cave right there. All right, here we go. Assess the danger first.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
Cool. There's one. That's funny because we just ran out of time. Perfect timing. All right, can we go up any further? No. All right, that's a cool little one. This one down. Perfect. All right, let's go. Definitely some other mobs trying to get me here. I'm out of here. Where is my stuff? That way. Oh, God. Let me jump. Gotta run out, do some IRL stuff. A lot of IRL stuff I gotta do. Booyah! That was a one shot. Better them than me. Miss it. I don't have to shoot him. It's just fun to do it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fred's like, I'm out of here. Kismet's got explosives. Run for it. Away we go. There's more Mercer Spheres back there somewhere, everybody, but we just needed the one. Complete what we got going on. Look at him. You see him sitting up on the hillside. Look at that. Cool. They're actually not on a hillside. They're actually way back there. It's kind of, the perspective's hard to see because you got these trees here. But they are way back there. All right, dipping back this way. Just take a shortcut. And away we go. Now later on we'll look for a whole lot more, but we just need the one to complete the thing that we're doing so we can set it and forget it. We're gonna do it. Maybe ask Fred. Apparently he was not being helpful. He was not being forthcoming as to where that Mercer Sphere was. But I figured it out. Actually, we do want to go this way. And use that momentum to swing us way up here. Okay, and where's our screws? Down here. All right, those are our rods there. We got our screws going up into here. They're on the other side. Right here. All right, same thing with screws, right? You're running those screws, and you're like, oh, it's going to come out of my production. But it doesn't really matter because you can only hold so much in the dimensional depot anyway. Oh, SAM fluctuators. Oh, bummer. All right, hold on. We got to go grab that. It's always something. And again, we'll get our SAM fluctuator stuff going again. Burp, burp. Train coming through. Where are we going? Well, we're going this way. Going the wrong way. Over here, we have a few SAM fluctuators backlogged in our boxes. Where we put them SAM fluctuators? That's a good question. There they are. All right. There we go. We should probably find any others we can find in here. I don't think there's going to be that many. Yeah, look at all my ammo in here. I should be running that ammo in the dimensional depot. I had it running in there at some point. I'll just keep that one on me. What are we looking for? SAM fluctuators. There they are. Speaking of, put those in the dimensional depot. Usually I actually only do 2 stacks. Let's do it like that. Okay, now back over here, huh? By the way, you can also use the belt to give you acceleration. This is how we used to get around in the old days. Just use these belts and then they'll zing you around the corner if you wanted to get zinged. Like that. And then all the way here at the top. Right there. And then where our screws are coming out down there. So we can tap into those screws that are running along the side there, and then we're going to run them up here to go in the dimensional depot. It's just hanging off the side a little bit. Something like that. Looks good to me. And do this. Do this. And I seriously doubt that's going to line up very well. We're gonna have to probably move it back. Alright, so we'll split this. Now, that's gonna go right there. That's gonna be in the way. Of course it is. This is a splitter. It's going this way. Much better idea to split it there. Run it up. Better spot to split it. Let's readjust this. I don't mind to, adjust the plan, everybody. Always easy to adjust the plan. All right, there we go. And so once it reaches 1,000 screws, it's no longer going to take from the screws, and it's going to automatically do it. Now, at most times, everybody, I don't ever need more than 1,000 screws. So better to use it for making tons and tons of rotors, which I do need a bunch of. So that's going to go ahead and backlog that as it's still making all the stuff. Here comes our train. There's also another train behind that train, too. And they haven't collided, so apparently I set that up just perfect because they're still working away. Yeah, what train is it? Oh, that's the sulfur train. Coal train's still back there picking up coal. I can see it in the radar up at the top there. Go down and take a look. Oh, I gotta get ready. I gotta get ready and I gotta run out and do a bunch of stuff. Oh, that is the coal train. Oh, the other one is the second coal train. Yes, that's number 2. This is the quartz train coming in next. Yeah, so again, I have all these trains kind of synced coming in and out of here. And the other coal train is coming in from this side and ending up down there, which is going over that way. There it goes. Up, and here comes our other train. See if they collide. Nope. Bringing in my quartz and my sulfur. Or whatever else I have it bringing in. I think it's sulfur. What is it bringing in? I forgot. Let's go take a quick look. Oh yeah, sulfur. From a sulfur node back there. And then you can see that we got it going in. One of these is not filling up. Why is that not filling up with quartz? Yeah, this one's on unload. Inquiring minds want to know. What's going on with this quartz train? That's how I run late, everybody. Here's how I run late. See, I see it now. I gotta go figure out what's going on with that fourth one. Why is it not picking up any quartz out of that fourth one? Usually we have lots of coal and quartz and all sorts of stuff. We got all color coded, like, you know, yellow for quartz and purple for or purple for quartz, yellow for sulfur. You know what I mean. And here we go. Actually, I could just get in the train too. There we go. I love the trains in this game. They're so well done. I love train games too. There was a really cool train game on the old Mac way long ago. It was really cool because you would go and you get the iron, and then you bring the iron back, and then the iron you would then refine, and then you take it and you'd sell it, and then you go get like the next, you know, resource, and you get the gold, and you take the gold and you would sell that, and then you help you build up your whole entire thing, which is really cool. Very cool. Oh, maybe we ran out of things. That's right. We ran out of what do you call it? The ability to run the belts, basically. Ran out of our thingies. What are those things called? Encased industrial beams. That's what it was. All right, let's go down here and fix this. Glad I saw it. I totally forgot about that from last time. All we got to do is connect these in. Again, we ran out of beams, and we thought, we'll come back and do it later. But see, I can recognize things just by going, wait a minute. That should be doing something. Why is it not doing something, right? I'm a big fan of it doing something. All right, so we should see it come through. I love how it's going underneath the train. All right, here we go. That's going to come through. That's a lot of quartz, by the way. That's a massive amount of quartz. Running in there. There we go. And now it's going to fill this up, and then that fourth train is going to be filled. Now we just got a bit of a problem of we have to get back now. I know exactly how. We're in here. We'll make our own train. Oh, we don't have enough rubber in the dimensional depot. Oh, that'll tell you. That's another thing we got to get running in the dimensional depot. One of the things on our list. More immersive spheres. What? Did they all respawn again? I think they did. Here comes the train. We're gonna hop this train. Now, I don't like to get in the train when it's loading and unloading. You see it's unloading. Now, these color codes are to match them to this node, to that node, to this other node, to that node. These don't actually have, like, color codings to the actual resources that are in them. But as you can see, everybody, this has got a lot lot of resources in there. And you can see it's overfilled with resources, which is my favorite way of being filled. Might as well be overfilled if not filled enough. Away we go. All right, we gotta head back, but I gotta bail out of here. I'm gonna let my character ride back as we go to the Kismet Love Train. Let's go. All right, everybody, we're gonna roll on out of here. Onto my schedule, which I forgot to do my schedule yet again, is Wednesday, Thursday. We're not gonna be on Monday because I'm doing a bunch of stuff on Mondays now and on Fridays. We're trying to catch up on a bunch of stuff. But on Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to do some more Rise of the Tycoon Empire. We're going to be back later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, with some Fallout 4. The ultimate modded playthrough, as we're adding mods as we go, and they work out, we use them. And then, of course, Saturday going to be super fun with 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You definitely don't want to miss that, everybody. We've moved to the winter biome. We're building up our base, and we're going to be moving our entire base to the new base after that, which is going to be crazy. That's going to be a crazy night, that's for sure. Then, of course, on Sunday, we're also going to be playing some more solo play of 7 Days to Die. You definitely want to be around for that. That's a lot of fun action. As well, as you go ahead and follow these links right here, go up there, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button over on YouTube. As well, I need to get off the thing. I'm already back. As well as you can go in and show some love over on twitter.com/KismetBP. You can also check out the Discord, check out the website, and especially take a moment, pop on over to patreon.com/Kismet and show your support over there. Remember, that is the best way to help support the stream. Thanks to those biddies. Thanks for all the subs and resubs and all the follows and all of that tonight. I appreciate y'all. We're going to go ahead, again, roll out of here before I get any wife aggro or family aggro. And I'll see you guys again tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See you then. Bye. Wait. Hold on. Give me a bunch of kiss caps first for staying all the way to the end of the stream. Almost forgot again. Sometimes I do it after I roll out. I think of it right as I'm rolling out. There you go. Give you a bunch of kiss caps for being smart, hanging out all the way into the stream. See you tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. This is the Sky.